Picture this. You're so hungry you can barely stand, and there's fresh meat right in front of you, warm, available, and the only thing standing between you and starvation. But you know that every bite will steal a piece of your soul. Every meal will erase another face you once loved. This is where our story begins. Over the next few hours, you'll witness our protagonists standing between a choice: forgetting everything they are or watching everything they care about decay. But before you get comfortable, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Please say hello in the comments, let us know where you're watching from, and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you for joining me today. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. Chapter 1, Ash Fall Morning. The deer's antlers scrape the brick wall 3 stories down, and I'm already moving. Concrete chips fly up where the fused rebar catches. Alexia's boot hits the ledge behind me, solid rhythm, no hesitation, and I don't look back because looking back costs half a second. The rooftop edge is coming up fast. Gap between buildings maybe 10 feet. Easy drop on the other side if I don't overshoot. The deer below are swarming now, their calls like rusted hinges, and something about that sound always makes my teeth ache. I plant my foot on the ledge lip and push off. Hang time feels longer than it is, always does. The alley blurs underneath. Movement, antlers, something that might have been a person once. And then I'm tucking, rolling across gravel and tar paper that sticks to my palms. Up before the momentum stops. Keep moving. Alexia lands beside me. Cleaner. She was ROTC before everything, and it shows in the way she distributes weight. I shake grit off my hands and we're running again, angling toward the fire escape on the north face. That's when I hear it. High-pitched, thin, coming from the building we just left. A kid. I stop. Alexia doesn't notice for 3 steps, then wheels around. Her expression does something complicated when she sees where I'm looking. Neil? Just my name. The rest implied. The sound comes again. Whoever it is, they're trapped on the 4th floor. Windows open. Deer are climbing the drain pipe below it, their hooves making that metal-on-metal screech that sets my spine tingling. Math is simple. Go back, fight through however many infected are already inside, haul some kid down 3 flights while the herd closes in, versus keep running. Get to the cash point, eat something that isn't fungus for once. We can't, I say. Alexia's jaw works. She's got her rifle up already, checking the sight line to the window. There's a rope in my pack. By the time we rig it, they're through the window. So we move faster. So we die slower. She looks at me then, really looks, and I watch something crack in her face. Not anger, worse. That flat disappointment people get when you confirm exactly what they suspected. The kid screams again, closer to the window now. Maybe they think we can help. Maybe they saw us make the jump. I'm already turning away when Alexia grabs my shoulder. Her grip's tight enough to hurt. We could. No. I shake her off and start for the fire escape. My boots sound too loud on the metal grating. Everything sounds too loud. Behind me, Alexia isn't following. 5 steps. 10. The kid's voice hits a pitch that makes my sternum ache. 15 steps. Alexia catches up at the ladder. She's not looking at me, just clips her rifle to her pack and starts climbing down. Her knuckles are white on the rungs. We hit the street and cut east through a dried-up fountain. Ash is falling thicker now, the way it does in the afternoon when the wind shifts. Gets in my throat, makes my eyes water. Neither of us says anything. 2 blocks over, we stop in a doorway. Alexia pulls out her canteen and takes a long drink. Doesn't offer it to me. Fair. I dig the music box out of my jacket pocket. Don't know why. Habit, maybe? The lid's still cracked from when I dropped it during the last supply run. I run my thumb over the brake, and the mechanism catches, plays half a note before jamming. Quessera, Sarah. That kid had family, Alexia says. I put the box away. Maybe. Definitely. Kids don't survive alone. Neither do we if we're stupid about it. She does that thing where she whistles 3 sharp notes through her teeth. Stress signal. She probably doesn't know she's doing it. Stupid would be leaving someone to those things. Stupid would be dying for someone who's already gone. The whistle cuts off. Her hand drops to her knife hilt, then away. For a second, I think she might actually swing at me, but she just turns and starts walking. I follow because what else am I going to do? The cache point is another 15 minutes northeast. Old office building, mostly intact except where the top 3 floors collapsed inward. We've been using the basement for drops, small stuff mostly. Batteries, water purification tabs. Once, an entire carton of canned peaches that made me so sick, I thought I'd actually managed to get infected. Alexia picks the lock on the service entrance without speaking. Her shoulders are rigid. I want to say something, explain the math, make her understand, but the words won't come out right in my head. They just sound like excuses. The basement smells like mold and something chemical I can't place. Our stash is behind a false panel in the electrical room. Alexia pre-frees it open and we inventory what's there. 2 protein bars, a cigarette lighter that might have fluid left, a roll of medical tape. Great, Alexia mutters. Really worth it. I cup up one of the bars and turn it over. Expiration dates rubbed off. Could be 2 years old, could be 20. Better than nothing. Is it? She's looking at me again. That same flat expression. I can feel something shifting between us, some weight distribution that wasn't there this morning. You want to talk about it? I say. No. Good. We split the protein bar. It tastes like cardboard and salt. I eat slowly because that makes it last longer, tricks the brain into thinking it's more food than it is. Alexia finishes hers in 3 bites and immediately starts rewrapping the second one for later. Through the basement window, mostly covered but not entirely, I can see legs walking past. Human legs, moving casual, not infected. I freeze mid-chew. Touch Alexia's arm and point. She sees them too. Her hand goes to her rifle. The legs stop. Pivot. Someone's shadow stretches across the narrow strip of visible sidewalk. They're standing right outside the window, looking at something. Looking at us. Then a voice, muffled through the glass. You 2 make a lot of noise for dead people. Alexia and I exchange a glance. She's already calculating exit routes. Service entrance is behind us. Storm drain in the corner leads to the sewer system, but it's a tight fit and we'd have to leave our packs. The shadow crouches. A face appears in the window gap. Male, maybe 40, with a beard that's more gray than not. He's wearing a paramedic patch on his jacket. Old one from before. Easy, he says. Not infected. Not stupid enough to try taking you by force either, given the rifle. He tilts his head. Though you should know, if those deer track your scent here, that window's not going to hold. Alexia doesn't lower the rifle. What do you want? Company. He shrugs. And labor. I've got canned peaches. Good ones. You helped me move some salvage from the hospital wing. We split them 3 ways. Not interested, I say. 4 cans. Alexia's hand tightens on the rifle stock. I can practically see her doing the math. 4 cans would last us a week if we're careful. 2 weeks if we're smart about it. Why us? She says. Because you're alive. Because you jump rooftops. Because... He pauses, and something in his expression goes careful. Because I watched you leave that kid up there, and I figure anyone practical enough to make that call is practical enough to not stab me for my supplies the second I turn around. My chest goes tight. Alexia's jaw clenches. The man, Cap, I find out later, though I never learn if that's his rank or just what people called him, stands up. Hospital's 2 blocks west, Blue Cross on the door. I'll be there at sunset. You show or you don't. His shadow pulls away, footsteps fade. Alexia finally lowers the rifle. She's looking at me, but I don't know what she sees. 4 cans, she says quietly. Could be a trap. Could be. We sit in the basement until the ashfall outside turns thick enough that visibility drops to maybe 15 feet. Alexia cleans her rifle. I try winding the music box again, but it's stuck worse than before, so I just hold it and count my breaths. You ever think about before, Alexia asks. I don't answer right away. Before is a complicated word. Before the outbreak, before the mutations, before I dropped my sister's hand in the evacuation queue and watched her get pulled under. No, I lie. She makes a sound that might be a laugh. Right. The light through the window shifts to that gray-gold color that means evening. We pack up what little we have and head for the service exit. Outside, the ash has settled enough to see the street. Everything looks the same. Buildings hollow-eyed and quiet. Cars frozen mid-collision. Somewhere distant, that chorus sound the infected make when they gather. We're half a block from the hospital when Alexia stops. She's looking back the way we came, toward that rooftop. They watched us, she says, after. It takes me a second to understand she means the people on the street. The ones who marked us. Yeah, they saw us leave that kid. Yeah. She turns back around. Her face is set in that way that means she's decided something. We're easy prey now. That's what they're thinking. We're the type who run. We are the type who run. I know. She starts walking again, and I follow, because staying alone in the street feels worse somehow. The hospital looms ahead, its blue cross barely visible through the ash. Cap's shadow is already waiting in the doorway, and somewhere behind us, I swear I can hear the echo of that kid's last scream. My hands are shaking when I shove them in my pockets. The music box presses cold against my palm, its broken mechanism as silent as everything we didn't say. Chapter 2, Sewer Sushi Joke. Cap's flashlight beam cuts a yellow line through the hospital corridor, and I keep my eyes on the floor. Watch where his boots land before I follow. Alexia's behind me, her breathing steady but not relaxed. Nobody's relaxed. The hospital's coma ward is on the 3rd floor. That's where the salvage is, apparently. Medical supplies. Maybe some expired antibiotics if we're lucky. Cap says the infected here are wired to life support, which means they won't wake unless something triggers the machines. Simple. Just don't touch anything. We pass a nurse's station. Charts still scattered across the desk, a half-empty coffee mug with mold growing in rings. The air tastes like disinfectant and something underneath that's gone sour. I breathe through my mouth. Here? Cap says, stopping at a door with a faded ICU placard. Stay quiet, stay clear of the beds, medical cabinets in the back. He pushes the door open. His light sweeps the room. 6 beds. All occupied, all wired. The patients, infected really, but they still look like patients, are motionless. Gray skin, sunken features, IV lines running into arms, monitors beeping softly. The sound reminds me of a heartbeat, except mechanical. Wrong. You weren't kidding, Alexia whispers. Don't lie about this kind of thing. Cap moves carefully around the first bed. Neil, you're on lookout. Alexia, help me with the cabinet. I don't argue. Stay by the door. Watch the hallway. Nothing moves out there. Just shadows and that perpetual ash light filtering through broken windows. Behind me, I hear the cabinet door creak open. Bottles rattle. Cap's muttering something under his breath. Inventory, sounds like. Checking labels. One of the monitors beeps louder. Different pattern. Cap, I say. I hear it. The beeping steadies again. False alarm. My pulse doesn't get the message, keeps hammering. Alexia's packing supplies into her bag. I can hear the zip of fabric, the soft clink of glass. She's being careful, but every sound feels amplified. The whole room feels like a held breath. That's when Cap knocks into the IV stand. Not hard, just a nudge. But the pole tilts and the line pulls and the patient in bed 3 makes a sound. Wet. Guttural. Don't move, Cap hisses. We freeze. All 3 of us. The patient's head turns slightly on the pillow. Eyes still closed, but the jaws working. Slow chewing motions, like it's testing if the muscles still work. The monitor beeps faster. We need to leave, I say. We need the supplies, Cap counters. We need to not die. Another monitor kicks into a rapid pattern. Then a third. Bed 4's patient starts twitching. Just fingers, but enough. Alexia's backing toward the door. Slow steps. She's got the bag over her shoulder, one hand on her knife. Smart. Rifle's too loud in here. Cap, she says, voice level. Controlled. Now. He grabs one more bottle and shoves it in his pocket. The motion's too fast. His elbow catches another IV line, and this time the pole goes all the way over. It hits the floor with a crash that sounds like the end of the world. Every monitor in the room starts screaming. The patients sit up in unison, eyes open, milky, unfocused, mouths open. That sound they make, that chorus wheeze, fills the room like smoke. Go, I shout, already running. The hallway's a blur. My boots slip on linoleum that's slick with something I don't look at. Behind me, Alexia's firing, single shots, controlled bursts. The rifle's report echoes off the walls, makes my ears ring. Cap's ahead, taking corners too fast. We follow his flashlight because the alternative is running blind, and I can hear the infected pouring into the corridor behind us. More than 6. Way more than 6. The whole ward's waking up. We hit the stairwell, and Cap slams the door behind us. Alexia's already down the first flight. I take them 3 at a time, one hand on the rail to keep from falling. The sound above us, bodies hitting the door, fists pounding, doesn't stop. Ground floor. Cap veers left toward the service exit, but's blocked. Rubble from a partial collapse. Basement. Alexia snaps. We pivot. The stairs down are narrower, darker. Cap's light barely reaches the bottom. I don't think about what might be waiting down there because thinking about it won't change anything. The basement's a maze. Pipes running overhead, rooms branching off in every direction. Cap leads us right, then left, then through a door marked mechanical that opens into what looks like a boiler room. There, he says, pointing. A grate in the floor. Drainage system, probably. Maybe sewers. Definitely a way out. Alexia's already prying it up. The metal screams but gives. Below is darkness and the smell of standing water. Perfect. Ladies first, she says, and drops. I hear the splash. Not too deep. Good. Cap goes next. I'm about to follow when I hear the door behind us buckle. They're through. I drop into the water and my boots hit something solid beneath the surface. The cold soaks through immediately, halfway up my shins. Visibility is basically 0. Cap's flashlight makes a weak circle on the tunnel wall ahead. Move, he says. We wade forward. The tunnel's narrow enough that my shoulders brush both sides. Alexia's ahead, setting pace. Behind us, infected are splashing into the water. Lots of them. Their sounds echo weirdly down here, multiply and overlap until it's impossible to tell how many there actually are. The tunnel branches. Cap takes the left fork without hesitating. I don't ask if he knows where he's going because the answer doesn't matter. We're committed now. 3 more turns. 4. The water's getting shallower. My legs are numb from cold. Then Alexia stops so suddenly I nearly crash into her. What? I start, but she holds up a hand. Ahead, barely visible, something's painted on the wall. Graffiti. Fresh, looks like. The paint's still glossy in the flashlight beam, big arrow pointing right, and underneath in careful letters, Memory Tree. 2 days north. Memory Tree, Cap reads aloud. That's the sanctuary place. Rumor, mostly. What kind of sanctuary? Alexia asks. The kind where mutants trade memories for food or food for memories. Details get fuzzy. He shines his light down the right-hand tunnel. Supposed to be safe, though. No infected. Just people like us. People who eat infected, I clarify. People who survived. He looks at me. You got a problem with that? I don't answer. My stomach's tight with something that might be hunger or might be dread. Haven't decided yet. Alexia's tracing the arrow with her finger. 2 days north. We have maybe 1 day's food left, if that. So, we go north, Cap says. So we walk into a trap, I counter. Memory Tree sounds like the kind of story people tell to lure you somewhere remote. Or it's real and we starve out here. He's not wrong. The math is simple. Stay in the city, scrounging for rats and fungus, dodging infected and other humans who are probably just as desperate. Or head north toward something that might be shelter and might be a feeding ground. Alexia's looking at me, waiting. Fine, I say. North. But first sign of trouble, we run, she finishes. I know, that's what we do. The words sting more than they should. I swallow it. We take the right tunnel. The water's ankle deep now, easier to move through. Above us, something scrapes against the pipes. Rats, probably. I hope. Cap's humming under his breath. Old song. Can't place it. Alexia walks point, her hand on her knife. I bring up the rear and try not to think about how dark it'll be if Cap's flashlight dies. The tunnel opens into a junction. 4 pipes converging, plus a ladder leading up to what looks like a maintenance hatch. Rest here, Cap says. Catch breath. Check inventory. We climb out of the water onto a concrete platform that's mostly dry. Alexia immediately starts checking her rifle. Cap sets down his pack and digs through it. I lean against the wall and close my eyes for a second. Mistake. The second my eyes close, I see the kid from the rooftop. Hear the scream. I open them again. Alexia's watching me. You good? She asks. Yeah. You don't look good. I'm fine. She doesn't push, just goes back to cleaning her rifle. Cap pulls out a tin. Peaches. He opens it with a pocket knife, and the smell makes my mouth water so hard it hurts. As promised, he says, we split it 3 ways, fair and square. He divides the slices carefully, gives Alexia hers, then me, keeps his own portion. I eat slowly, force myself. The sweetness is almost painful after days of bland rations and fungus. I watch Alexia eat hers in 2 bites and immediately look like she regrets going so fast. When I finish my portion, I slide the last slice from my tin into hers. She sees, opens her mouth. Don't, I say. She closes her mouth, eats the extra slice, doesn't thank me, doesn't need to. Cap's eyeing both of us with an expression I can't read. Then he says, eating alone is dying alone. That's the first thing they teach you in field medicine. Doesn't matter how much food you have if you're the only one who makes it out. Yeah, I say. I bet that works great until you meet someone who'll gut you for a protein bar. Sure, but you haven't gutted me yet, and I haven't gutted you, so maybe we're not those people. Alexia laughs. Bitter sound, or maybe we're just waiting for the right moment. Maybe. Cap shrugs, but I'm betting on the other thing. Above us, something howls, long and layered. Definitely not rats. We all go still. That's close, Alexia whispers. That's hunting, Cap corrects. The howl comes again, closer. Then another joins it, then 3 more. They're harmonizing the way infected do when they're tracking scent. They followed us into the sewers, I say. Great, that's great. Cap's already packing up. Hatch leads to street level. We go up, we're exposed, we stay down, we're cornered. So we move, Alexia says, keep moving until we find another exit. We climb down from the platform. The tunnel ahead branches into 2 paths. Left slopes down deeper into the system. Right curves upward, maybe leads to another junction. Right, Cap decides. We follow. The howls echo behind us, getting closer. I count at least 7 distinct voices now, maybe more. The tunnel narrows. We have to duck under a pipe that's dripping something viscous. My hand brushes the wall and comes away slick. I don't look at what's on my palm. Ahead, Alexia's flashlight. She pulled hers out, cuts across something that makes her stop. What? Cap says. She doesn't answer immediately. Just points. There's a grate in the ceiling, not a hatch, more like a storm drain. Light filters through from above. Real light. Daylight. And underneath the grate, huddled against the wall, are shapes. Human shapes. Moving but wrong. Slow. Jerky. Frozen infected. Waiting in the dark. Don't shine the light on them, I hiss. Too late. Alexia's beam passes over the nearest one. Its head snaps up, eyes open, mouth opens. The howl it makes is immediate and loud and directly above us. The whole tunnel wakes up. Chapter 3, Teeth in the Dark. The infected drop from the ceiling like rain, and I'm already scrambling backward. One lands where I was standing, all twisted limbs and exposed bone where the skin's rotted through. Its jaw clicks shut inches from my boot. Alexia fires. The muzzle flash is blinding in the dark. Something shrieks and goes down. Run, Cap shouts, but there's nowhere to run. The tunnel behind us is full of howls. The tunnel ahead is full of bodies. So we fight. I pull my knife. It's not much. 4 inches of salvaged steel with electrical tape for a grip. but it's what I have. The infected lunges again, and I sidestep, bring the blade down on the back of its neck. The bone there is soft. The knife goes through easier than it should. Next to me, Alexia's switched to her sidearm. Closer quarters. Each shot is precise. She doesn't waste bullets. Cap's using a crowbar he pulled from somewhere, swinging in wide arcs that connect with wet thuds. There's maybe 10 of them. Hard to count when they're moving. One grabs my jacket and I twist out of it, leave the whole thing behind rather than let it pull me down. The cold hits immediately. Another infected comes at me low, going for my legs. I jump and my boot catches its skull on the way down. Something crunches. It stops moving. The tunnel's chaos. Light beams swinging, screams, ours and theirs. The smell is iron and rot and something chemical that makes my eyes water. Then Alexia shouts, "Gate!" I follow her light. She's pointing at the far end of the tunnel. There's a gate there. Heavy mesh, probably meant to keep people out of hazardous areas. It's partially open. "Go," Cap yells. We run. Alexia reaches the gate first, starts pulling it wider. It's stuck, rusted or jammed or both. I grab the other side and pull. The metal groans but moves. Cap's backing toward us, still swinging. 3 infected are on him. 4. He clips one across the jaw and it spins away, but another takes its place. "Cap," Alexia shouts. "I'm coming," he grunts. He takes 2 steps back. One of the infected gets through his guard, sinks teeth into his shoulder. He screams and slams it against the wall. Once, twice. It lets go, but the damage is done. Blood soaking through his jacket, dark and fast. "Now," I shout, and he lunges through the gate. We slam it shut. The infected hit a second later, reaching through the mesh. Their fingers scrape across metal, trying to grab us. One arm makes it through far enough that Alexia has to smash it with her rifle butt before it pulls back. "That won't hold long," Cap says. He's breathing hard, holding his shoulder. "How bad?" Alexia asks. "Bad enough." We move. The tunnel past the gate slopes upward. Less water down here, drier. Safer? Maybe. Behind us, the infected are still howling, but the sound's muted now. We make it maybe 50 yards before Cap stumbles. I catch his arm. He's pale, sweating. The blood on his shoulder has spread down his whole side. "We need to stop," I say. "Can't stop. They'll get through the gate. They always get through." "You're going to pass out." "Then let me pass out while we're moving." Stubborn. But he's right. We keep going. The tunnel eventually opens into a larger chamber. Old junction room, looks like. Multiple pipes converging, water flowing in channels along the floor. And in the center, sitting against a support column, is a kid. Maybe 12, maybe younger. Hard to tell. They're thin, dirty, and their eyes are milky, infected but not moving, just sitting, watching us with those dead eyes. Alexia raises her rifle. "Don't," I say. "It's infected." "It's a kid." "It's infected," she repeats. Firm. The kid tilts its head, makes a sound, not a howl, more like a whimper, like it's trying to speak but forgot how. Cap's leaning against me, his weight getting heavier. "We don't have time for this," he mutters. He's right. The howls behind us are getting louder, closer. The gate's not going to hold much longer. But the kid's still just sitting there, not attacking, not even moving except for that head tilt. "Please," I say to Alexia. She looks at me, at the kid, back at me, then she shoots. The sound echoes forever. The kid slumps. The back of its head is gone. I don't say anything. Can't. The words are stuck somewhere in my throat. Alexia lowers her rifle. "There's a tunnel," she says. Points to the far wall. We go. Now. She doesn't wait for agreement. Just starts walking. I help Cap follow. His breathing's ragged, shallow. The blood's still coming. The tunnel she found is narrow. Old service passage, maybe. We have to walk single file. Alexia's in front. I'm behind Cap, making sure he doesn't fall. He keeps muttering things I can't understand. Numbers, mostly. Inventory, maybe. Or vital signs. We walk for what feels like hours, but is probably minutes. The tunnel climbs, gets drier. Eventually opens into a maintenance room with a ladder leading up to a manhole cover. "Surface," Alexia says. We climb. Cap goes first, slow and shaking. Alexia follows. I bring up the rear. The manhole opens into an alley. Late afternoon light, gray and ash filtered. The air tastes like burning plastic, better than the sewer. Cap collapses the second he's out, just sits down hard against the alley wall. Alexia's already digging through her pack for medical supplies. She pulls out the tape we salvaged from the hospital, some gauze that's probably questionable. Hold still, she tells Cap. He nods, doesn't speak. She cuts away his jacket. The bite's deep, ragged. I can see bone underneath. My stomach turns, but I don't look away. Is he going to turn, I ask. Not how it works. You know that. Then what? Infection, blood loss, shock. Take your pick. She works fast. Packs the wound with gauze, wraps it tight. Cap hisses but doesn't pull away. You need antibiotics, she says. Yeah, Cap agrees. Add it to the list. He reaches into his pocket with his good hand, pulls out something small, metal, hands it to me, the music box. Found it in your jacket, he says. Back there. Figured you'd want it. The box is dented now, scratched, but still in one piece. I turn it over in my hands. The mechanism's completely jammed. Thanks, I manage. Don't mention it. Cap closes his eyes. Need to rest. Just for a minute. We can't stay here, Alexia says. I know, just a minute. He goes still. Breathing steady but shallow, Alexia checks his pulse, nods, still alive. She sits back against the opposite wall, looks at me. We should leave him. I don't say anything. He's going to slow us down, maybe get us caught, definitely cost us resources. Yeah. So? So we wait, let him rest, then we move. That's stupid. Probably. She looks away, shakes her head. You're going to get us trapped. Maybe. We sit in the alley. Ash falls, somewhere distant, a siren still going. Has been for years, probably. Automated, useless. I wind the music box, try to. The mechanism's stuck worse than before. Won't budge. I sit there anyway, holding it. Behind us from the manhole, I hear something scrape. Metal on metal. They're climbing the ladder. Cap, I say. Quiet, but urgent. He doesn't respond. Cap, louder now. Alexia's already on her feet, rifle up. We need to go. The scraping gets louder. Hands appearing over the rim of the manhole. Gray hands, too many fingers. I grab Cap's arm, shake him. We're leaving. Now. His eyes open, confused. What? Move. I pull him up. He staggers, leans heavy on me. Alexia's backing toward the alley mouth, covering us. The infected are pulling themselves out of the manhole one by one. 3 now. 5. More coming. We run. Cap can barely move. I'm half dragging him, like one arm around his waist. His weight keeps pulling us both sideways. Alexia's in front, clearing the path, checking corners. The alley opens onto a street, wider. More exposed, but also more room to maneuver. Where? I gasp. North, Alexia says. We keep going north. We cross the street. Behind us, the infected are pouring out of the alley. Their chorus sound echoes off the buildings, bounces back doubled. Cap's foot catches a curb. We both go down. I hit the pavement hard, my elbow sparking pain up my arm. Cap doesn't get up. I'm done, he says. Go. No. Kid, listen. I'm bleeding out anyway. You take me, you both die. We're not. Go, he repeats, firmer. He presses something into my hand, the music box, to remember why we run. I look at Alexia. She's standing 5 feet away, rifle up but not firing. Waiting. Neil, she says. Just my name. I look at Cap, at the blood soaking through the bandage, at the infected closing the distance. Then I stand up. And I run. Alexia runs with me. We don't look back. Don't stop. Just run until the street curves and the sounds behind us fade into the general noise of the dying city. We stop in a doorway, both breathing hard. Alexia won't look at me. I won't look at her. I put the music box in my pocket. It's heavier than before. Or maybe I'm just tired. Behind us, Cap's screams start, then stop. Alexia finally looks at me. Her face is blank, empty. That's twice today, she says. I know what she means. The kid on the rooftop, Cap in the street. Both times we ran. Yeah, I say, we're poison, she says. You know that, right? Everything we touch. I don't answer. Don't need to. We both already know. The ash keeps falling. The city keeps dying. And somewhere north, maybe 2 days if we don't stop, there's a tree made of memories and a sanctuary that might be real. We start walking. Don't talk. Don't touch. Just walk. parallel and separate, through streets that all look the same. Chapter 4. Rust in the Veins. 3 days north and we still haven't said more than necessary. Alexia walks ahead, sets pace. I follow. That's the arrangement. We're in the suburbs now. Houses with caved-in roofs and yards full of things that used to be lawn furniture. The infected are thinner out here, more spread out, easier to avoid if you're careful. Being careful is all we do anymore. Alexia stops at an intersection, crouches behind a rusted sedan and scans the street. I crouch behind her, wait for the signal. She raises 2 fingers. 2 infected, right side. Raises her other hand, points left. Clear that direction. We go left. The house we hole up in for the night has most of its walls still standing. That's the criteria now. Walls, roof, 1 exit. Everything else is luxury. Alexia takes first watch, sits by the window with her rifle across her knees. I stretch out on the floor, carpets moldy but softer than concrete, and close my eyes. Don't sleep. Haven't really slept since Cap. Keep seeing him against that wall, hearing him tell me to go. Feeling the weight of the music box drop into my hand. My sister's music box, the one I was holding when I let go of her hand. 2 deaths in 3 days. Both times I ran. Math says that's survival. Everything else says I'm exactly what Alexia called me. Poison. I must drift off eventually because when I open my eyes it's darker. Alexia's still at the window, hasn't moved. Your turn, I say. She doesn't respond. Alexia. I'm fine. You've been on watch for 6 hours. I said I'm fine. I sit up. My back hurts. Everything hurts. You can't stay awake forever. Watch me. She's doing that thing where her shoulders are locked up, rigid. Like if she relaxes for even a second, something terrible will happen. Probably not wrong. You should eat, I try. Not hungry. When's the last time? I said I'm not hungry. She finally looks at me. Her eyes are red-rimmed. You want to help? Go find food, real food, not fungus, not rats, actual food. Where exactly should I? I don't care. Just stop talking. I shut up, watch her for another minute, then I get up and leave. Outside it's that blue-gray pre-dawn color. Cold enough to see my breath. I walk the perimeter of the house checking for infected, checking for people. Both are dangerous in different ways. Nothing. Just silent suburban death. I'm about to head back inside when I see movement 2 houses down. Figure in the street, moving purposeful, not shambling, human. I duck behind a tree. Watch. The figure's older, male, wearing a jacket that's too clean for the apocalypse. He's carrying a duffel bag over one shoulder and walking like he knows where he's going. He stops at a house across from where I'm hiding. Bangs on the door. 3 times, specific rhythm. Code, maybe. The door opens. Another figure appears. They talk for a minute, too quiet to hear from here. Then the first guy hands over the duffel. Gets something back. Small. Pockets it fast. Trade. Barter. Whatever you want to call it. The first guy leaves, walks past my tree without noticing me. I wait until he's out of sight, then approach the house. Door's still cracked. I can see light inside, hear voices. I knock. Same rhythm the other guy used. The door opens wider. The person on the other side is a woman, maybe mid-50s, with gray hair pulled back severe. She looks me up and down. Don't know you, she says, looking for supplies. Everyone's looking for supplies. I can work. Salvage, hauling, whatever. She considers. What's your rate? Food, clean food, canned stuff if you have it. Everyone wants canned stuff. She opens the door wider. I'm Cap, short for captain. Don't ask why. I freeze. Cap? Yeah. Problem. Different person. Same name, same willingness to trade with strangers. Maybe Cap's just a common name in the end times. Or maybe the universe has a sense of humor. No problem, I say. She lets me in. The house is cleaner than I expected. Furniture covered in sheets, minimal ash. She's got a setup in what used to be a living room. Canned goods stacked against one wall. Medical supplies against another. A small camp stove in the corner. Hospital's 2 blocks east, she says. Part of it's still accessible. I need someone to haul stuff out. Bandages, painkillers if you can find them. Anything sterile. What about infected? What about them? Are there any? Obviously, she gives me a look. That's why I'm hiring out instead of going myself. You bring back enough supplies, I'll give you 4 cans. Peaches. Good ones. 4 cans. Same deal the other Cap offered. Weird coincidence or standard rate, I don't know which. I have a partner, I say. Partner works too. Same pay, split between you. I look at the canned goods, at the sterile medical tape, at everything we need and don't have. Deal, I say. She hands me a bag. Canvas, mostly intact. Hospital's the building with the blue cross, you'll know it. Bring the bag back full, you get paid. I take the bag. What if it's not full? Then you don't get paid. Fair enough. I head back to the house where Alexia is keeping watch. She's moved from the window to the doorway, rifle still in hand. Where were you? She asks. Got us a job. I explain the setup. Alexia listens without interrupting. When I finish, she says, That Cap person have a last name? Didn't ask. Different person than before. I know. Weird coincidence. Yeah, she stands, slings her rifle. Show me the hospital. I'd fight. We walk the 2 blocks in silence. The hospital's bigger than I expected. 7 stories, most of them collapsed. But the first 3 floors look intact. The blue cross is still visible on the door. Coma wards probably on 3, Alexia says. That's where they'd keep long-term patients. You want to go to the exact place that almost killed us last time? You want peaches or not? Valid point. We push through the front door. Lobby's a disaster. Wheelchairs overturned. Paperwork everywhere. Blood on the walls and patterns that tell stories I don't want to read. Elevators out, Alexia says. Stairs. We take the stairs. Each floor is worse than the last. Second floor is burn damage. Third floor is clean. Too clean, like someone's been maintaining it. This is wrong, I whisper. Alexia nods. Keep moving. We find the supply closet at the end of the hall. Doors locked but not reinforced. Alexia picks it in under a minute. Inside is exactly what Cap asked for. Bandages, painkillers, sterile everything. Too easy, Alexia says. Maybe we're due for easy. We're never due for easy. She starts loading the bag anyway. I keep watch. The hallway's silent. No beeping monitors, no infected, nothing. That's when I hear it. Breathing. Steady. Close. Alexia, I say. She freezes. Where? I point at the wall. There's a ventilation grate. The breathing's coming from inside. Leave it, she says. What if? Leave it. We back out of the closet. The breathing follows us. Grows louder, then changes. Not breathing. Laughing. High-pitched. Childlike. Wrong. Go, Alexia hisses. We run down the hall toward the stairs. Behind us the laughter multiplies, echoes off walls, coming from every room. We hit the stairwell. Door slams behind us. Alexia jams it with a piece of rebar from the second floor. Won't hold long, but maybe long enough. What was that? I gasp. Hollow. Multiple. They nest in hospitals sometimes. Use the echo to confuse prey. You knew? Suspected. And you didn't. You wanted food. That's the price. We make it to ground floor. Burst out the front door. Don't stop running until we're 3 blocks away. The bag's still over Alexia's shoulder. Full. We actually got what we came for. We get back to Cap's house. She's waiting on the porch, sees us coming and nods. Full bag? Full bag, Alexia confirms. Cap takes it, checks inside, nods again. Goes back in the house and returns with 4 cans. Peaches. Hands them over without ceremony. You need more work. Come back. We're heading north, I say. Everyone's heading north. Memory tree rumors got half the city moving. She lights a cigarette. Old habit, probably. You actually believe that story? Do you? I believe people need things to believe in. Whether it's real doesn't matter as much as the direction it points you. She goes back inside. Door closes. Alexia and I stand in the street holding 4 cans of peaches. Everything we just risked ourselves for. We should split them, Alexia says. 2 each. Yeah. She opens her pack. I open mine. We each take 2 cans. When Alexia's not looking, I slip one of my cans into her pack. We walk back to our shelter house. Neither of us says anything. The sun's coming up for real now. Gray gold. Ash still falling, but lighter than usual. Inside, Alexia collapses on the floor. just sits there, head in her hands. You should sleep, I say. You should stop telling me what to do. I sit against the opposite wall, pull out one of my cans, the only one I kept, and open it with my knife. The smell makes my stomach clench. I eat slowly, make it last. Alexia opens her pack, sees the extra can, goes still. She looks at me. I don't look at her. Neil, she says, don't. Why would you? I said don't. She opens the extra can, eats it without talking. When she finishes, she leans back against the wall and closes her eyes. You're an idiot, she says quietly. Probably. We're not going to make it. Probably not. She's quiet for a long time. Then, that lullaby in the hospital, you know what it reminded me of? No, my crew, when they were trapped in the burnover, they sang, tried to stay calm. I could hear them on the radio until I couldn't. I don't know what to say to that. Don't think there's anything to say. Alexia opens her eyes. I'm tired, Neil. I know. I'm tired of this. All of it. Running, scraping, watching people. She stops. I don't know how much longer I can do this. So we get to memory tree. Find out if it's real. If it's not, we figure something else out. And if it is real and it's worse than here, then we leave. Just like that. Just like that. She laughs. Bitter sound. You really believe we can just walk away from things? We've done it before. Yeah, we have. She closes her eyes again. This time she actually sleeps. I watch her breathe, count the rhythm, make sure it stays steady. Outside, the ash keeps falling. The city keeps dying. And we keep walking north toward a memory tree that might not exist and a sanctuary that might be a trap, but at least we're walking. Chapter 5, The Hollow Lullaby. 2 more days and we're out of the suburbs. Forest now. Real forest. Not the decorative kind. Trees grown tall and weird, their branches twisted from whatever's in the ash rain. Roots breaking through concrete where roads used to be. Quieter here. No traffic sounds, no building collapses. Just wind through dead leaves and our boots on broken asphalt. Alexia's 20 feet ahead. Still not talking much. We've fallen into this rhythm where she leads and I follow, and neither of us questions it. Easier that way. She stops suddenly, hand up. I freeze. She's listening, head tilted. I strain to hear what she's hearing, but there's nothing. Just wind. Then I catch it. Singing. Faint. Female voice. Coming from somewhere ahead and to the right. The melody's familiar. Takes me a second to place it. Quisera. Sarah. My hand goes to my pocket. The music box is still there. Silent. Broken. But there. I start. I hear it. Alexia cuts me off. The singing continues. Soft. Pretty even. Like someone's sitting in their living room humming while they fold laundry. Could be human, I say. Could be. But her hand's on her rifle. She doesn't think it's human. We move toward the sound. Careful. Each step deliberate. The trees here are close together, their branches making a canopy that blocks most of the ash. The ground softer, moss or decay, hard to tell. The singing gets louder, closer. I can make out words now. Whatever will be, will be. My chest's tight. That voice sounds exactly like, no, can't be. She's been gone for years. But the voice, the exact pitch, the way she used to sing it off-key on purpose just to make me laugh. Neil, Alexia whispers. Stop moving. I realize I've walked past her, heading straight toward the sound. My legs are moving on their own. It's her, I say. It's not. You don't know that. I know that your sister died 3 years ago. I know that voice is coming from something that wants you to walk into its mouth. The singing shifts, changes. Now it's calling. Neil. Neil, where are you? I'm running before I realize I'm running. Branches whip past. Alexia's shouting behind me, but I can't stop. Don't want to stop. Because if there's even a chance, I burst into a clearing. She's standing in the center. Small. 8 years old, wearing the same jacket she wore the day she died. My sister. She turns, smiles. You came. I can't breathe. Can't think. She looks exactly the same. Exactly how I remember. You're not real, I manage. Does it matter? She takes a step toward me. Her movements are smooth, natural, nothing like the infected, nothing like the hollows. I've been waiting, she says. Everyone else left, but I knew you'd come back. I didn't mean to leave. I know. Another step. She's close enough to touch now. I was scared, I say, my voice cracks. When they grabbed you, I froze. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not okay. I should have. Neil? She reaches up, touches my face. Her hand's cold. You can make it okay now. You can stay. That's when Alexia tackles me. We hit the ground hard. Roll. Alexia's on top, pinning me, one hand over my mouth. Don't, she hisses. I thrash, try to throw her off, but she's stronger than she looks. The sister thing tilts its head. The smile doesn't change. Why did you stop him? Because he's an idiot, Alexia says. The thing in my sister's shape takes another step. Behind it I see movement, more shapes in the trees. 3, 4, all watching. He wants to stay, the sister thing says. Let him stay. He doesn't know what he wants. I know what he wants. He wants to forget. Forgetting is easier. Alexia's hand presses harder over my mouth. We're leaving. Now. She pulls me up, starts backing away. The sister thing doesn't follow, just stands there, still smiling. I'll keep singing, it says. Every night, you'll hear me. Then it opens its mouth. What comes out isn't singing anymore, it's a shriek, high and layered and wrong. The shapes in the trees rush forward. Alexia fires. One drops. She fires again. Another drops, but there's more. Always more. We run. The forest is chaos. Branches grab at us. Roots try to trip us. Behind, the chorus of hollows is chasing. Their voices blend and separate and blend again. Can't tell how many. Too many. Alexia's ahead. She knows where she's going. Some kind of path only she can see. We break through the tree line into open ground, old parking lot, cracked asphalt and faded lines, a building at the far end, gas station, looks like. There, Alexia shouts. We sprint. My lungs are burning. The hollows are still coming. I can hear them, hear my sister's voice in the mix. We hit the gas station. Doors locked. Alexia shoots the handle, kicks it open. We tumble inside and she slams it behind us. There's shelving units. We drag them across the door, create a barricade. Not much, but maybe enough. The hollows hit the door a second later, slam into it. Again. Again. The shelving units shake but hold. Then they stop hitting. Start singing instead. All of them. Same lullaby. Harmonized. Alexia's checking windows. 3 in front, 1 in back. All intact. We're trapped, she says. How long can they keep that up? Long as they want. Hollows don't tire. That's the point. I slide down the wall, put my head in my hands. The singing's everywhere. In the air. In my skull. I almost walked into it, I say. Yeah. You stopped me. Yeah. Why? She doesn't answer right away. Finishes checking the windows. Sits against the opposite wall. Because you would have done the same for me, she finally says. No, I wouldn't. I leave people. That's what I do. Not always. I look at her. She's staring at the ceiling, not at me. The music box, she says. You gave Cap the music box, your sister's box, only thing you had left of her. He asked for it. You could have said no, could have kept it. She pauses. You gave it up because you thought it would help him, make him remember why he was fighting. That's not leaving. That's the opposite. I don't know what to say. She's wrong. Has to be wrong. I'm the person who drops hands, who runs, who lets people die so I can survive. Except I did give Cap the box, and I did slip that extra can into Alexia's pack. And I'm sitting here now instead of walking into a hollow's arms because she stopped me. You're wrong, I say. Maybe. The singing outside changes, gets softer, more coaxing. Neil, come back. I can still hear her, I say. I know. It sounds exactly the same. How do they do that? They eat the memories. When they consume someone, they get everything. Voice, mannerisms, favorite song, all of it. So somewhere out there, one of those things has my sister inside it. Not your sister, just the recording of her. It's not the same. Feels the same. I know. We sit in the gas station. The singing continues. After a while, I pull out the music box, try to wind it, still jammed. You want me to look at that? Alexia asks. You fix music boxes? I fix a lot of things. She holds out her hand. I pass her the box. She examines it, turns it over, finds the catch, opens the back panel. Gears are bent, she says. Probably from the fall. I might be able to. She stops. Her expression changes. What? I ask. She doesn't answer, just stares at something inside the box, then slowly closes it, hands it back. Can't fix it, she says. Sorry. She's lying. I can tell by the way she won't look at me, but I don't push. Outside, the singing's finally stopping. One by one, the voices fade. Maybe they're giving up. Maybe they're regrouping. We should sleep in shifts, Alexia says. I'll take first watch. You sure? Yeah, I try to sleep but can't. Keep hearing the singing. Keep seeing my sister's face, the smile that wasn't quite right. After a while, Alexia says, I saw something in the music box. What? A note, folded up in the gears. That's what was jamming it. My stomach drops. What did it say? Didn't read it. Not my business. She pauses. But if you want to get the box working again, you'll have to remove it. Might have been from her, from my sister. Might have been. I turn the box over in my hands. There's a seam in the back. The panel Alexia opened. I could pry it open, read whatever's inside, find out if my 8-year-old sister left me a message before everything ended, or I could leave it jammed, leave the note unread, keep the mystery. What would you do? I ask. I'd read it, but I'm not you. I sit with the box for a long time, finally put it back in my pocket, unopened. I'm not ready, I say. Okay, maybe tomorrow. Okay. We sit in silence. Outside, dawn's coming, gray light filtering through the ash. The hollows are gone, either moved on or waiting somewhere we can't see them. We need to keep moving, Alexia says. North. Yeah, north. Memory tree or bust. You think it's real? I think we don't have anywhere else to go. Fair point. We gather our things, check our weapons, push aside the barricade and step back outside. The forest's quiet. No singing, no movement. Just trees and ash and the constant feeling of being watched. We start walking. Alexia leads. I follow. Same as always, but something's different now. She stopped me, tackled me, kept me from walking into a hollow's mouth. And I let her. Didn't fight it. Didn't push her away after. Maybe that means something, or maybe it doesn't. Either way, we keep walking north. Chapter 6, Peaches and Penance. The forest thins out after another day. We're in what used to be farmland. Fields gone wild, crops turned to gray stalks. A farmhouse in the distance, half collapsed. We avoid it. Anything that looks like shelter usually has something living in it. Or unliving. Doesn't matter which. Alexia's limping has been since the gas station. She won't admit it, but I saw her check her ankle when she thought I wasn't looking. Probably twisted it during the tackle. We should stop, I say. I'm fine. Your ankle's not fine. It's fine enough. She keeps walking. I follow. Story of our lives. By evening, we're both exhausted. Find shelter in an old grain silo. Rusty but standing. One door. Easy to defend. Good enough. Alexia collapses the second we're inside, just sits against the wall and closes her eyes. I can see her jaw working. Pain, probably. Let me look at it, I say. No. Alexia, I said no. Fine. I leave her alone. Check the perimeter instead. Make sure nothing's nesting in the rafters. Nothing's hiding in the corners. All clear. When I get back, Alexia's pulled off her boot. Her ankle's swollen, purple-black. Definitely more than a twist. Could be broken, I say. It's not broken. How do you know? Because I've broken bones before. This is a sprain. Bad one, but just a sprain. She wraps it with some tape from her pack. Doesn't have much left. We used most of it on Cap. Don't think about Cap. Not helpful. We should rest here for a day, I say. Let the swelling go down. We're 2 days behind schedule already. What schedule? We don't even know if Memory Tree exists. It exists. You sound pretty sure for someone who called it a rumor 3 days ago. She doesn't answer. Just finishes wrapping her ankle and pulls the boot back on. Hisses when the leather touches the swelling. I dig through my pack. Find the 2 cans of peaches. Technically 1 now since I gave her my extra. Still have 1 left though. You should eat, I say. Not hungry. Alexia. I'm fine, Neil. Stop. You're not fine. Your ankle's the size of a grapefruit and you haven't eaten anything but fungus in 3 days. So? So eat. I open my last can. Don't look at her while I do it. Just pop the lid and slide it across the floor toward her. She stares at it. That's yours. Yeah, I have my own. So now you have mine too. Neil, just take it, please. She's quiet for a long time. Then she picks up the can, takes a peach slice, chews slowly. I watch her eat. Don't know why. Just feels important somehow. You're doing it again, she says. Doing what? The thing where you give away your stuff. Like with Cap. Like with the extra can before. It's just food. It's not just food. It's your food. You need it as much as I do. You need it more? Your ankle's injured. You need the calories to heal. She takes another peach slice. You're a terrible liar. What? You don't care about my ankle. You're just trying to make up for the rooftop, for Cap, for every time you've run. She's not wrong, but hearing it out loud makes it sting worse. Maybe, I admit. It doesn't work that way. You can't just fix things by giving me food. I know. Then why do it? I don't have a good answer. Or maybe I have too many answers and none of them are right. Because it's what I have, I finally say. I can't fight like you, can't shoot, can't keep us safe, but I can split my rations, give you the extra can, carry your pack when you're tired. It's not much, but it's something. Alexia finishes the peaches, sets the empty can aside. You carried my pack? Yesterday, for about an hour. You didn't notice. She stops. I thought it just felt lighter. Yeah. She's looking at me different now, like she's trying to figure something out, trying to solve an equation that doesn't balance. You're not poison, she says quietly. What? What I said before, in the street, that we're poison. I was wrong. You weren't wrong. I was. She leans her head back against the wall. Poison doesn't share food. Poison doesn't stop me from doing something stupid. Poison doesn't. Christ, Neil, you're trying so hard, and I've been treating you like someone who deserves it? Yeah, I do deserve it. I left that kid. I left Cap. I almost walked into a hollow's mouth because I'm too broken to tell the difference between my dead sister and a thing wearing her voice. And yet here you are, still walking, still trying. She closes her eyes. I don't know if that makes you brave or just stubborn. Probably stubborn. She laughs. Small sound. First time I've heard her laugh since Cap. Yeah, probably. We sit in the silo. The light coming through the cracks is fading. Evening settling in. Cold creeping through the metal walls. I should check outside, I say. Make sure nothing followed us. Stay. What? Just stay here. For a minute, please. So I stay. Alexia pulls something out of her pack. Small object wrapped in cloth. She unwraps it carefully. It's a photo. Creased and worn. Two people in the picture. Young, smiling. One of them looks like Alexia, maybe. Younger version. My parents, she says. Before. I don't say anything. Don't move. Dad was a firefighter. Mom was a teacher. They died in the first wave, incinerated trying to save people from a burnover. She traces the edge of the photo with her thumb. I wasn't there. I was on a different site, 2 hours away. By the time I got the call, they were already gone. I'm sorry. Everyone's sorry. Doesn't bring them back. She wraps the photo again, puts it away. I haven't eaten infected, she says. Not once. Because if I do, I might lose them. Their faces, their voices, the way Mom used to sing in the car, the way Dad made terrible jokes during dinner. She looks at me. That's all I have left, just memories, and I refuse to trade them for survival. Even if it costs you your life, especially if it costs me my life, because what's the point of surviving if I can't remember why I wanted to? I think about the music box in my pocket, about the note inside that I haven't read, about my sister's face frozen at 8 years old forever. I've eaten 4 times, I say. Maybe 5. Lost count. What'd you lose? First time was my dad's laugh, then my mom's kimchi recipe, then my sister's name, then, I don't know, something else. Can't remember what it was. That's how you know it worked. Christ. Yeah. Alexia shifts her weight, winces when her ankle moves wrong. You regret it? Every day. But you'd do it again. If I had to. Yeah. She nods. Like that confirms something she already suspected. We're not the same, Neil. You and me. You'll sacrifice yourself piece by piece to stay alive. I'll sacrifice staying alive to keep myself whole. Those are fundamentally incompatible survival strategies. Doesn't mean we can't work together. Doesn't it? No, because your strategy keeps me human, and my strategy keeps you alive. Between the two of us, maybe we actually make one functional person. She laughs again. Bigger this time. Real. That's the dumbest logic I have ever heard. Doesn't make it wrong. No, I guess it doesn't. We fall quiet. Outside, something howls. Distant. Could be infected. Could be wind through dead trees. Hard to tell anymore. I'm tired, Alexia says. I know. No, I'm tired of fighting, of running, of waking up every day and wondering if this is the day I finally stop getting back up. You want to quit? I want to rest. Real rest. Not just sitting in a silo for 3 hours before we start walking again. I want a bed, a room with a lock, food that doesn't come from a can or a rat's corpse. I want to sleep through the night without checking the perimeter every hour. Memory tree might have that. Or it might be another trap, as another thing we have to run from. Then we run, and find the next thing, and the next thing after that, until we find something that sticks. She looks at me. You really believe that? I have to. Otherwise, what's the point? Yeah, she says quietly. What's the point? She closes her eyes. Within minutes, her breathing evens out. She's asleep. Actually asleep. I stay awake, keep watch, listen to the wind and the distant howls and the sound of Alexia breathing steady beside me. My stomach's cramping from hunger. The peaches I gave her were the last food I had. Won't mention that. Doesn't help anyone. At some point, I pull out the music box, turn it over. The back panel's still closed, still hiding whatever notes jammed inside. Tomorrow I'll open it, read what my sister wrote, deal with whatever that does to me. But not tonight. Tonight I'm just going to sit here, watch Alexia sleep, make sure nothing gets close enough to hurt her. That's what I can do. That's all I have. It's enough. Chapter 7. The Mark of the Mother. Morning comes gray and we're both starving. Alexia's ankle looks worse, more swollen. The purples spread up her calf. Can you walk? I ask. Have to. She stands, tries to put weight on it. Her face goes white, but she doesn't fall. Give me your pack, I say. I can carry it. Alexia. She hands it over. Doesn't argue. That's how I know it's bad. We walk slow. Her limping, me carrying both packs. The landscape's changing again. Less farmland, more hills, trees coming back. Different kind of trees, though. Twisted. Their branches grow upward instead of out, like they're trying to catch something falling from the sky. Wrong direction, Alexia says after an hour. What? Trees, they're growing wrong. Roots should go down. These are... She stops. Points. I follow her finger. There's a tree. Old oak, maybe, with its root system completely inverted. Roots growing up into the air like branches. Actual branches buried in the ground. What the hell, I say. Mutation, something in the soil or the ash. She limps closer. I've heard about this. From before. Trees near the original outbreak site started doing this. People thought it was artistic, like nature adapting. And 2 weeks later, those people were infected. Something about the root system. It distributes spores, or pheromones, I don't know, but these trees are wrong. We back away from the inverted oak. Keep walking. Every tree we pass is similar. Roots up, branches down, the whole forest is upside down. Alexia's moving slower. Each step is taking longer. Her breath's coming short. We need to stop, I say. Can't. Have to keep. She stumbles. I catch her before she falls. That's it. We're stopping. Kneel. We're stopping. I lower her to the ground. She doesn't fight. Just sits there, breathing hard. Her face is pale, sweating despite the cold. I check her ankle. The swelling's hot to touch. Infected maybe, or just badly sprained. Either way, she can't walk on it anymore. I'll scout ahead, I say. Find shelter. You stay here. Don't leave me. The way she says it, flat, matter-of-fact, makes my chest tight. I'm not leaving. I'm scouting. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. She doesn't look convinced, but nods anyway. I leave the packs with her. Take just my knife. The forest is quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no insects, just wind through those wrong-way trees. I find what I'm looking for about a quarter-mile ahead. Old ranger station, mostly intact, surrounded by those inverted trees, but the structure itself looks solid. I'm heading back to get Alexia when I see it. Body on the ground. Fresh, maybe a day old. The skin's marked with something. I crouch for a better look. Spiral pattern. Burned into the chest. Precise. Deliberate. Like someone took a brand and I hear a twig snap behind me. I spin. 3 figures standing between the trees. Human-shaped. Moving wrong. Their heads tilt in unison. Collectors, that's what Cap called them. Mother's hunters. I run. They follow. Fast. Too fast. I'm dodging between inverted trees, jumping root systems, trying to lose them. But they're gaining. I burst back into the clearing where I left Alexia. She's standing. Rifle up. She sees me and her eyes go wide. Down, she shouts. I drop. She fires over my head. Once, twice, 3 times. 1 collector falls. The other 2 keep coming. I'm back on my feet. Knife out. The first collector reaches me and I duck under its swing, come up inside its guard, drive the knife into where kidneys should be. It doesn't slow down. Alexia shoots it in the head. It drops. The third collector stops, stands there watching us. Its head tilts, then it speaks. You are marked. We're not marked, Alexia says. Not yet. It smiles. Wrong angle. Too wide. But the mother knows you now. She has tasted your path. You cannot hide. What does that mean? I demand. It means you walk toward her, like all the others, like moths to light. The collector's smile gets wider. The tree awaits. The tree is hungry. The mother will welcome you with open mouth and swallow your names. Then it turns and walks back into the forest, just leaves. Doesn't attack, doesn't chase, just delivers its message and goes. Alexia lowers her rifle. What the fuck was that? I think we just got an invitation. To what? To Memory Tree, or whatever they're calling the feeding ground. I show her the body I found, the spiral brand on its chest. She crouches beside it, examines the mark. This is fresh, she says. Still warm. I know. This person was alive maybe 6 hours ago. I know. She stands. Sways. I catch her arm. We should go back, she says. Turn around. Head south. East. Anywhere but north. Your ankle's infected. We need shelter, medicine, rest. So we find it somewhere else. Where? We're in the middle of infected forest with inverted trees and collectors who apparently know our names now. South doesn't help. East doesn't help. The only thing ahead is this Memory Tree place, and at least that's shelter. Shelter full of people who brand their victims and serve them to something called the Mother. Maybe. Or maybe it's exactly what the rumors say. Sanctuary. Trade. People surviving together. She laughs. Bitter. You don't actually believe that. No, but I believe we don't have other options. She looks at the body, at the spiral brand, back at me. Cap told us. He said Memory Tree was a feeding farm. He knew, and he told us, and we kept walking north anyway. Cap's dead. Yeah, he is, because we left him. There it is, the thing we haven't said out loud, the guilt we've been carrying. We couldn't have saved him, I say. We didn't try. We would have died trying. Maybe that would have been better. I don't have an answer for that. Don't know if there is an answer. Alexia picks up her pack, slings it over her shoulder, winces but doesn't stop. Fine, she says. We go north. We walk into the trap, but when this goes wrong, and it will go wrong, don't act surprised. Deal. We start walking, her limping, me watching the trees for more collectors. Every shadow looks like a threat. Every sound could be them coming back. The ranger station I found is still there, still empty. We barricade the door, check for exits. Only one. Not ideal, but better than being exposed in the forest. Alexia collapses on the floor, immediately starts unlacing her boot. Help me, she says. I kneel beside her. Ease the boot off. Her ankle's worse than this morning. The swelling's reached her calf. The skin's hot and tight. This needs antibiotics, I say. Where exactly are we going to find Memory Tree? If it's real. If they have medical supplies. If. Yeah, if. She leans back against the wall, closes her eyes. We're going to die there. Probably. You're okay with that? I think about the collector's words. The mother will welcome you with open mouth. Think about Cap bleeding out, about my sister's voice coming from a hollow, about every choice that led here. No, I say, but I'm okay with trying. Alexia opens her eyes. You promise something. What? If they try to brand me, if I'm about to become livestock, you end it. You don't let them turn me into that. She points at the door, at the forest beyond where the branded body lies. Promise me. Alexia, promise. I promise. She nods, closes her eyes again. Good. We rest in the ranger station until evening. Then we keep walking. North. Always north. Toward Memory Tree. Toward the mother. Toward whatever's waiting. Behind us, I swear I can still hear the collector's laughter echoing through the upside-down trees. Chapter 8. Broken Box Reprise. Morning and Alexia can barely stand. Her ankles swollen past the point where the boot will fit. She's wrapped it in torn shirt fabric, but that's not helping. Just holding it together. I can carry you, I say. You can't. I can try. Neil, you're exhausted. You're starving. You can barely carry the packs. She's right. My hands are shaking from hunger. Haven't eaten in 2 days. Given everything to Alexia. She doesn't know. Won't tell her. Then we wait, I say. Rest another day. We don't have another day. That collector marked us. They know where we are. So we hide better. They'll find us. You know they will. She's right about that too. We pack up. Slow process. Everything hurts. Alexia leans on me while we walk, her weight pressing down. Each step is harder than the last. The forest thins. We emerge onto what used to be a highway. Overpass collapsed in the middle. Cars frozen in permanent gridlock. Ash piled thick on windshields. There, Alexia says. Points. Figure ahead. Standing on the overpass. Man, maybe 60. Paramedic patch on his jacket. My heart stops. Cap? That's not Cap, Alexia says immediately. But different person, get different jacket, just looks similar. She's right. As we get closer, I can see the differences. This man's taller, bearded, Asian features. Nothing like the Cap we left behind. But the jacket, the patch, the way he's standing, all of it's familiar. You two look like hell, the man says when we're close enough. We're fine, Alexia replies. Liar. He's looking at her ankle. That needs antibiotics, maybe surgery. You a doctor? Paramedic, before. He digs in his pack, pulls out a bottle, amoxicillin. 3 left. I'll trade you for help. What kind of help? Need someone to haul supplies. Hospital wing 2 miles west. Same deal as always. You help, we split what we find. I look at Alexia. She's pale, sweating. The infection's spreading. Deal, I say. Cap, this Cap, not our Cap, leads us off the highway, through a neighborhood that's mostly collapsed, to a hospital that's still partially standing. 3rd floor, he says. ICU. Patients are wired to life support. Don't touch anything. We've done this before, Alexia mutters. Then you know the drill. We take the stairs, each floor worse than the last. By the time we reach the 3rd floor, Alexia's leaning heavy on my shoulder. Her breathing's labored. The ICU doors are marked, biohazard symbol, quarantine warnings, all ignored. Cap pushes through. 6 beds, all occupied, all wired. Monitors beeping steady rhythms. The patients, infected but still patients, are motionless. Waiting. Medical cabinets in back, Cap says. Quiet. Careful. Same rules as always. Alexia moves toward the cabinet. I stay at the door. Watch the hallway. Watch the beds. One of the patients twitches. Just a finger, but enough. Cap, I say quietly. I see it. He's moving away from the beds, toward the door. Smart. Alexia's at the cabinet, loading supplies into the bag Cap gave us, moving too fast, making noise. Another patient twitches, then another. The monitors start beeping faster. We need to leave, I say. Almost done, Alexia hisses. The 3rd patient sits up, eyes open, milky white, looking directly at us. Now, Cap says. Alexia grabs the bag, turns. Her ankle gives out, and she stumbles into an IV pole. It goes over with a crash. Every monitor screams. All 6 patients sit up, open their mouths. That chorus sound fills the room. We run. Hallway, stairs, more patients emerging from rooms. The whole ward's waking. Cap's ahead. He knows the way. Taking corners sharp, we follow his light because the alternative is darkness, filled with infected. Ground floor, service exit ahead. Cap reaches it first, pulls the door. It's blocked, collapsed beam, can't open. Basement, Alexia gasps. We pivot, down the stairs. The patients are behind us, pouring into the stairwell, their sounds echoing, multiplying. Basement's a maze. Pipes, darkness, the smell of standing water. Cap leads us through turns I couldn't recreate if I tried. We reach a boiler room. Cap slams the door, leans against it. That won't hold, he says. Where's the exit? Alexia asks. There isn't one. This was a bad call. My fault. The door shudders. Bodies hitting it from the other side. Window, I say. Point to a high window, barely big enough to fit through, but possible. You first, Cap says to Alexia. She doesn't argue. I boost her up. She crawls through, falls on the other side. I hear her land, hear her groan. You next, Cap says to me. What about? I'll be right behind you. The door splinters, an arm reaches through, gray skin, wrong angles. Go, Cap shouts. I climb, squeeze through the window, drop into an alley. Alexia's on the ground, trying to stand, failing. Cap, I shout back through the window. No response. Cap! The sound from inside the hospital changes, screaming. Then silence. I stare at the window, waiting for Cap to appear, waiting for him to follow. He doesn't come. Neil, Alexia says, we have to move. He's gone. If he was coming, he'd be here. She's right. I know she's right, but I can't stop staring at that window. Something drops through. Small object. Lands in the ash. I pick it up. Music box. Cracked worse than before. Blood on the edges. He wanted you to have it, Alexia says quietly. How did he? Must have taken it from your pack. While we were walking, before we went in. I turn the box over. The back panel's loose now, hanging by one hinge. I can see inside. See the note folded between the gears, but I can also see past it, into the empty boiler room window, where Cap isn't coming back. I put the box in my pocket. Help Alexia stand. The supplies, she says. We dropped them. Shit. Yeah. We limp away from the hospital. Each step is agony. Alexia's ankles giving out every few feet. My hands won't stop shaking. That was the second Cap, I say after a while. I know. Same name, same job, same deal. We left him too. I know. How many more Caps are there? I don't know, Neil. I don't know. We make it 3 blocks before Alexia collapses completely. Just goes down. Can't get back up. I kneel beside her. And she's burning up. Fever. The infection's taking hold. I need the music box, she says. What? The note inside. Read it. Alexia, you need to read it. Now. Before. She doesn't finish. I pull out the box, pry open the back panel completely. The note falls into my hand. It's small, child's handwriting, my sister's handwriting. I unfold it. Neil, don't be sorry. It wasn't your fault. I love you. Keep the music. MM, her initial, not her name, because I can't remember her name anymore. Can't remember what her voice sounded like when it wasn't being mimicked. Can't remember anything except the feeling of her hand slipping from mine. I fold the note, put it back in the box, close the panel. What did it say? Alexia asks. Forgiveness. Good, you need that. I help her stand. We keep walking. Don't know where. Just away. Away from the hospital, from Cap, away from everything. By evening we find an overturned school bus. Shelter enough. We crawl inside. Alexia collapses immediately. I try to splint her ankle, try to clean the infection, but I don't have supplies, don't have medicine, don't have anything except a broken music box and a note telling me to stop being sorry. We're not making it to Memory Tree, Alexia says. Yes, we are. Neil, be realistic. I am being realistic. We've made it this far. We keep going. Why? Because stopping means dying here, and I'm not ready to die here. She laughs. Weak. You're stubborn. Yeah. It's going to get us trapped. Probably. She closes her eyes. Wake me when it's time to move. I sit against the opposite wall, pull out the music box, look at the mechanism, the bent gears, the note nestled inside. Cap, our Cap, the first Cap, told me to remember why we run. I wind the box. This time the mechanism catches. Plays one full rotation. Cassera, Sarah. Whatever will be, will be. Then it jams again. But that one line, that's enough. I put the box away. Watch Alexia breathe. Count the rhythm. Make sure it stays steady. Outside, the ash keeps falling, the city keeps dying, and somewhere north, Memory Tree is waiting with open mouth. But we're still here, still breathing, still moving forward. That has to count for something. Chapter 9, The Promise of Roots. 3 days since the hospital. Alexia's fever broke on day 2, but she still can't put weight on her ankle. We've been moving slow, too slow. But moving, the landscape's changed again. Hills now, steep ones, trees everywhere. But these are different from the inverted ones. These are growing normal, green even. First real green I've seen in months. That's not possible, Alexia says when she sees them. What? Trees, green trees. Nothing grows green anymore. The ash. Maybe the ash doesn't reach here. The ash reaches everywhere. But she's wrong, because ahead, visible through the tree line, is an office tower. 40 stories maybe. And growing through it, breaking through windows and walls, is a tree. A real tree. Massive, old growth, with leaves that are actually green. That's it, Alexia whispers. That's Memory Tree. How do you know? Because nothing else makes sense. We approach slow. The building's mostly collapsed, top 20 floors gone, but the bottom half is intact, and the tree growing through it is bigger than any tree I've ever seen. Its trunk is maybe 30 feet across, branches spread out through broken windows. Roots visible where the foundation's cracked. There's a door, regular office door, intact. A sign above it, Sanctuary. Trades welcome, bring memories. This is a trap, I say. Obviously. We're going in anyway. Obviously. The door's unlocked. Opens into a lobby that's been maintained. Swept, no ash, no debris, just empty space and the sound of dripping water somewhere distant. There's a desk. Someone sitting behind it. Young woman, maybe 25. She looks up when we enter. Names, she says. Neil. This is Alexia. Memories you're trading? We're not trading. We need medical supplies. Antibiotics. The woman looks at Alexia's ankle, nods. Medical costs 2 memories, her choice which ones. She's not trading memories. Then she doesn't get medical. We'll work, scavenge, haul, whatever you need. Everyone works. That's baseline. Medical costs extra. The woman pulls out a form. Actual paperwork. Like, this is a normal transaction. 2 memories. Non-negotiable. Alexia grabs my arm. It's fine. It's not fine. Neil, I need antibiotics or I die. Those are the options. There are always other options. Name one. I can't. She's right. We're out of options. 2 memories, Alexia says to the woman. I choose which. Of course. Chairs over there. The woman points to a side room. Doctor will harvest them. Painless. Takes about 10 minutes. Harvest. Like memories are crops. Alexia limps toward the room. I follow. The woman doesn't stop me. The room's small. Medical chair in the center. Equipment I don't recognize, and a man in a white coat. He smiles when we enter. Alexia, yes? Have a seat. She sits. He straps her in. Not rough. Almost gentle. Like this is routine. Which 2? He asks. My first guitar lesson, Alexia says, and the time I tried to dye my hair and it turned orange. Excellent choices, peripheral memories, won't affect core identity. He's attaching electrodes to her temples. This might tingle. Wait, I say. How does this work? Neural extraction. We isolate the specific memory pathway, copy the engram, and transfer it to crystalline storage. The original memory remains intact, but access is severed. She'll know the memory existed, but won't be able to recall it. And if something goes wrong, nothing goes wrong. We've done this hundreds of times. He flips a switch. The machine hums. Alexia's face goes blank. Her eyes lose focus. Alexia, she doesn't respond. The machine hums louder. A drawer opens on the side. 2 small crystals appear, glowing faint blue. There, the doctor says, all done. He unstraps her. She blinks, looks around. How do you feel? I ask. Fine. Little dizzy. Did it work? Tell me about your first guitar lesson. She opens her mouth, closes it, frowns. I can't. I know I had one. I remember walking to the lesson, but the actual lesson is just blank. That's normal, the doctor says. The association pathways remain, just the core memory is gone. He hands the crystals to the woman at the desk. She labels them, files them in a cabinet. Your antibiotics, she says, handing Alexia a bottle. Course of 10 days. Don't skip doses. Alexia takes the bottle, stares at it. That's it? That's the trade? That's the trade. We leave the medical room, walk back through the lobby. Neither of us talks. Outside, the green tree looms. Its branches are full of fungi, growing in clusters, some glowing, some pulsing, all of them alien. We should go, I say. Where? Anywhere. This place is wrong. This place has medicine and food and people who aren't trying to eat us. This place harvests memories. So, I'm alive. That's what matters. She's walking toward the tree. Drawn to it, I follow because what else am I going to do? There are platforms built into the branches, rope bridges connecting them, people moving between levels, maybe 30 people, maybe more. All of them look hollow, like they're going through motions without thinking. Kneel, Alexia says. Look. She's pointing at the trunk. There are names carved into it. Hundreds of names. And next to each name, a number. How many memories they've traded, I realize. Some numbers are single digits. Some are in the hundreds. This is a farm, I say. Cap was right. They're farming people for memories. Or they're surviving, pooling resources, trading what they have for what they need. You can't actually believe. I don't know what I believe anymore. She starts climbing, up a ladder built into the trunk. I follow. My legs shake. Haven't climbed this high in years. Since before. We reach a platform maybe 40 feet up. There's a door here, leads into the building proper. Inside is a room, furnished, bed, table, window overlooking the forest. This could be ours, Alexia says. We stay, work, trade when necessary, live. Live as what? Prisoners? Survivors. I look out the window. The forest stretches forever, green and wrong and impossible. And somewhere in it, collectors are still hunting. Hollows are still singing. The mother is still waiting. I can't do this, I say. Can't do what? Stay here. Let them take pieces of you until there's nothing left. Then what's the alternative? We leave. Keep walking. Find something else. There is nothing else. This is it. This is as good as it gets. She's probably right. This is probably the best we're going to find. But looking at her face, at the blank spot where her guitar lesson used to be, I can't accept it. 2 weeks, I say. What? Give me 2 weeks. Let your ankle heal. Rest, eat real food. Then we leave. We find another way. There is no other way. 2 weeks. If I can't prove it, we stay. Deal? She looks at me for a long time, then deal. We shake on it. Her hand's cold. Or maybe mine is. Hard to tell. That night we sleep in the room they gave us. Actual bed. Soft, almost too soft. I can't sleep. Keep thinking about those crystals, about memories stored in drawers like files. Alexia's asleep next to me. She took her first antibiotic an hour ago. Already looks better, color coming back. I pull out the music box, the note's still inside. I read it again in the dark. Don't be sorry. It wasn't your fault, but it was my fault. I dropped her hand, I ran. I survived and she didn't. Tomorrow I'll start looking for a way out. A way to prove we don't need memory tree, that we can survive without trading pieces of ourselves. But tonight I just lie here, watch Alexia breathe, count the rhythm, make sure it stays steady. Because losing her memories of guitar lessons might not seem like much, but it's a start, and starts lead to more, and more leads to nothing. I won't let her become nothing, I promise. Chapter 10. Point of no return. 2 weeks becomes 3 days. That's how long it takes for everything to fall apart. Day 1. We explore memory tree. The lower levels are living quarters. The upper levels, accessible only by rope bridges, are restricted. Guards posted, not aggressive. Just present, watching. People here are friendly enough, offer food, conversation, work assignments. Everyone has a job, scavenging, farming fungi, maintaining infrastructure. It's almost normal, almost like society never collapsed. But every person we meet has that same hollow look, like they're performing being human instead of actually being human. Day 2. Alexia's ankle is healing. The antibiotics are working. She can put weight on it without wincing. That's good. But she's also talking about staying, really staying, trading more memories for better housing, for safety. What's safety worth? I ask. Everything. Even yourself? If there's no self left to protect, what am I protecting? I don't have an answer. Day 3, the radio broadcast. 50 people gathered. The woman from the desk, her name's Mary, stands on a platform. She's holding an old shortwave radio. Speaker crackling. Announcement from Memory Tree Central, she says. All residents, new arrivals, please report for intake. Trading opportunities available for premium accommodations. The radio crackles, then a voice. Female. Layered. Wrong. Welcome, children. Welcome to Sanctuary. Bring your untainted memories. Bring your pain. Let the mother swallow your suffering. Let the tree grow from your sacrifice. The mother. They're broadcasting her. Each memory surrendered is a seed planted. Each seed becomes shelter, food, safety. All we ask is your past. Your future is guaranteed. The broadcast ends. Mari turns off the radio. Questions? She asks the gathered crowd. A man raises his hand. What's untainted mean? Memories that haven't been corrupted by consumption. If you've eaten infected, your memories are tainted, less valuable, but still accepted. I look at Alexia. She's listening intently. Calculating. How many memories for permanent housing? Someone asks. 50. For a private room with amenities. For food rations? 10 per month. Medical? 2 per emergency. 5 for preventative care. People are nodding. Taking notes, like this is normal, like selling pieces of your identity for basic survival is just economics. I grab Alexia's arm, pull her aside. We're leaving, I say. When? Tonight. Neil, did you hear that broadcast? They're not helping people, they're harvesting them. Every memory you give them makes you less you and more them. So what? At least I'm alive. Are you? Are you really alive if you can't remember who you were? She pulls her arm free. I remember enough. For now. But what about after 50 memories? 100? At what point do you stop being Alexia and start being just another hollow face in the crowd? At least I'll have a crowd. At least I won't die alone in a forest because I was too stubborn to accept help. This isn't help. This is consumption disguised as charity. She's about to respond when Mari approaches. Neil? Alexia? The mother would like to meet you. My stomach drops. Why? She meets all new arrivals personally. Standard procedure. Nothing to worry about. We haven't traded anything except medical, Alexia says. Doesn't matter. Mother likes to welcome people. Make sure they're settling in. Mari smiles. It doesn't reach her eyes. Follow me. We follow. Up the rope bridges. Higher into the tree. Past the guards. Into levels we haven't seen before. The platforms here are different, nicer. Furniture that looks pre-outbreak. Running water, electricity even. How they have electricity, I don't know and don't ask. Mari leads us to a door. Knocks. 3 times. Specific rhythm. Enter, a voice says from inside. The voice is layered. Multiple voices overlapping. All female, all wrong. Mari opens the door, gestures us inside. The room's huge, takes up an entire floor. And in the center, sitting in a chair made of living wood, is the mother. She's maybe 50. Dark hair, green-tinged skin. Her eyes are silver, not gray. Silver, like mirrors. Neil? Alexia. Welcome. Her voice comes from everywhere at once. Not just her mouth. The walls, the floor, the tree itself. Sit. Please. There are chairs. We sit. Don't know what else to do. You're wondering why I asked to see you, the mother says. Yes, I manage, because you're special, both of you. Alexia, you've never consumed, not once. Your memories are pristine, valuable. We could use more people like you. I'm not trading more, Alexia says. Not yet, but you will. Everyone does eventually. The mother turns to me. And Neil, you've consumed many times. Your memories are tainted, but your resistance, your unwillingness to, so that's interesting. Valuable in its own way. We're leaving, I say. Are you? She leans forward. Leaving to go where? Back to the city, full of infected and collectors and hollows? Back to scraping and starving and watching each other die slowly? Better than staying here. Is it? Tell me, Neil. What memories have you lost? What pieces of yourself are already gone? I don't answer. Can't. Your father's laugh, your mother's cooking, your sister's name. Am I close? How do you... Because I've eaten them. Like, the room goes cold. I've eaten all of you, the mother continues. Every person who traded here, every memory harvested. I consume them, store them, become them. I am hundreds of people now, thousands maybe. All their joy, all their pain, all their identity flowing through me like blood. Alexia's hand finds her knife. You're saying you ate Neil's memories? His actual memories? Not his specifically, but similar ones. Father laughs. Mother cookings, sister names. They all taste the same after a while. Grief flavor, loss flavor. That's what you're made of. Grief and loss and the desperate desire to feel something else. So you harvest that, I say. Feed on it. Grow your tree from other people's pain. I give them relief. They trade pain for peace, memory for security, past for future. It's symbiotic. It's parasitic, she smiles. Her teeth are green, perhaps, but parasites and hosts often can't survive without each other. This tree protects you, feeds you, shelters you. All it asks is that you let go of suffering. How is that evil? Because suffering is part of being human, Alexia says. Without it, we're just empty, or finally free. The mother stands. She's tall, taller than should be possible. Stay, both of you. Join us. Let the tree grow. Let your suffering become strength for others. Isn't that what you want? To matter? To mean something? We mean something already, I say. Do you? What do you mean, Neil? What purpose do you serve besides surviving one more day? What legacy do you leave besides more corpses and more grief? I stand. We're done here. You can't leave. The mother's voice loses the layered quality, becomes singular, sharp. The collectors have marked you. They'll hunt you, wear you down, bring you back. Everyone comes to the tree eventually. Everyone surrenders. Watch us. I grab Alexia's hand, pull her toward the door. Mari tries to block us, but I push past. Out onto the platform, down the rope bridges, lower. Faster. Guards are moving, converging, but we're faster. We hit ground level. Grab our packs, run for the exit. People try to stop us, not violently, just standing in the way, asking us to stay, begging us to reconsider. We push through, out the door, into the forest, into the ashlight and the cold and the certain death that's waiting. Behind us, the mother's voice follows, projected somehow, echoing off trees. You'll be back. They always come back. The tree is patient. The tree is hungry. And you have nowhere else to go. We run until we can't hear her anymore. Until the tree is out of sight. Until we're deep enough in the forest that nothing can find us. Then we collapse, both breathing hard, both terrified. She's right, Alexia says. We have nowhere to go. Then we make somewhere. How? I don't know, but I know I'm not trading you. I'm not watching you disappear piece by piece into some tree that calls itself mother. Alexia laughs, bitter, exhausted. You're going to get us eliminated? Probably. You're an idiot, definitely. She leans against me, just for a second, then pulls away. 2 weeks, she says. You promised 2 weeks to find another way. I'm holding you to that. Deal. We start walking. Don't know where. Just away. Away from Memory Tree. Away from the mother. Away from the promise of safety that costs everything. My hands in my pocket, touching the music box, the note inside. Don't be sorry. But I am sorry. Sorry I brought us here. Sorry I thought this place could be different. Sorry I don't have a better plan. All I have is motion. Forward. Always forward, because stopping means dying, and I'm not ready to die yet. Not yet. Chapter 11. Frozen Choir. The freeway stretches ahead like a cracked spine, concrete ribs poking through asphalt skin. Alexia's breath puffs white in the air, small clouds that vanish before they can settle. My own breathing sounds too loud in my ears, each inhale scraping frost down my throat. How cold do you think it is? Just, she asks. I don't answer. The thermometer clipped to my pack stopped working 2 days ago, froze solid at -12. Doesn't matter anyway. Cold enough that the hollows went dormant. That's all we need to know. They're everywhere. Standing in the lanes like commuters caught mid-evacuation. Some lean against cars, heads tilted at angles that would hurt if they were still feeling things like pain. Others cluster in groups of 3 or 4, Hands outstretched toward each other, frozen mid-embrace or mid-grab. Hard to tell which. Don't look at their faces, I say. Wasn't planning on it. But she does. Everyone does. That's the thing about the hollows. You can't help checking if you know them. If that frozen woman in the Honda used to bag your groceries. If that man slumped against the guardrail once fixed your car. The wind picks up, carrying ash that settles on their shoulders like gray dandruff. One of them, tall, wearing what used to be a suit, has snow piled on its head. A perfect white dome. Almost peaceful. My stomach clenches. Hollow ache that's been there since yesterday's rat ran out. Alexia's rifle barrel clinks against her pack strap. The sound echoes. Careful, I say. I know. We walk the center line. Yellow paint flaked away to nothing, but the path's still there if you know where to look. Our footsteps crunch on grit and ice. Everything else is silent. No wind in the trees because there are no trees. No birds because there are no birds. Just us and them and the gray sky pressing down like a lid. A hollow ahead tilts forward slightly. I freeze. Alexia's hand finds my elbow. It's just settling, ice shifting. Maybe. Or maybe it's waking up. We give it wide berth anyway, circling around a pickup truck with its doors hanging open. Someone tried to escape on foot. Didn't make it. There's a small shape under the truck's axle that I don't look at directly. My fingers are going numb inside my gloves. The cold's working its way up from my toes, inch by inch, claiming territory. Soon it'll reach my knees, then my thighs. Then, we should have stayed in the tunnels, Alexia says. Tunnels had feeders. At least they were warm. She's right, but I don't say so. Instead, I scan the horizon for smoke, for any sign of shelter, for anything that isn't frozen meat on frozen asphalt. A sound cuts through the silence. Singing. Alexia's hand tightens on my arm. Tell me you heard that. Yeah, it's coming from somewhere ahead. A woman's voice, high and clear, carrying across the empty lanes. The melody's familiar, something my mom used to hum while making kimchi, her hands moving in that practiced rhythm, cabbage and paste, and gone. That memory's gone. Ate it 3 years ago when the starvation got bad enough that infected meat started looking reasonable. But I know the tune. My body knows it, even if my brain's forgotten the name. We need to go around, Alexia whispers. Can't. That's the only overpass for miles. The singing continues. Same verse over and over. No breath between phrases. No human would sing like that. No pause, no variation, just the same notes, cycling endlessly. We creep forward. The overpass looms ahead, concrete pillars holding up a collapsed section of upper deck. The shadow underneath is deep enough that I can't see what's in there. The singing's louder now. I can make out words. Korean words. My mom's words. Kneel. Alexia's voice is tight. We can find another way. There is no other way. I'm moving toward the sound before I've decided to move. My legs carrying me forward while my brain screams to stop. The hollows under the overpass, just visible in the shadows. Female. Middle-aged. Wearing a winter coat that's too big for her frame. She's facing away from us, swaying slightly as she sings. Alexia catches my sleeve. Don't. But I'm already close enough to see the frost coating the hollow's hair. Close enough to smell the rot underneath the cold. Close enough to remember nothing. I remember nothing about my mom except the shape of her absence. The hole where her laugh should be. The blank space where her kimchi recipe used to live. This thing is wearing her voice like a stolen coat. The hollow stops singing mid-word. Turns. Her eyes are milky with cataracts or ice or both. Her mouth opens. My mom's voice comes out. Ha! Hyoka! My old name. The name I stopped using when everyone who spoke it was gone. Kneel, Alexia says. Kneel. Back up. The hollow takes a step forward, then another. Her movements are jerky, joints cracking like breaking ice. But she's awake now. The cold's grip loosening as movement generates heat. My hand finds the knife on my belt. You don't have to, Alexia says. Yeah, I do, because if I don't, it'll follow us. It'll sing my mom's songs and speak my dead name until we're too tired to run. Until we make a mistake. Until the hollow lunges. I sidestep. The blade goes in under her ribs, angled up. There's resistance, frozen muscle, frozen fat, frozen everything. Then the tip finds something soft and the hollow shudders. Her hand closes on my wrist. The taste hits my tongue before I understand what's happening. Copper and overripe banana, the flavor of memory made flesh. My mouth fills with saliva, and I'm biting down before conscious thought kicks in, teeth sinking into the hollow's throat. Warmth floods my mouth. The memory unfolds like origami in reverse. I'm 6. It's raining. Mom's laughing at something Dad said, and her face, her actual face, not the blank space in my head, is lit up with joy. Her cheeks are flushed. There's flour on her nose. She reaches out to ruffle my hair and... gone. I'm on my knees in the snow. The hollow's body is still twitching. Alexia is pulling me back, her hands under my arms, dragging me away from the corpse. What did you do? Her voice is shaking. What did you, Neil, what did you just do? I wipe my mouth. My glove comes away red. Needed the warmth, I say. You ate? She can't finish the sentence. I struggle to my feet. The cold's still there, but it's distant now, pushed back by the furnace burning in my stomach. Infected meat metabolizes hot. That's what makes it worth the cost. Alexia's staring at me like I'm something she found under a rock. It's fine, I say. I can handle it. You lost something. Not a question. Yeah. I lost something. We stand there in the shadow of the overpass, the hollow's body cooling between us. The gray sky presses down. The frozen choir stands silent in their lanes, waiting for the sun to wake them. I should tell her what I lost, should admit that my sister's face, the last piece of her I had left, just got traded for a few hours of body heat. Instead, I start walking. After a moment, Alexia follows. Her footsteps stay 3 feet behind mine. The gap's bigger than it used to be. Chapter 12, The Cartographer's Skin. The body's been here a while. Long enough that animals took the soft parts, long enough that frost got into the cavities and expanded things that shouldn't expand, but not long enough for the tattoo to fade. Is that a map? Alexia asks. Yeah. The corpse is face down in the culvert, one arm twisted behind its back at an angle that makes my shoulder ache in sympathy. The entire back is covered in ink, lines and symbols and coordinates running from neck to waist. Even in death, even frozen, the detail's incredible. M. Kowalski, Alexia reads off the dog tag tangled in the corpse's jacket. Mean anything to you? No. She crouches down, rifle across her knees, studying the map. Her breath makes small clouds that drift across the body. These coordinates, she says. They match what Cap said. Look, there's the tree location. Her finger hovers over a cluster of symbols near the spine. And these marks here, these have to be ventilation shafts, back doors. I kneel beside her. The ink's mixed with something that makes it shimmer faintly in the gray light, like oil on water. We need this, she says. Yeah. Neither of us moves. The map continues down past the corpse's waistband. To get the whole thing, we'd need to... I'll do it, Alexia says. You don't have to. Yes, I do. She unslings her pack, pulls out the bone knife. The handle's wrapped in strips of her old bandana, red and white checks, faded to pink and gray. You can't even look at it. She's right. I'm staring at a point 3 feet to the left of the body, my eyes refusing to focus on what needs to be done. Turn around, she says. Alexia. Turn around, Neil. I do. Face the culvert wall where someone's spray-painted going north in letters 6 feet tall. The paint's dripping down like the words are melting. Behind me, Alexia's breathing changes rhythm, shallow and controlled. The sound a person makes when they're doing something they'll hate themselves for later. The knife makes small wet sounds against frozen skin. Christ, she mutters. It's like cutting leather. I focus on the graffiti. Someone thought north was the answer, thought there was something up there worth walking toward. Wonder if they made it. Wonder if they're one of the frozen things on the freeway now. Almost got it, Alexia says. More wet sounds, then tearing. Fabric or skin, impossible to tell. Done. I turn around. She's rolling up the map. The actual skin, the flesh that used to be M. Kowalski's back, like it's canvas. Her hands are steady, but her face is wrong, too blank. That look people get when they shut off the part of their brain that tells them they're doing something unforgivable. The ink's fading, she says. See, it's already lighter than it was. She's right. The lines near the edges are turning gray, bleeding into the surrounding tissue. UV reactive, I say, mixed with something that breaks down in sunlight. We have maybe 6 hours before it's illegible. She tucks the rolled skin into her pack like it's a normal thing to carry. We should move. Alexia, what? You did good. She makes a sound that might be a laugh. Yeah, I'm a real hero, skinning corpses in culverts. I couldn't have. I know. She cuts me off. That's why I did it. We climb out of the culvert. The wind's picked up, carrying ash and the smell of distant smoke. Something's burning somewhere. Something's always burning. Alexia spreads the map on a flat rock, weighing down the corners with stones. The coordinates near the tree are still clear, but the outer edges are definitely fading, like someone rubbing charcoal off paper. 6 hours, she repeats. Maybe less. So we memorize what we can, and the howl cuts through the air. Not a hollow sound. Hollows don't howl. They sing and whisper and speak in voices they've stolen, but they don't howl. Scent trackers, Alexia says. Shit. She's already rolling up the map, shoving it back in her pack. I scan the horizon with nothing but gray ash and broken concrete. But the howl came from the east, close enough that we could hear individual notes in the call. Another howl answers the first, then a third. They're triangulating. We flayed a corpse, I say. Blood and tissue. Of course they'd smell it. Shut up and run. We run. The ash makes everything slippery. My boots slide on ice patches hidden under the gray powder. Alexia's ahead of me, her pack bouncing against her spine, the map inside probably creasing, probably fading faster with every jarring step. The howls are getting closer. I risk a look back. 3 shapes moving through the ashfall, low to the ground, fast. Mother's hounds, the one she keeps hungry. There, Alexia gasps. That building. It's a warehouse, half collapsed, but the loading dock's intact. We scramble up the concrete ramp, the metal door's been forced open, hanging crooked on its hinges. Inside it's dark, water damage everywhere. The floor's thick with ash that's blown in through gaps in the roof. We need height, Alexia says. We find stairs. Metal grating, rusted through in places. Each step groans under our weight. 2nd floor. 3rd floor. The warehouse opens up into a maze of offices with glass walls, most of the glass now in shards across the floor. Alexia picks an office in the back corner. 2 entrances, both visible from inside. She crouches behind an overturned desk and pulls out the map. Hold this. She hands me her flashlight. I point the beam at the skin. The ink's definitely lighter. Whole sections near the bottom are just ghost traces now. There. She stabs a finger at a junction of lines. Ventilation shaft, north-northwest of the tree, maybe 3 miles. And this notation, see these symbols? Old survey marks. Right, which means we can find this shaft even without GPS. She traces the route with her finger. We follow the highway to this interchange, then cut west through. The howl comes from directly below us. We freeze. Another howl, then the sound of claws on concrete. Alexia kills the flashlight. We sit in the dark, breathing through our mouths, trying to make no sound at all, scratching on metal, the loading dock door being forced wider. Then footsteps, not paws. Feet. Spread out, a voice calls. Male, young. They came in here. Blood trail leads right to the door. Blood? Alexia mouths in the darkness. I look down, my glove, the one I used to wipe my mouth after the hollow, is still damp, still reeking of copper and rot. I must have touched something. Left traces, more footsteps, multiple sets. They're not alone. Check the offices, the voice says. Varga wants them alive. Well, wants the girl alive, the boy she'll settle for pieces of. Alexia's hand finds mine in the dark. Her palm is slick with sweat despite the cold. The footsteps spread out, crossing the warehouse floor. Starting up the stairs. We can't run, can't hide, can't... Alexia presses something into my hand, the map. still rolled up, still warm from her pack. "If I don't make it out," she whispers, "you find that shaft." We're both making it out, Neil. We're both making it out. The footsteps reach the second floor landing. Chapter 13, Bones for Blankets. The bus is on its side in the ditch like a drunk that couldn't make it home. School bus. School bus. Yellow paint flaking off to reveal rust underneath. The emergency exit on top makes a decent entrance if you're willing to drop 6 feet to the interior. I go first. Land on what used to be the left wall, now the floor. Seats jut out at weird angles. There's still backpacks in some of them. Small ones. Kid-sized. "Clear," I call up. Alexia drops through. Lands lighter than I did. Knees bent. Rifle up. Always ready. Even when there's nothing to be ready for. We escape the warehouse. Barely. Alexia created a distraction with an office chair through a window while I crawled out a ventilation shaft too small for mother's collectors. They're still searching the building. We can see the flashlight beams cutting through the broken windows from here. "We can't stay long," she says. "Hour, maybe 2. Let them move on." She nods, shrugs off her pack. Her shoulders sag with relief at the lost weight. I explore the bus while she watches the warehouse. There's a first aid kit under the driver's seat. Most of it's been looted, but there's gauze and a half-empty bottle of expired pain pills. I pocket both. At the back of the bus, someone's made a nest. Blankets and coats piled in the corner. Not recent. The fabric's got that stiff, dried-out quality that says nobody's touched it in months. Maybe years. "Found blankets," I call. "Any bones?" I check under the pile. Yeah, bones. Lots of them. Stripped clean and cracked open for marrow. Some are too small to be adult. Yeah, bring them. I gather an armful and carry them to where she's crouched by the emergency exit. She's already cleared a space on the metal floor, swept away the debris and broken glass. "We're making a fire?" I ask. "We need warmth. You need warmth." She gives me a look. "You're shaking." I am. Haven't stopped since we left the warehouse. The adrenaline's worn off, and now I'm just cold and tired, and my body's remembering it hasn't eaten anything except hollow flesh in 36 hours. Alexia arranges the bones in a careful structure. Kindling made from seat foam. Larger bones on top. She strikes her flint against steel and sparks catch in the foam. The bones start to burn. The smell hits immediately. Not rot, we're past rot, past decay. This is something else. Sweet and chemical and wrong. "Infected bone char," Alexia says, "burns twice as hot as wood." And the smoke? Yeah, the smoke's special. She's not looking at me. Staring at the flames instead, her face lit orange in the darkness. The smoke rises, thick and white. It doesn't behave like normal smoke. It doesn't drift or curl. It hangs in the air like it's got weight, like it's deciding where to go. I breathe it in and the bus tilts. Not physically. The metal stays solid under my feet, but something in my head shifts. Memories that aren't mine start bleeding through. A girl in a red dress, can't be more than 8. She's laughing at something her brother said, and her face, I've never seen this face, but I know it somehow. Know the shape of her joy. Then I'm somewhere else. A man cooking breakfast. The kitchen's small and the window shows mountains I don't recognize. He's humming. Something classical, Mozart maybe. Or Alexia grabs my arm. "Neil, you're dreaming." I'm awake. "No, you're not." But I am. I'm sitting in an overturned school bus watching bones burn while my dead sister... Wait, that's not my sister. My sister's face is gone. Eaten. Lost. I can't remember what she looked like. But this girl in the red dress, it's the smoke, Alexia says. The memories in the bones. When you burn infected tissue, the memories don't die. They just transfer. I'm seeing someone else's memories. Someone who ate someone who once knew a girl in a red dress. The smoke thickens. Now I'm an old woman watching birds. Now I'm a young man stealing medicine. Now I'm a child hiding under a bed while footsteps creak overhead. "Make it stop," I say. "I can't. We need the heat." She's right. The fire's already warming the bus interior. My fingers are starting to thaw, but the smoke keeps coming, and the memories keep flooding. I see a couple dancing in their kitchen, see a dog running through snow, see a classroom full of kids taking a test, see a woman crying in a parking lot, see a man building something with his hands, see Alexia, younger, maybe 18. She's wearing a uniform I don't recognize, and her hair's pulled back tight. She's scared but trying not to show it. Fires everywhere, behind her, above her, and she's running toward it, not away, because there's someone. That's mine, Alexia says softly. What? That memory. That's mine. I look at her, really look. Her face in the firelight is wet. The smoke shows us each other's ghosts, she says, the people we couldn't save. We sit there while the bones burn, watching each other's failures play out in the smoke, her crew dying in the burnover, my sister reaching for me in the evacuation. Back and forth. Her loss, my loss, until they blur together into one shared wound. I couldn't pull her out, Alexia says. The roof collapsed and I had to choose. 3 people I could reach or 1 I couldn't. You made the right call. Did I? I don't answer. Because I made the wrong call. Let go of my sister's hand because I was scared. Ran because running was easier than holding on. The fire burns low. The smoke starts to clear. Outside, the warehouse lights are moving away, searching elsewhere. Alexia shifts closer, not touching but close enough that I can feel her warmth. We should sleep, she says. Take turns on watch. Yeah, but neither of us moves. We sit shoulder to shoulder in the dying firelight, surrounded by the smoke ghosts of other people's memories, and for once neither of us is running. I wake up holding her hand, don't remember reaching out, don't remember her reaching back, but our fingers are interlaced and her pulse beats steady against my palm. Outside something howls, different sound than before, higher pitched, closer. Alexia's eyes snap open. How long was I out? She asks. 20 minutes, maybe less. She listens to the howl. That's not hounds. No. We gather our things in silence. The fire's down to embers now, the smoke's mostly gone, just traces of it clinging to the ceiling like fog. Another howl, then answering calls, multiple voices, not singing, not speaking, just howling. Hollows, I say, a choir. We need to move. I climb up through the emergency exit first. The night's darker than it should be, new moon or heavy clouds or both. The warehouse lights are distant now, but the howling's coming from ahead of us. Alexia pulls herself up. She's still holding the map, checks it in the last of the moonlight. Ventilation shafts that way. She points north-northwest, maybe 4 miles. Through the choir. Through the choir. We drop to the ground and start walking. Chapter 14, A Taste of Sky. Alexia's sick, not injured, not hungry, sick. The kind of sick that means bad meat or tainted water or fungus that looked edible but wasn't. She's been holding it together for 6 hours. Hasn't complained, hasn't slowed down, but I can hear it in her breathing, see it in the way she stumbles over nothing, smell it in her sweat. We need to stop, I say. I'm fine. You're not fine. I can make it. Alexia. She stops walking, sways slightly. Her face in the gray light is the color of ash. It was the fungus, she says, from the tree back at the office tower. I knew it tasted wrong, but we didn't have anything else, and I thought, she doesn't finish. How long ago? Yesterday, maybe the day before, time's blurry. Tainted fungus. The spores work slow but thorough, get into your gut, into your blood, start rewriting things from the inside. Most people turn within 72 hours. Become hollows, become empty, unless they eat infected meat to fight it off. The prions in hollow flesh neutralize the spores, burn them out of your system. But the cost? I have some dried rat, I say. That won't work. It might, Neil. It won't work. You know what I need. She's right. I do know. Have known since I smelled the rot on her breath. There's a pharmacy, she says, 2 miles west. Cap mentioned it. What kind of pharmacy? The kind where a feral pharmacist trades medicine for memories. We walk. Alexia leans on her rifle like it's a cane. Every few hundred yards, she stops to catch her breath. Her skin's got a greenish tint now. The spores are moving faster than I thought. The pharmacy's in a strip mall. Most of the other stores are gutted, but the pharmacy's intact. Bars on the windows, reinforced door. Someone's painted open for business across the front in red letters that drip. You sure about this? I ask. Do we have a choice? We don't. The door's unlocked. Swings open with a cheerful bell sound. Inside it smells like chemicals and mildew. The shelves are mostly empty, but someone's organized what's left. Neat rows of bottles and boxes, labels turned forward. Almost civilized. Hello? I call. Something moves in the back. Shuffling steps. Then a figure emerges from behind the pharmacy counter. Human. Male. Maybe 60, wearing a stained white coat and glasses held together with electrical tape. His eyes are clear. Not hollow, not infected. Just old and tired and maybe a little crazy. Customers, he says. How nice. I haven't had customers in... What day is it? Thursday, Alexia says. Thursday. Yes, Thursday. He smiles. His teeth are yellow. What can I help you with? Antibiotics, antifungals, whatever you've got. Ah, his smile widens. Medicine. Of course, and what are you trading? We have... I start pulling things from my pack. Batteries, canned food, a lighter that still works. He waves them away. No, I don't need things. I need memories. Alexia and I exchange looks. How does it work? She asks. Simple. You tell me a memory. I harvest it. You get medicine. He gestures to a chair by the counter. Please, sit. Tell me about someone you loved. Alexia doesn't move, her hands on her rifle. Or, the pharmacist continues, your friend here could just eat some infected meat. I have plenty in the back, already processed, very clean, would cure the spores right up. No, Alexia says. No, I'm not eating memories. The pharmacist tilts his head. Why not? Your friend here has. I can smell it on him, the metallic tang of stolen thoughts. He's already down that path. That's different. Is it? I step between them. How much medicine for one memory? Depends on the quality. A cherished moment with a parent? Full course of treatment. Your first kiss? Maybe enough for 3 days. The memory of a pet's name? Not even worth my time. What if I give you one of my remaining memories? I ask. Neil? Alexia grabs my arm. How many do you have left? The pharmacist asks. Not many. He studies me. Pushes his glasses up his nose. What can you spare? I think about it, really think. The memories I have left are fragments, pieces of a life that feel more like someone else's dream. There's one that keeps surfacing. Skateboard wheels on asphalt, the click, click, click of bearings, wind in my face. The first time I landed a kickflip and felt like I could fly. My first skateboard, I say, the day I learned to ride. The pharmacist nods slowly. That's good, that's very good. Pure joy is rare. I'll take it. Don't, Alexia says. Neil will find another way, but there is no other way. She'll be hollow by morning if she doesn't get medicine. And I can't. I won't. Watch her forget herself. Do it, I tell him. The pharmacist produces a vial of clear liquid from his pocket, unscrews the cap. The smell is sweet. Burned sugar and something floral underneath. Drink half, he says. It'll separate the memory from your neural matrix. Make it easier to extract. I take the vial, the liquid's thick on my tongue, coats my teeth, I swallow, and the room tilts. The skateboard memory rises to the surface of my mind. I can see it clearly now, feel it. I'm 12. The board's red with black grip tape. My dad's teaching me in a parking lot. He's patient, doesn't laugh when I fall, just says, again, and you got this, and the pharmacist's hand touches my forehead. The memory gets pulled out like a splinter. There's a sharp pain behind my eyes. Then nothing. I'm standing in the pharmacy holding an empty vial. Alexia's gripping my arm so hard it hurts. What did I just lose? I ask. Your skateboard, she says quietly. Your first one. You told me about it once. Said it made you feel like flying. Did I? I don't remember saying that. Don't remember the board. Don't remember... The pharmacist sets a bottle of pills on the counter. Full course. Take 2 every 6 hours until they're gone. Alexia grabs the bottle, swallows 2 pills dry, then 2 more. Those are going to make you sleepy, the pharmacist says. You should rest here. I have a cot in back. We're leaving, I say. Suit yourself. He's already turning away, cataloging his new memory. Probably filing it somewhere with all the others he's stolen. Outside, the sky's darker than it was. Or maybe it's just my perception. Hard to tell what's real when you've got holes in your head where experiences used to be. You didn't have to do that, Alexia says. Yeah, I did. Neil, we keep walking. She doesn't argue, just adjusts her pack and starts moving. The pills are already working. Her steps are steadier, colors coming back to her face. We make it half a mile before she stops and throws up. The medicine and spores coming out in a stream of bile. She wipes her mouth with her sleeve and keeps walking. Thank you, she says. I don't answer. Because what do you say to someone when you've just erased a piece of yourself to keep them alive? What words are there for that kind of math? The ventilation shaft's ahead. We can see it now. A concrete structure rising from the ash like a tombstone, the entrance to Mother's garden, the way in. Alexia checks the map one last time. The ink's almost gone, just ghost traces, but she's memorized what matters. She asks. No. Good. Me neither. We walk toward the shaft together. Chapter 15, The Hollow Feast. The way station's built inside a collapsed shopping mall. You can still see the food court signs hanging crooked from the ceiling. Sparrow, Panda Express, Cinnabon. Names that don't mean anything anymore except as reminders of when eating was a choice and not a calculation. Alexia and I are on the second floor, pressed against what used to be a bookstore wall. Below us, the main floor is lit by chemical glow sticks arranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly. Spiral shapes. Hypnotic. Count them, Alexia whispers. I do. 12 figures moving through the space, all wearing the same symbol painted on their foreheads, Mother's Mark, the spiral that means you belong to her. You're hers to harvest. Where are the captives? I ask. Center court. See the cages? I do now. 4 chain-link structures arranged around what used to be a fountain, people inside. Maybe 20 total. They're not moving much, just sitting or lying down, conserving energy. We need the memory cooler, Alexia says. Cap said it would be in the control room. Where's the control room? Manager's office, 3rd floor. We move through the bookstore. Someone's been using it as a nest, torn pages everywhere. Book covers stripped for insulation. Alexia steps over a copy of Pride and Prejudice with teeth marks in the spine. The stairs to the 3rd floor are blocked by a metal gate, padlocked, but the lock's rusted and when I apply pressure with my knife, it snaps. The manager's office is at the end of a long hallway. Doors closed but not locked. Inside, it smells like formaldehyde and rot. Someone's been working in here. The desk is covered in papers. Charts, diagrams of the human brain with notes in the margins. The memory cooler sits in the corner. It's about the size of a dorm fridge. White metal, humming slightly. The door's sealed with a combination lock. How do we open it? I ask. Alexia's already checking the papers on the desk. Look for anything with numbers. Dates. Codes. We search. Most of the papers are gibberish, scientific notation I don't understand. But there's a sticky note on the underside of the desk lamp. 4 digits. 7823. The cooler opens. Inside it's not food, it's growing things. Pods. Maybe 30 of them. Each one about the size of a fist. They're translucent. I can see movement inside. Root systems. Branching structures. Tree seedlings, Alexia says. She's growing more of them. I reach for one. It's warm to the touch, pulsing slightly like it has a heartbeat. We can't let her spread these, she says. If each of these grows into a tree, the whole continent becomes one big feeding ground. We stare at the pods, at the future mother's building, one where individual minds don't exist anymore, where everyone's memories belong to everyone, or to no one. Hard to tell which. We burn them, I say. We need to see what else is here first. Alexia keeps digging through the cooler. There's notebooks, flash drives, and folded papers that when opened show maps. Maps of the tree. Complete schematics, ventilation shafts, root systems, structural weaknesses. This is it, she says. This is how we kill it. Voices in the hallway. We freeze. The door's still closed, but the voices are getting closer. Multiple people, collectors probably, coming to check on their cargo. Window, Alexia hisses. There isn't one. We're in an interior office. No escape except the way we came in. The door handle starts to turn. Alexia grabs the cooler. It's heavy, but she lifts it like it weighs nothing. Adrenaline giving her strength she shouldn't have. I grab what I can. Papers, maps, shove them in my pack. The door opens. Two collectors, male and female, both wearing mother's mark. They see us, see the open cooler. Understanding crosses their faces. Thieves, the woman says. Then she screams. Not words, just sound. High and piercing and designed to alert everyone in the building. Alexia swings the cooler at her head. Connection. The woman goes down. The cooler cracks but stays intact. The man rushes me. I sidestep, drive my knife up under his ribs. He makes a wet sound and collapses. More footsteps in the hallway. Running. Move, Alexia says. We run. Back through the hallway, down the stairs. The bookstore's full of collectors now. They're between us and the exit. This way. Alexia cuts left, through the mall corridors, past closed storefronts. The cages are visible below. The captives are standing now, watching us run. Free them, someone shouts from a cage. Can't stop, I gasp. But Alexia does. She sets down the cooler, shoots the lock off the nearest cage, then the next, then the next. Run, she tells the captives. Get out. Now. They don't need to be told twice. 20 people pouring out of the cages, some head for exits, others grab weapons from fallen collectors. Suddenly, it's chaos. We use the confusion. Grab the cooler and make for the loading dock. Emergency exit. The door's chained, but the chain's got enough give that we can squeeze through sideways. Outside, the air's cold and sharp. We run into the ashfall. Behind us, the mall is erupting. Screams and gunfire and the sound of breaking glass. We don't stop until we're half a mile away. Collapse behind a rusted van. Alexia sets down the cooler and immediately throws up. The exertion plus the lingering effects of the spores. You okay? I ask. No. But I'm alive. I open the cooler, check the contents. Most of the pods survived. A few cracked, but they're still intact enough to be dangerous. We did it, she says. We actually did it. Yeah, we did. Got the maps, got the intel, know how to find the tree now, know how to kill it, but Mother knows we exist, knows our faces, knows we stole her future. Alexia must be thinking the same thing because she says, she's gonna hunt us now, personally. Let her. Neil, let her come. We know how to hurt her now. We've got her maps, her plans. We can what? We're two people. She's got an army. I look at the cooler, at the pods inside, at the future we just stole. Then we make sure every step costs her. I say, we burn every facility, free every captive, make her regret letting us live. Alexia's quiet for a long moment, then she nods. Okay, she says. Okay, we make her regret it. We sit there in the ash as the mall burns in the distance. Somewhere inside people are getting free, or dying, or both. Hard to know which. Hard to care when you've got your own death sentence hanging over your head. But for now, for this moment, we won. Got what we came for. Lived to walk away. That's enough. It has to be. Chapter 16. What the tree really is. The seedlings are wrong. Not just wrong like this shouldn't exist. Wrong like looking at something through a broken mirror. The shape's familiar, but the details are inverted. Reversed. Alien. We're camped in an abandoned train car. Alexia insisted we stop and actually examine what we stole before going further. Smart. Hard to fight something if you don't understand it. I'm holding one of the pods up to the light. The translucent membrane shows the root structure inside. Except they're not growing down, they're growing up. Or in. Or, that's a brain, Alexia says. What? Look at the shape. That's not a root system. That's a neural network. She's right. Now that she's said it, I can't unsee it. The branching patterns match the diagrams I've seen in salvaged medical textbooks, the way neurons connect, the way thoughts might look if you could see them. The tree grows on human brains, she continues. These pods, they're not seeds in the traditional sense. They're parasites. You plant them in a person's head and they replace the neural tissue, bit by bit. I set down the pod like it might explode. How do you know this? The notes in the cooler, I read them while you were setting up camp. She pulls out a water-damaged notebook, flips to a page covered in diagrams. Look, Mother's been documenting the process. First, the pod roots into the brainstem, hijacks basic functions, breathing, heartbeat. Then it spreads, replaces memory centers, personality centers, everything that makes a person a person. And the host? Still alive, technically, but they're not themselves anymore. They're part of the tree, connected to it, feeding it their thoughts, their memories, their selves. I think about the hollows we've seen, the way they move in unison, the way they speak in chorus. That's not coordination, that's connection, neural connection. They're all plugged into the same network. The tree's alive, I say. More than alive, it's conscious, aware, and it's using human minds as processing power. Alexia closes the notebook. Her hands are shaking. Mother's plan isn't to save humanity. It's to upload humanity and turn everyone into nodes in a giant biological computer. With her at the center. With her at the center. We sit there while that sinks in. The gray light filtering through the train car's broken windows seems dimmer now. Or maybe that's just how the world looks when you realize the promised salvation is actually a cage. The ventilation shaft's on the map, I say, if we can get inside the tree. We burn it from the inside. Alexia nods. Cut off the main route, kill the connection. But these pods, I gesture to the cooler, if we destroy them, we lose any chance of curing you. She looks at me, really looks. Her eyes are clearer than they've been in days. The medicine's working. The spores are dying. I'm not eating these things, she says. Even if they could cure me, I'd rather die than become part of that. Alexia. No. Listen. If we keep these pods, we're carrying Mother's future in our packs. No, we're one mistake away from infecting ourselves or someone else. We burn them, now. There has to be another way. There isn't, she's right. Keeping the pods is too dangerous, but destroying them feels like cutting away our last safety net. What if the medicine stops working? What if the spores come back? We could keep one, I suggest, just in case. No, one pod, hidden, sealed. We don't use it unless... Kneel. She grabs my shoulders, forces me to look at her. You need to hear this. I don't want to be saved if the cost is losing myself. I don't want to exist as a node in Mother's garden. I'd rather die as Alexia than live as a piece of her collective. Her voice cracks on the last word. I want to argue, want to tell her we'll find a cure that doesn't require sacrifice, that there's always another option. But I've seen what the tree does. The hollows aren't dead. They're worse than dead. They're empty vessels being puppeted by something that wears their memories like clothes. Okay, I say, we burn them. We build a fire in the center of the train car, use the notebook pages as kindling, watch as Mother's research goes up in flames, then the pods. They don't burn like wood. They hiss, pop, release spores that glow faintly in the firelight. The smell is awful. Burning protein and something chemical underneath. Alexia throws the last pod in. We watch it char and crack and finally disintegrate. That's it then, she says. No cure, no backup plan, just forward. Just forward. We sit by the fire as the night gets darker. The maps are spread between us, studying them, memorizing the ventilation shaft locations, the weak points in the tree's structure. Here, Alexia points to a junction on the map. This is where the main roots converge. If we can sever this, the whole tree collapses. Maybe. Or maybe it just cuts off the neural connection. Either way, it's our best shot. I trace the route with my finger. 3 miles of tunnel, then a vertical climb, then the root system itself. Guarded, monitored, defended by collectors and hollows and Mother herself. We're gonna die in there, I say. Probably. You okay with that? She thinks about it. Actually thinks. Then nods. Yeah, if we die stopping this, stopping her, that's better than living in her garden. When did you get so philosophical? When I realized heaven's just another word for a really well-organized hell. I laugh. Can't help it. The absurdity of sitting in a train car discussing the nature of consciousness while planning a suicide mission to kill a giant brain tree. Alexia laughs too. Then we're both laughing. Hysterical giggles that echo in the empty train car. We laugh until we cry, until our sides hurt, until the laughter turns back into something heavier. I'm scared, she says. Me too. But we're doing this anyway. Yeah, we're doing this anyway. We fall asleep by the fire. No watches, no turns. Just two people leaning against each other in the darkness, trying to steal a few hours of peace before the war starts. When I wake up, the fire's dead. Alexia's still sleeping. Her breathing's even, healthy, the medicine's working. I check the maps again, memorize one more detail, one more route. Then I fold them carefully and tuck them in my pack. Outside, the wind's picked up, carrying ash and the distant sound of singing, hollows somewhere. Or the tree itself. Hard to tell anymore. We leave at first light. Chapter 17. Footprints in the canopy. The redwoods didn't all die. Some survived, mutated maybe, changed, but alive. We're 40 feet up, walking on aerial walkways someone built between the trunks. Rope and planks, some of it's rotted through, some of it holds. Alexia's ahead of me, testing each board before putting her full weight down. Smart. I'm doing the same but slower. Heights were never my thing even before the world ended. You okay back there? She calls. Fine. You don't look fine. I'm fine. I'm not fine. Every time I look down, my stomach drops. The ground's far enough that falling would mean death. Not might mean. Would mean. The tree canopy's thick up here. Blocks out most of the light. We're moving through green shadows, the smell of rot and growth mixed together, living and dying happening in the same breath. I see something, Alexia says. She stopped ahead, crouching on a wider platform. Her rifle's up. I move carefully forward. Each step a negotiation with gravity. The platform opens into a clearing. Not on the ground, in the branches. Someone's built a structure here, walls made from bark and salvaged metal, a door made from a car hood. Another way station, I ask? Maybe. Or a trap. We approach slowly. The door's closed but not locked. Alexia nudges it open with her rifle barrel. Inside it's dark. Smells like blood and something floral. Not rot. Not yet. Hello, Alexia calls. No answer. We go in. The space is small, maybe 10 feet across. There's a cot, a table, shelves lined with jars full of things I don't want to identify. And standing in the corner, Whisper, the albino kid. Can't be more than 16, wearing clothes that are too big and covered in strange symbols. Their eyes are closed, but I know they're awake. Can see their chest moving, hear the clicking sounds they make. Echolocation. They're mapping the space with sound. We don't want trouble, Alexia says. Whisper opens their eyes, milky white, pupils barely visible. They smile. Then they start singing. Not words, just a melody, high and clear. A lullaby I've heard before, something a hollow sang once, something that might have been from my childhood or someone else's. The song fills the space, makes the air feel thick. Stop, I say. Whisper doesn't stop. They step forward, each movement precise. Inhuman. Alexia brings up her rifle. One more step and I shoot. Whisper stops. The singing stops. The clicking starts again. Then they speak. Not their voice, a woman's voice, middle-aged, refined, mother's voice. Neil, Alexia, I'm so glad you made it this far. She's using them as a speaker, Alexia mutters. Correct, Mother says through Whisper. Whisper is my favorite, so obedient, so useful. What do you want, I ask, to make you an offer? Whisper moves to the table, sits, folds their hands like a child about to say grace. You have something I want, and I have something you want. We don't want anything from you. Don't you? Alexia wants to live, to remember her parents, to not become a hollow. Mother's voice is calm, patient. And you, Neil, you want to remember your sister. I can give that back to you. You ate that memory. I have it, safe inside me. I could return it, let you see her face again. My chest tightens. All you have to do, Mother continues, is give me Alexia's memories. Everyone, her parents, her crew, her name, everything that makes her herself. Pour them into me, and I'll give you back your sister. No, I say immediately. Why not? What is Alexia to you? A stranger you met on a rooftop, someone who's slowed you down, complicated your survival. Wouldn't you rather have your family back? She's not listening to you, Alexia says. Isn't she? The way Whisper tilts their head is wrong. Too mechanical. Neil, look at me. Tell me you haven't thought about it, about how easy it would be to just let her go, take what I'm offering, get your sister back. I have thought about it. Not seriously. Not as a real option, but in the dark moments. The tired moments. When Alexia's sleeping and I'm on watch and the weight of keeping both of us alive feels like too much. Yeah, I've thought about it. I'm not interested, I say. Liar. Mother laughs through Whisper. You're very interested. You're just too stubborn to admit it. Alexia's watching me now. Her face is carefully blank, but I can see the question in her eyes. The doubt. Alexia, Mother says, has already decided to die rather than become part of me. She burned the cure, chose death over connection. Doesn't that seem selfish to you, Neil? She'd rather leave you alone than accept my gift. Shut up, Alexia says. I'm only stating facts. You made your choice. Now Neil gets to make his. Whisper stands, moves toward me. Each step is measured. They stop just outside arm's reach. Take my hand, they say in Mother's voice. Accept the trade. Get your sister back. All you have to do is let Alexia become part of the garden. She won't suffer, won't know she's gone. She'll just be shared with everyone, forever. I look at Whisper's outstretched hand. Small, pale, covered in scars. Then I look at Alexia. She's not looking at me. She's looking at the floor, waiting to see what I choose. No, I say. Neil? I said no. I grab Whisper's wrist, pull them off balance, shove them toward the open door. They don't fall. They're too quick, too graceful. They spin, land in a crouch on the platform edge. Interesting, Mother says. You choose the harder path. Always do. Whisper smiles. Then they step backward off the platform. Gone. 40 feet to the ground. No scream. No sound. Just gone. Christ, Alexia breathes. She rushes to the edge. Looks down. Did they... Their mother's creature. Probably had a rope or a net or something. Or they just died and she doesn't care. Maybe. Hard to know with Mother. Hard to know if the people working for her are willing servants or programmed automatons. We leave the structure, get back on the walkways, keep moving. Neither of us talks about what just happened, about Mother's offer. About my hesitation before refusing. But the gap between us is wider now. 3 feet, then 4, then 5. Alexia's ahead and I'm following, and the distance feels like it means something. The sun's setting when the rope gives way. 1 second I'm walking, the next I'm falling. My hand shoots out, catches the walkway edge, my shoulder screams. The rope that held the plank dangles useless beside me. Neil? Alexia's scrambling back, reaching for me, my grip slipping. The wood's wet, slick with moss. Don't, I gasp. Too far, you'll fall too. Shut up. She's laying flat, extending her arm. Grab my hand. I can't reach. My fingers are going numb. Neil, grab my hand. I swing my other arm up. Miss. Try again. My palm slaps against hers. She locks her grip around my wrist. I've got you, she says. Hold on. She pulls. I scramble with my feet. Find purchase on the tree trunk. Push up. She drags me onto the platform and we collapse together. We lay there breathing hard, her arm across my chest, my hand still gripping her wrist. You hesitated, she says quietly. What? When Mother offered to trade me for your sister. You hesitated. For like 2 seconds. That's 2 seconds too long, Neil. I don't have an answer for that. I need to know, she says. If Mother makes that offer again, if she gives you the chance to get your family back, what are you going to choose? You. You sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. She's quiet for a long moment, then she nods, stands, helps me up. Okay, she says. Okay. We keep walking. The gap between us closes. 2 feet, then 1, then we're side by side again. It's not forgiveness exactly, more like a decision to trust anyway, to keep moving forward even when the rope might give way. That's all relationships are in the end, trusting the other person will catch you when you fall, or at least try to. Chapter 18. The Silence Between Heartbeats. The tree trunk is hollow. Not naturally hollow, carved out. Something bored through the living wood and made a shelter. The entrance is barely visible. Just a crack in the bark wide enough to squeeze through sideways. In here, Alexia says. I follow. The space inside is warm, warmer than it should be. The wood itself is generating heat. I can feel it pulsing through the walls, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Is this thing alive? I ask. Everything's alive here. She's right. The tree's influence reaches this far. These aren't normal redwoods anymore. They're part of the network, connected underground. Sharing nutrients and information and maybe memories too. We're inside the enemy's body, camping in its circulatory system. Alexia sets down her pack, sits with her back against the curved wall. Her face is drawn, exhausted. We've been walking for 18 hours straight. We should sleep, she says. One of us should keep watch. For what? We're already inside the tree. If it wants us dead, we'll be dead. Might as well die rested. Hard to argue with that logic. I sit next to her. The space is tight. Our shoulders touch. The wood's warm against my back, almost comfortable. Neil? She says. Yeah? I can't remember her name. Whose name? My mom's. I know her face, remember her voice, but her name... She makes a frustrated sound. It's gone. The fungus took it, or the stress, or just time, I don't know. Maria, I say. What? You told me once when we were in the tunnels. You said your mom's name was Maria and your dad's name was Carlos. They died in the first year in this burnover. You wrote about them in your journal. She's quiet, digesting that. Then she says, I don't remember telling you that. You were half asleep. Thought I was someone else, maybe? So you're my memory keeper now? Guess so. She laughs, soft and bitter. That's ironic. The guy who eats memories has to remember things for me. Yeah, the universe has a sick sense of humor. We sit in silence. The tree's heartbeat pulses through the walls, steady, relentless. What if I forget everything? She asks. You won't. But what if I do? What if the fungus comes back and takes more? What if I wake up one day and don't know who I am? Then I'll tell you. How? You don't know my whole life. I'll tell you what I do know, and you can fill in the blanks. Make up new stories if you need to. That's not the same as remembering. No, but it's something. She leans her head against my shoulder. The weight of it is grounding, real. I'm scared, she says. Me too. Of dying? Of forgetting you. The confession hangs between us. I didn't mean to say it, but now that it's out there, I can't take it back. I ate my sister's face, I continue, to stay warm, to survive another day. And now, when I try to picture her, all I see is blank space. I don't want that to happen with you. Don't want to trade your face for a few more hours of body heat. Then don't eat any more infected meat. What if I have to? Then you do, and I'll forgive you, because that's what people do for each other. She almost said something else, something other than people. But she caught herself. We fall asleep like that. Her head on my shoulder, my hand resting on her arm, the tree breathing around us. I dream we're inside the tree proper, the main structure, walking through corridors made of root and flesh. The walls are lined with memory crystals, thousands of them, glowing, pulsing. Alexia's ahead of me, walking toward a figure at the end of the hall. My sister. She's standing there smiling, wearing the red dress from the smoke memory. She looks exactly like I wake up gasping. The trunk's contracting, not quickly, but steadily. The walls are moving inward, squeezing. Alexia. I shake her. Wake up. She comes awake instantly, sees the walls moving. Oh, shit. We scramble for the exit. The crack we came through is narrower now. Alexia goes first, squeezes through with difficulty. Her pack catches. She has to abandon it. Come on, she calls. I push my pack through first, then try to follow. My shoulders jam against the bark. The space is too narrow. Neil? I exhale, make myself smaller, push harder. The bark scrapes my ribs, my chest. Then I'm through, tumbling onto the platform outside. The crack seals shut behind me. We lay there breathing hard. The tree's heartbeat is audible now, louder, faster, like it knows we're here. It was waking up, Alexia says. The trunk, it sensed us. Or the tree told it to kill us. Same difference. She stands, checks herself for injuries. Her pack's gone, but she still has her rifle. The maps are in my pack. We're okay. She's staring at me. What? I ask. Your photo, the one in your journal, of your sister. What about it? It's blank, completely blank. I pull out the journal, flip to the page where I keep the photo tucked. She's right. The image is gone, just white paper, like it was never there. The trunk took it, she says. When we were sleeping, it absorbed the image, pulled it right out of the paper. That's impossible. Look around, Neil. Everything's impossible now. She's right. The photo's gone. The last physical reminder of what my sister looked like. All I have left are other people's descriptions, other people's memories, second-hand knowledge of my own family. I'm sorry, Alexia says. Not your fault. Still sorry. We gather what's left of our supplies. The maps survived. The rifle survived. That's enough. Has to be enough. The biopulse from the tree washes over us. I feel it in my teeth, in my bones. The tree knows exactly where we are. It's been tracking us this whole time. Mother knows we're coming. We keep going anyway, I say. Yeah, we keep going anyway. We climb down from the canopy, back to ground level. The forest floor is thick with roots. Not underground anymore. They're above ground here, writhing slowly like snakes made of wood. We follow the maps, north-northwest toward the ventilation shaft, toward the entrance to Mother's garden. The roots get thicker, bigger. Some are as wide as cars. They pulse with that same heartbeat rhythm, moving nutrients, moving information, moving us toward the center of the web. Chapter 19. Trading scars. The ambush comes from above, child-sized hollows, maybe 10 of them, dropping from branches we didn't check, didn't see. They hit fast, claws out, teeth bared. Alexia shoots 2, I stab a third, but there's too many. One lands on my back, claws dig into my shoulders. I spin, slam it against a tree trunk. It doesn't let go. Alexia's grappling with 2 more, her rifle's gone, she's using her knife, quick strikes efficient. The hollow on my back is climbing, going for my throat. I reach back, grab its hair. It screeches, but doesn't really. It screeches, doesn't release. Then I see the 4th one, smaller than the others, moving toward Alexia from her blind side. She doesn't see it. I throw myself between them. The hollow's claws catch my chest, 4 lines of fire across my sternum. Deep, deeper than they should be. I go down hard. The hollow on my back finally lets go. All of them scatter. Their ambush failed. They disappear into the canopy as quick as they came. Alexia's kneeling beside me. Let me see. The pain's starting now. Sharp and hot. I look down. The claw marks are weeping red. The edges look wrong, discolored. Infected, she says. Yeah. We need to clean this. Now. She pulls out our remaining supplies. Water, gauze, tape. Nothing that will actually fix the problem. The claws were infected, I say. Prion transfer. Don't say that. Look at the edges. See the green tint? That's spore growth. It's already in my blood. She stops, stares at the wound, then at me. How long? She asks. 12 hours maybe, before it reaches my brain. The medicine I took won't work. That was for fungal spores. This is different. Direct blood transfer. Faster. We sit there in the gray light, the reality settling between us like ash. You took that hit for me, she says. Yeah. You didn't have to. Yeah, I did. She pulls out her bone needle, the one she made from infected material, threads it with her own hair. Black strands that shine in the dim light. What are you doing? I ask. Sewing you up. The wound needs to be closed or you'll bleed out before the infection gets you. Alexia, hold still. The needle goes in. I bite down on my sleeve, try not to make sound. Each stitch is fire. She works quietly, efficiently. Her fingers steady despite the tears on her face. When we were in the canopy, she says, Mother offered to trade me for your sister. You said no. Why? Because you're real. She's gone. And I'd rather have something real than a memory that's been eaten and regurgitated by a monster. Another stitch, another line of fire. This is going to scar, she says, big and ugly, right across your chest. Good? Good? Yeah, so I'll remember what I chose, who I chose. She finishes the last stitch, ties it off. Her hair is literally part of me now, woven through my skin, tethering us together. There, she says, you're marked now, property of Alexia. Guess I am. She cleans the blood, wraps the wound with gauze, helps me sit up. The pain's constant now, throbbing but manageable. For now, 12 hours, she says, maybe less. Then we move fast, get to the ventilation shaft, get inside the tree before I turn. Yeah, we pack up, start walking. Every step pulls at the stitches. But I keep moving, because what else is there to do? Stop and die here? Give up? No. If I'm turning into a hollow, I'm doing it inside Mother's garden. I'm taking that infection straight to her heart. Let her deal with one more feral mind in her collective. Alexia stays close, checking on me every few minutes, watching for signs of degradation. How will I know, she asks. When you start to turn. I'll start forgetting. Names first, then faces, then language. Once I can't speak anymore, you should... Don't. Alexia, I'm not killing you. Don't ask me to do that. You might have to. Then I'll decide when that time comes, not before. We walk in silence after that. The forest gets denser, the roots get thicker. We're close now. Can feel it in the air, the weight of the tree's attention. My chest throbs with each heartbeat. The infection's spreading, claiming territory. I look at Alexia. Try to memorize her face, the shape of her jaw, the scar above her eyebrow, the way she walks with her rifle always ready. Just in case. Just in case, these are the last hours I have to remember anything at all. Chapter 20, The Hollow Mother's Embrace. We don't make it to the ventilation shaft. The collectors find us first. 20 of them, coming from all directions, surrounding us. We fight, but it's pointless. They don't want to kill us, just capture. They take our weapons, bind our hands, march us through the forest. My chest is screaming, the infection's spreading faster than I thought. My vision's starting to blur at the edges. How you feeling? Alexia whispers. Great, fantastic, living the dream. Liar. Yeah, I'm a liar. The tree comes into view. It's enormous, bigger than I imagined. The trunk must be 300 feet across. The branches spread overhead like a cathedral ceiling. Roots the size of houses curl above and below ground, and in the center, a doorway. Not carved, grown. The wood has shaped itself into an entrance, almost welcoming. They push us inside. The interior is warm, humid, organic. The walls pulse with that heartbeat rhythm. Crystals grow from the ceiling, memory crystals, thousands of them glowing soft blue. We're in the heart of the network. They take us down, deeper, through corridors that twist and branch like blood vessels. Past rooms full of sleeping figures, captives being processed, converted, hollowed out. Then we reach the core. It's a chamber, massive. The ceiling disappears into darkness. The walls are lined with root structures that look disturbingly like neural tissue. And in the center, sitting in a throne made of living wood, Mother, Dr. Celine Varga, the Hollow Mother herself. She's smaller than I expected. Middle-aged, her eyes are silver, completely silver, no iris, no pupil, just metallic reflection. Kneel, Alexia. Her voice is layered, multiple tones speaking in unison. Welcome home. This isn't our home, Alexia spits. Isn't it? Mother stands, walks toward us. Each step is precise, measured. Everyone has a home in the garden, a place to belong, to be understood, to be part of something greater. You mean to be eaten, I say. Eaten implies loss. She stops in front of me, studies my face, but nothing is lost here. Everything is preserved, shared. Your memories, your experiences, your pain, all of it becomes part of the whole. And the individual, a fiction, an illusion. There is no individual, only the lie that you're separate from everyone else. She reaches out, touches my wounded chest. I flinch. But you're learning that now, aren't you? You can feel the infection, Kinet, the spores rewriting your neural pathways. Soon you'll be part of us, part of me. I'd rather die. You will die. And then you'll be reborn. Better, connected, never alone again. She turns to Alexia, and you, the one who refuses to eat, the one who burns the cure, so stubborn, so determined to stay separate. I'm not becoming one of your puppets. Puppet? Mother laughs, all her voices laughing in chorus. It sounds like wind through leaves. You think the hollows are puppets? They're free. Free from the burden of self, free from the pain of isolation, free from the tyranny of individual consciousness. They're slaves. They're enlightened. Mother walks back to her throne, sits, gestures, and a collector brings something forward. A vial. Crystal. Glowing. Do you know what this is? Mother asks. Neither of us answers. This is Neil's last memory of his sister, the one I took, her name, her face, everything he's forgotten. It's all here, preserved, perfect. She holds it up to the light. Inside the vial, something moves. Organic. Living. I could give this back, she says. Pour it into your mind. Let you remember. All you have to do is join us. Willingly. I stare at the vial, at my sister's stolen ghost. Or, Mother continues, I could consume it myself. Add it to my collection. Your sister would still exist, but as part of me, not you. Don't, Alexia says. Neil, don't listen to. Mother drinks the vial, swallows it in one motion, and then she speaks, in my sister's voice. Hayoka, where did you go? Why did you let go of my hand? My knees buckle. The collectors catch me before I fall. I was scared, Mother says in my sister's voice. I called for you, but you were already running, already gone. Stop, I gasp. You said you'd protect me. You promised, but you left me to them. Stop. My voice merges with my sister's, speaking in unison, the same words, the same cadence. You left me. You left me. You left me. I can't stop, can't separate my voice from hers. We're speaking together, thinking together. My mind is, Neil, Alexia is screaming. Neil, listen to my voice, follow my voice. But I can't hear her over the chorus, over the 100 voices all speaking at once, all my sister's voice, all Mother's voice, all my voice blending together into one scream. I'm disappearing, dissolving, becoming Neil Hayok. Alexia's voice cuts through. Full name, legal name, the name I don't use anymore. I grab onto it. That sound, that specific combination of syllables. That's your name, she shouts. Not Hayok. Not anymore. You're Neil. You're the asshole who abandoned a kid on a rooftop and then spent 3 years hating himself for it. You're the guy who eats memories to survive and pretends it doesn't hurt. You're mine. You belong to me, not her. The voice is quiet, not gone, but distant. I look at Alexia. Really look. Her face comes back into focus. There you are, she says. I'm still me. Barely. Hanging onto identity by a thread. Mother's smiling. Impressive. She pulled you back. But for how long? The infection's still spreading. Soon you won't have a self to pull back to. She gestures. The collectors drag us to the wall. Chain us to root structures. You'll stay here, Mother says. Watch as your minds are harvested, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but memories floating in the garden. She walks away, her silver eyes reflecting the crystal light. We hang from the roots, Alexia beside me, both of us chained, both of us waiting. Hey, she says, hey. We tried. Yeah, we tried. Any regrets? I think about it, really think. Just one, I say. I wish I'd told you earlier that you're more than cargo, more than a project. I know, she interrupts. I know what I am to you. You don't have to say it, but I want to. Before I forget how. Your family, I say. You're the person I chose, the person worth losing everything for. She's crying now. Quiet tears. Your family too, she says. You idiot. We hang there in the tree's heart, waiting for the end, waiting for the harvest to begin. Chapter 21, Rootbound. The sap tastes like copper and mint. Wrong combination. My mouth knows it shouldn't work, but my body's drinking it anyway because the alternative is turning into furniture. I'm cocooned. That's the word. Wrapped in something that used to be wood but decided to get ambitious. The veins pulse warm against my skin, warmer than they should be, then cold enough to make my teeth lock. Menthol cold. The kind that burns. Can't see Alexia. Can hear her, though. Her breathing's different when she's scared versus when she's calculating, and right now it's neither. It's the third thing. The one where she's already decided what she's going to do, and she's just waiting for her body to catch up. Neil. Her voice comes from somewhere to my left. Maybe. Directions don't work right when you're inside something living. You awake? Define awake. Can you move your fingers? I try. 3 of them cooperate. Some of them. That's more than yesterday. Yesterday, right? Time's doing that thing where it folds over on itself. I remember the mother eating my sister's voice. Remember becoming the voice for a few seconds, speaking in two registers at once like a choir that forgot how to be separate people. Then Alexia screamed my name and I fell back into just me. Except I'm not sure what just me means anymore when I can't remember what my sister looked like. The root vein around my left arm contracts. Not hostile, more like it's checking if I'm still here. I taste something in the sap that isn't mint or copper. It's memory, not mine, someone else's. A doctor writing notes about her daughter's first word. The memory dissolves before I can hold it. She's keeping us alive. Alexia says it flat. Statement of fact. The sap, it's feeding us. Yeah. So we're livestock. Probably. Silence. The kind that means she's running calculations I can't see, weighing options that all end badly, but some end worse. I've been telling you stories. Her voice shifts closer. The cocoon must have loosened enough to let her move. Your stories, the ones you told me. About the skateboard courier gig, the time you jumped across the gap between the 2 office towers and your board caught on the rebar. I don't remember telling her that, but I believe her. The gaps in my head are starting to outnumber the solid parts. Keep going. My tongue feels thick. The sap wants me to sleep, wants me to stop being a separate thing with separate thoughts. Tell me more. You said the board caught and you fell 12 feet into a dumpster full of packaging peanuts. Said you laid there laughing because you couldn't believe that's how you survived instead of being paste on the concrete. The memory surfaces, faint, like hearing a song through a wall. I was 22. The board had a skull decal that was peeling off. I'd been listening to something with too much bass and not enough melody. The music was shit. I say it just to prove I'm still in here. You never told me what you were listening to. Because it was embarrassing. Tell me now. Pop punk, the kind where every song is about a girl who doesn't know you exist. She laughs. Actually laughs. The sound cuts through the sap fog in my head and I grab onto it. Anchor point. Proof that there's an outside to this cocoon and she's in it. I'm going to get us out. She says it quiet. Not a promise. A decision she's already made. But I need you to stay you. Can you do that? What else would I be? You were humming earlier, in her voice, your sister's. My throat closes. Didn't know I was doing that. Didn't feel it happen. I'm going to keep talking. Alexia's moving now. I can hear her shifting against her own cocoon, testing the seams. I'm going to keep reminding you who you are until we're out, and then you're going to help me burn this whole fucking thing down. The root vein tightens around my chest, not restricting, just aware. The tree knows we're planning something. It's listening through its own body. She offered me a deal. I say it, but stop myself. The sap makes everything feel like confession. Before, when she had me in the mindscape, said she could give back everything I've eaten, every memory, just had to eat. Don't, Alexia cuts me off. Don't tell me what she wanted you to eat, because then I'll know, and knowing will make it harder. I didn't take it. I know. You're still here. The sap pulses again, warmer this time, almost gentle. It wants me to let go, wants me to stop fighting and just become part of the chorus. I can feel the mother's voice hovering at the edge of my thoughts, not forcing, just waiting. Patient. She's got time. We don't. Tell me another one. My words slur. The sap's winning. Another story. You took a job once to deliver a package across the quarantine zone. Said it was stupid money for a stupid risk. The client gave you an address that didn't exist anymore. The building had collapsed in the first month, but you went anyway because you'd already spent the deposit on new wheels. I remember the wheels. Red. Stupid bright red that made me visible from 3 blocks away. I'd loved them anyway. You found the client's daughter instead. She was living in the rubble, gave you half a protein bar and said her dad was gone, but she'd take the package anyway. You gave it to her and she cried because it was a photo album. My chest hurts, not from the root veins, from something else. You never told me that story, I managed to say. You told Cap. I was listening. Cap, right? The music box with his blood on it is somewhere in my pocket. Or it was. Hard to tell what's pocket and what's tree at this point. We're not dying in here. My Alexia's voice goes hard. The calculating thing is back. I need you to trust me on that. Can you? Yeah. Good, because I'm about to do something stupid. The cocoon around me splits. Not all the way, just enough to let air in, real air, not the processed sap breath the tree's been feeding us. I gasp and the sap in my lungs burns coming up. Alexia's face appears above me. Her eyes are wrong, too focused, the look she gets when she's already 3 steps ahead, and those steps involve violence. When I cut you loose, you run. Don't look back. Don't try to help. Just run until you hit a wall and then turn left. There's a maintenance shaft. I saw it when they were dragging us in. What about you? I'll be right behind you. That's a lie. It's a necessary lie. She's holding something. The bone needle from before. Somehow she kept it. Somehow the tree didn't take it when it took everything else. I'm going to sever the primary root cord. It'll thrash. The whole chamber will go haywire. You'll have maybe 30 seconds before it reorients. That's not enough time. It is if you don't waste it arguing. The needle's tip is pressed against the main vein above my cocoon. She's not asking permission. Just telling me the plan so I know where to run. Alexia, you said you'd trust me. I do, but then do it now. She drives the needle in. The vein ruptures and the tree screams. Not sound, something deeper. Every root cord in the chamber convulses at once. My cocoon splits wide and I'm falling, hands scrambling for purchase on something that's decided it doesn't want me anymore. Alexia catches my arm, steadies me. Her face is set in that expression that means she's already said goodbye in her head, and she's just making sure I survive the execution. Run. She shoves me toward the dark, toward what might be a corridor or might be another throat ready to swallow me. Kneel. Run. I run. Behind me the tree is eating itself, trying to seal the wound. Behind me Alexia is moving in the opposite direction, and every cell in my body is screaming to turn around. I don't. Left at the wall. Maintenance shaft, she said left. I hit the wall hard enough to taste blood and turn. There. Gap in the organic matter. Narrow. Barely wide enough for shoulders. I'm halfway through when I realize I can't hear her footsteps behind me. Chapter 22. The Lullaby Bomb. The music box sits between us, still broken, still silent. Alexia's looking at it like it just insulted her entire bloodline. You're serious. She says it flat, no question mark, just acknowledgement that I've lost my mind. It's the only thing that'll work. It's broken. I know. It doesn't play anymore. It will when I'm done. We're in what used to be a server room before the tree decided technology was irrelevant. Cables hang from the ceiling like dead nerves. The floor's covered in crystallized memory, hundreds of them, scattered like rice at a wedding nobody attended. Each one contains someone's last thought before the mother took it. I pick up the music box. The spring inside is bent but not broken. Just needs convincing. Walk me through this again. Alexia's cleaning her rifle. 3rd time since we escaped the cocoons. Her hands need something to do or they start shaking. You're going to fix a music box that's been broken for 7 years, rig it to emit a frequency that shatters memory crystals, and then what? Leave it playing in the tree's core and hope it doesn't just absorb the sound? Not. Hope. No. I turn the box over. The wind-up mechanism is exposed. One of the gears is missing teeth. Mother's weakness is silence. Cap told me that before we lost him. She can't function without the chorus of voices. The vacuum disorients her. So you're going to give her noise? The right kind of noise. The frequency that breaks memory crystals is the same one that disrupts neural synchronization. It's why hollows seizure when they hear certain pitches. Their collective consciousness can't hold. And you know this how? I tasted it when I bit the mother, got a flash of her research notes. She spent years trying to find perfect frequency for linking minds. Found it, but she also found the frequency that shatters the link. Alexia stops cleaning, sets the rifle down. You're telling me you have her research in your head? Fragments, yeah. And you've been sitting on this since when? Since I could think straight enough to remember it. She's quiet. The kind of quiet that means she's recalculating everything, deciding if I'm reliable or if the tree's already halfway through turning me into something else. Show me the mechanism. She says it careful. Testing. Explain what you need. I spread the music box parts on the floor. The cylinder with the pin pattern. The bent spring. The missing gear that I'll have to fabricate from one of the memory crystals because everything else in this room is either too soft or too brittle. The song is Ksera Sera. The pin pattern plays it at a specific tempo. But if I alter the spacing here, I point to the cylinder. And here, I can shift the frequency up by 2 octaves. That puts it in the range that memory crystals resonate with. And the crystals shatter. Right, but it's not enough to just break them. I need the sound to propagate through the entire tree, which means I need an amplifier. Let me guess. You don't have one. I will. I pick up one of the larger crystals. It's the size of my thumb, glowing faint blue. Someone's memory of their first kiss is trapped inside. These things are organic tech. They store information, but they also transmit it. Mother uses them to link the hollow network. If I can wire this into the music box mechanism, it'll broadcast the frequency through every root cord in the tree. Alexia reaches for the crystal. Stops herself. That's not a memory you want to destroy. No, but it's the one that'll save us. There's got to be another way. There isn't. You want to burn this place down? This is how. She picks up the crystal anyway. Holds it to the light. The memory inside shifts, 2 silhouettes leaning into each other under a streetlight that doesn't exist anymore. The image makes my chest hurt in a way that has nothing to do with the root vein scars. Whose memory is it? She asks. Does it matter? To them it did. They're gone. The memory's all that's left. We use it or we waste it. She sets the crystal down, gentle, like it might break if she's not careful. Do it, but don't tell me what you're destroying. That I don't want to know. I start working. The crystal fits into the music box housing with some persuasion. The wiring is improvised, stripped cable from the server room, soldered with heated bone fragments that melt at exactly the right temperature. The smell is like burning hair and ozone. The pin cylinder takes longer. I have to file down 3 of the pins and reposition them using the tip of Alexia's knife as a lever. My hands are shaking. Withdrawal from the sap or fear. Doesn't matter which. Talk to me while you work. Alexia says it quiet. Tell me the plan after we set this thing off. We run. That's not a plan. That's a panic response. Fine. We set the box in the core chamber, wind it up, get to the maintenance shaft before it starts playing. The frequency will take about 15 seconds to propagate through the root network. In that 15 seconds, every hollow in a quarter-mile radius is going to start convulsing, mother included. And then we burn the exit wounds, make sure nothing follows us out. With what fuel? I don't answer. She already knows. Your memories. She says it like an accusation. You're going to eat another infected. Burn your own recall for heat. It's the only thing that burns hot enough. There has to be another way. There isn't. You want me to lie about that? No. She's gripping the rifle again, knuckles white. I want you to stop acting like you're already gone. I'm not. You are. Every time you talk about the plan, it's after we do this, or once it's done, like you're narrating your own funeral. You're not dead yet. Stop rehearsing. The last pin clicks into place. The music box is whole, broken and whole at the same time. I wind the mechanism once, test it. The cylinder turns, the pins catch, no sound comes out, but the crystal starts glowing brighter, resonating. It'll work. I say it to myself as much as her. I know it will. Alexia stands, shoulders her rifle. Because if it doesn't, we're dying in a tree that hums lullabies, and that's a stupid way to go. The walk to the core chamber takes an hour, maybe less. Time's still doing that folding thing where minutes stack on top of each other and collapse. The corridors are narrower here, organic. The walls pulse with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat, and I can't tell if that's coincidence or if the tree's already in my chest. We pass 3 hollows frozen in the walls. Their faces are slack, eyes open, waiting. One of them has Alexia's crew jacket. She doesn't look at it. The cord chamber is exactly what it sounds like, a cavity the size of a warehouse where all the root cords converge into a single mass. The mother's there, center of the room, sitting on a throne made of crystallized memory. Her pupils are solid silver now, no iris, just reflective metal that catches the bioluminescence and throws it back wrong. She sees us, doesn't move. You brought my gift back. Her voice is layered, 3 octaves. My sister's voice is in there somewhere, but it's buried under too many others. How considerate. I hold up the music box. Yeah, thought you'd want it. The one that plays your grief. Yes, I've always appreciated that song. The acceptance of fate. Whatever will be, will be. Funny thing about fate. I set the box on the ground, 20 feet from her throne, close enough to work, far enough to run. It's negotiable. She tilts her head. The movement is wrong, too smooth, like she's being operated by something that learned human gestures from a manual. You think you can unmake what I've built? Sweet child, I've consumed 900 memories. I am a cathedral of selves. You are a single note barely holding pitch. Maybe. I wind the music box, 1 full rotation. The spring catches, holds. But even cathedrals fall apart when you hit the right frequency. The first note plays, not from the box, from every crystal in the room. They start resonating in sequence, a chain reaction. The sound is high, too high. It scrapes against my eardrums and keeps climbing. Mother's face shifts, the smooth control cracks. What did you? The crystals shatter. All of them, at once. The sound is like a frozen lake breaking under pressure, 1,000 tiny fractures happening simultaneously. Mother screams, not her voice. Every voice she's ever consumed. They pour out of her mouth in a discordant flood, and she's clawing at her throat trying to stop them. Alexia grabs my arm. Move. Now. We're running before the echoes fade. Behind us, the tree is thrashing, root cords whipping blind. The whole structure convulsing like a body trying to vomit poison. The maintenance shaft is where we left it. Narrow. Dark. Alexia goes first. I'm halfway through when I hear it. My sister's voice, alone, without the chorus, singing the last verse of Que Sera Sera in perfect pitch. I almost stop, almost turn around. Alexia's hand locks around my wrist. That's not her. I move. Chapter 23, A Memory for a Match. The nursery wasn't on the map. We found it by accident, took a wrong turn in the maintenance shaft, and ended up in a chamber where the walls breathe in unison. There are maybe 40 of them. Infant hollows, curled in cocoons that haven't opened yet, their faces pressed against the membrane. Sleeping. Alexia stops at the entrance, won't go further. We can go around. Her voice is flat, the tone that means she's already compartmentalizing what she's seeing. There's another route. It'll add 30 minutes. So we add 30 minutes. We don't have 30 minutes. You saw the root cords. They're already trying to seal the chamber. Once they do, the music box won't matter. The frequency won't propagate. Then we find another way. There isn't another way. She looks at me. Her eyes do that thing where they're asking a question without words. Asking if I'm really suggesting what she thinks I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm stating facts. The only path forward goes through this room. We can walk around the cocoons. Be careful. Not wake them. Or we can stand here arguing until the tree finishes repairing itself and we become permanent fixtures. I'll go first. I say it quiet. Step where I step. Don't touch the walls. Kneel. We don't have time for the conversation you want to have, so we're not having it. I move before she can argue. The nursery floor is soft, spongy. Each step leaves an indent that fills back in after a few seconds. The cocoons are suspended from the ceiling by root cords. They sway, gentle, like someone's rocking them. One of the infants shifts, not waking, just adjusting. Its hand presses against the membrane and I can see the fingers. 5 of them. Human proportions, except the nails are black and curved wrong. Behind me, Alexia's breathing has gone shallow. She's doing the thing where she counts her exhales to stay steady. 4 counts in, hold. 4 counts out. Firefighter training keeps you functional when the smoke gets thick. We're halfway across when the smell hits. Not rot, worse. It's the smell of something alive that shouldn't be. Organic but wrong, like meat trying to become vegetable and failing at both. Don't breathe through your nose, Alexia says it behind me. It'll stick in your throat. Too late. I'm already tasting it. The smell has weight. It coats the back of my tongue and won't dissolve. 3 more steps. 2. 1. The exit is a gap in the far wall. Natural opening. Not carved. The tree just didn't grow there. Or grew and then changed its mind. I'm through. Alexia's through. We're out. The gap narrows behind us. The tree's already adapting, learning. It knows we were there. How much further? Alexia asks. 2 chambers, maybe 3. And then what? Then we need fire. She stops walking. You're really doing this. You got a better idea? Yeah, we use the fuel canisters from the way station, the ones we took when we freed the captives. They're still in my pack. Those will burn for maybe 5 minutes. We need something that burns hotter, longer. How long? Long enough to seal every root cord in a 50-foot radius. Otherwise, the tree just reroutes, sends new shoots. We burn the exit wounds or we accomplish nothing. And your plan is to eat another infected. Burn your memories for fuel. It's not a plan, it's physics. Memory burns hot. You've seen it. The bone char fires, the sap. Everything in this place runs on recall. Mine's just concentrated. You'll lose more than you burn. You know that. Yeah. What's left to lose? I don't answer, because the truth is I don't know anymore. The gaps are bigger than the solid parts. My sister's name is gone. Her face, the taste of strawberries. My first skateboard. Somewhere in my head there's supposed to be a memory of learning to ollie in a parking lot at 2 in the morning because the security guard was asleep. But when I reach for it, there's just static. I'm down to maybe 10 whole memories. I say it because she deserves honesty. Everything else is fragments, impressions, the smell of something I can't name, the feeling of being happy without remembering why. Then don't burn anymore. We'll find another way. There isn't another way. You keep saying that like repetition will make it true. It won't. Then I'll do it. I'll eat the infected. Burn my memories instead of yours. No. Why not? Because you're at 0. You've never eaten. You said it yourself. You'd rather die than forget your parents. So you don't get to volunteer now. Not for this. That's not your call. It is when you're making it for the wrong reasons. And what are my reasons? Guilt. You think if you sacrifice your memories, it'll balance some equation. Make up for the people you couldn't save, but it won't. You'll just be gone and we'll still be in the same situation, except I'll be carrying you instead of you carrying me. She's quiet. The kind of quiet that means I hit the mark and she hates that I'm right. There's a supply cache 2 chambers over. I keep walking because stopping means thinking, and thinking means realizing how scared I am. Saw it on the skin map before the ink faded. Should have salvage. Maybe something still edible. Edible like rations or edible like infected? Does it matter? It does to me. We reach the cache. It's a pile of miscellaneous refuse that the tree hasn't absorbed yet. Canned goods with the labels peeled off, batteries that don't hold charge, a first aid kit with everything useful already taken. And at the bottom, wrapped in plastic that's yellowed with age. A human heart. Infected. Definitely. The tissue's gone gray-green, the same color as the tree sap. But it's intact, preserved, like someone was saving it for later. I pick it up. The plastic crinkles. Neil, Alexia says my name like a warning. I'm just looking. You're not just looking. I'm assessing. Put it down. In a second. Put it down now. I set it on the ground. Not because she told me to, because my hands are shaking and I don't trust myself to keep holding it. That's not food, she says it careful. That's a door you can't walk back through. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're talking yourself into it. I'm not talking myself into anything. I'm doing the math. We need fire. The only fuel that burns hot enough is memory. I'm the only one here who has memories to spare. That's not sparing. That's emptying. Semantics. It's not semantics. It's the difference between functional and gone. I'll still be functional. For how long? I don't have an answer for that. The truth is, I don't know. The mutants who eat past 50 meals turn into hollows. I'm at 6. Maybe 7 if I count the mother's stolen memory. Eating this heart would put me at 8. Still under the threshold. Still technically human. Except I can feel the slope. The way each meal makes the next one easier to justify. The way the gaps don't hurt as much as they should. Like my brain's already adapting to the absence. Learning to function without foundation. If I don't do this, we don't get out. I say it quiet. We can sit here debating morality until the tree grows over the exit. Or I can eat the heart, burn what I need to burn, and we leave. Those are the options. There's a third option, which is we both walk away right now. Find another route, another tree, another plan. There is no other tree. This is the only one. Mother made sure of that. It's this or nothing. Then we choose nothing. You don't mean that. I do. Because I'd rather die knowing who I am than survive as something that used to be me. She means it. I can hear it in her voice. The same resolve that made her flay a corpse for a map. The same resolve that made her cut the root cord, knowing it would cost her. She's not bluffing. She'll walk away. Leave me here with the heart and the choice. The problem is I can't let her. Go wait at the exit. I pick up the heart. I'll catch up. Neil, I'm not arguing. You don't want to watch this, so don't. Go. She doesn't move. Just stands there looking at me like she's memorizing my face. Like she knows this is the last time she'll see me as the person I used to be. I'll remember for you. She says it's so quiet I almost miss it. Whatever you lose, I'll carry it. You won't be empty, because I'll hold the weight. That's not how it works. Then we'll make it work. She turns and walks toward the exit. Doesn't look back. Doesn't wait to see if I follow through. Just leaves me alone with the heart and the choice I've already made. I unwrap the plastic. The heart is heavier than it looks. Cold. The texture is wrong. Too firm in some places, too soft in others. Like it can't decide what it wants to be. The first bite tastes like rust and grass. The flavor of something that grew in soil that shouldn't support life. I chew because not chewing means thinking, and thinking means stopping. The second bite is easier. The third bite I barely notice. Somewhere in my head a door closes. I feel it happen. A memory of my first skateboard, red wheels, peeling skull decal, just stops existing. The fact that I had a skateboard remains, but the specific board, the weight of it, the sound the wheels made on asphalt, gone. I keep eating. Another door. The memory of my mom's kimchi recipe. Not the taste, just the recipe. The steps she'd recite while cooking, the way she'd adjust measurements without measuring. Gone. Another. My dad's laugh. The specific sound, the way it would catch in his throat when something surprised him. Gone. Another. By the time I finish the heart, I've lost count. But my hands are steady. My breath is even. And when I exhale, the air shimmers. Heat, pure caloric heat radiating from my core. I stand, walk toward the exit. Alexia is waiting there. She looks at my face and something in her expression shifts. Not fear, not pity, something else. Recognition, maybe, of the thing I've become. Did it work? She asks. I exhale again. The air between us distorts from the heat. Yeah, it worked. How much did you lose? I don't know. Does it matter? It matters to me. Then I'll tell you later. When we're out. Promise? Promise. I'm lying. We both know I'm lying, but she lets it slide because right now survival matters more than truth. Right now we need fire and I'm carrying it in my chest. We move toward the final chamber, the one that leads to outside. The root cords here are thicker. Older. They've been feeding the tree since before the outbreak. Cutting them will hurt, burning them will hurt worse, but pain is temporary, and memories already gone. Chapter 24. The Taste of Your Name. The mother's waiting in the core, not on her throne, just standing, center of the room. Her silver eyes track us as we enter, but she doesn't move, doesn't speak, just watches. The music box is still playing, faint, the sounds degraded, the pin cylinders warping from heat and repetition, but it's holding. The frequency's still propagating. The walls are lined with shattered crystals, glass dust everywhere. Each breath tastes like sugar and copper. You survived. The mother says it in 3 voices. Mine is not among them anymore. Small mercy. Impressive. Most who eat the heart lose themselves in the first 10 minutes. But you're still upright, still you. How curious. I don't answer. Talking to her means engaging, and engaging means buying time she doesn't need. We need to end this. Cut the primary root cord, burn the stump, seal the wound before the tree reroutes. Alexia's moving left. Flanking. She's got the bone axe, the one we made from the needle and the music box spring. It's holding together with wire and prayer. One good swing. That's all we'll get. You've been eating memories for fuel. The mother takes a step forward. Her movements are fluid now, not the puppet jerk from before. Like the seizure burned away the awkwardness and left something more refined. I can smell it on your breath, rotting parchment and burnt sugar. You're becoming what I am. Doesn't that excite you? Not particularly. Liar, I can taste your thoughts. You're afraid of disappearing, but you're more afraid of staying. The paradox is delicious. She's right, but I'm not giving her the satisfaction of admitting it. The frequency won't kill me. She says it conversational, like we're discussing weather. It disrupts, scatters. But I've been scattered before. I reformed. I always reform. You'd have to erase every crystal, every echo, every voice I've ever consumed. Thousands of them, tens of thousands. Can you do that? Watch me. I am watching. And what I see is a boy burning himself down to a nub because he believes sacrifice equals virtue. But sacrifice is just waste with better marketing. You're not saving anyone. You're just making the same mistake I did, thinking if you consume enough, lose enough, you'll finally become clean. That's not. Yes, it is. I know because I did it. For my daughter, I ate memory after memory trying to hold on to her, trying to build a space where death couldn't reach. And it worked. But the cost was me. I dissolved. Became the archive instead of the archivist. And now you're doing the same thing, eating yourself trying to save her. She points to Alexia, when all you're really doing is ensuring neither of you survive intact. Alexia is in position now, 3 steps from the primary root cord, but she's not moving. She's listening, and the listening is dangerous because the mother's voice does this thing where it finds the frequency that resonates with doubt. Don't listen to her. I say it to Alexia, but I'm really saying it to myself. Why not? The mother tilts her head. I'm the only one being honest. You think cutting the root cord will kill me? It won't. You think burning the tree will erase me? It won't. I'm already distributed, already threaded through every infected in a 100-mile radius. You're not fighting me. You're fighting an idea. And ideas don't die when you set them on fire. Maybe not, but they shut up for a while. I move. Fast. The heat in my chest flares and I'm across the room before my brain catches up. My hands lock around her throat, not to strangle, to hold, to keep her still long enough for what comes next. She doesn't resist, just smiles. There it is. The hunger. You want to taste me. See what I've seen. Know what I know. That's why you bit me before. Not to fight, to feed. Shut up, make me. So I do. I bite down, not her throat, her cheek where the jawline meets the neck. The flesh tears easier than it should, like it's been waiting for this. And the taste. God. The taste. It's not food, not memory, it's information. Raw, unfiltered, personality without perspective. I taste her first memory, not the consumed ones. Hers. She's 7. Her mother's teaching her to read. The book is about stars, birds. She doesn't understand the words, but she loves the pictures. The memory is warm. Yellow sunlight through window, warm. Then it shifts. She's older, 16. Her daughter is born. The joy is so sharp, it cuts. She's holding this tiny thing that's half her and half someone else, and she can't believe she gets to keep it. Then the shift again. The daughter's 12. Forgetting words, forgetting faces, forgetting that the woman standing in front of her is her mother. The disease is eating her from the inside, and there's nothing to do but watch. Then the outbreak, the realization that the infected carry memories, that consumption is preservation, that if she eats enough, she can build a space where forgetting isn't possible. Then the descent, 50 meals, 100, 300, the self-dissolving, the daughter's memory absorbed, the mother ceasing to exist as anything but archive. Then now, watching me, watching Alexia, seeing ourselves repeat her mistake, thinking we're different, thinking we'll succeed where she failed. The memories flood. I can't stop them, can't filter. They're pouring into me faster than I can process. Her first kiss, her last fight with her mother, the smell of her daughter's hair, the sound of medical equipment beeping, the taste of hospital coffee, the weight of a scalpel, the light of a burning city, the silence of the first hollow, the chorus of the 1,000th. I'm drowning. The memories aren't mine, but they're becoming mine, merging. My boundaries are dissolving. I can't tell where I end and she begins. Then a voice. Alexia's voice. Not memory, real, present, shouting my name. Kneel. Let go. Kneel. Let go. Kneel. I let go. The mother staggers back. Her cheek is torn. Blood runs silver instead of red, but she's smiling. Now you understand. We're the same. You and I. We're both so desperate to hold on that we're becoming what we fear. We're not the same. Prove it. Alexia swings the axe. The bone blade bites into the root cord. The tree screams. Not sound, vibration. The entire chamber shakes. Dust falls from the ceiling. Crystals crack. The mother's smile fades. You're making a mistake. Probably. Alexia wrenches the axe freeings again, deeper this time. But it's our mistake, not yours. The root cord severs completely. The stump thrashes. Black sap sprays across the floor. The smell is overwhelming. Rot and chlorophyll and something else. Something that doesn't have a name. The mother drops. Not dead, not yet, but disconnected. The voices in her throat stutter. Fragments of conversation that don't connect. She's trying to hold herself together, trying to reknit the chorus. But the frequency from the music box is still playing. Still disrupting. She can't focus long enough to reform. I kneel next to her. She looks at me. For a second, the silver fades from her eyes. For a second, she's just a woman who lost her daughter and made a terrible choice trying to hold on. You could have saved her. She says it in one voice. Hers. Not the chorus, just her. If you'd been there, if you'd eaten the right memories, you could have saved your sister. Maybe. But you didn't. No, I didn't. And now you'll spend the rest of your life eating yourself trying to atone. Probably. That's the thing about guilt. Her eyes close. It's the only meal that never fills you. You'll die starving. Just like me. Her breathing stops. The silver in her eyes fades completely. What's left is just tissue. Just biology. The personality's scattered. The voice is gone. I stand. Alexia's next to me. The axe is still in her hands. Her knuckles are white from gripping the handle. Is it done? She asks. Almost. I exhale. The heat in my chest flares, the air around us shimmers. I place my hands on the severed root cord. The stump is still thrashing, still trying to reconnect. The heat transfers, flesh to wood, memory to matter. The stump ignites. Not fire, not exactly, More like the tissue is remembering what it's like to burn, and the memory is enough to make it true. The flame spreads up the walls, across the ceiling, following the root network. The tree is burning from the inside out, and the fuel is me. Every memory I've consumed, every piece of self I've traded for survival, it's all pouring out, converting to heat, to light, to the end of this thing. We need to move. Alexia's pulling my arm. Neil, we need to move now. I follow. The core chamber is collapsing, the ceiling sagging, the floors cracking. We're running through corridors that are actively dying. The tree is trying to seal itself, trying to contain the fire, but it's too late. The damage is done. We burst into the nursery. The cocoons are burning. The infant hollows inside are thrashing, not waking, just ending. The smell is terrible, worse than before, like every possibility being erased at once. Alexia doesn't stop, doesn't look, just keeps moving. We hit the maintenance shaft. The gap's narrower now, the tree's last attempt to trap us, but we squeeze through, shoulders scraping, breath held, and then outside, actual outside. Snow, gray sky, ash falling like always but thinner now, like the atmosphere's remembering what clear is supposed to mean. Behind us, the tree implodes. The sound is like a building collapsing in reverse, a slow crush inward, then silence. We stand there, watching, making sure it stays down, making sure it doesn't start regrowing. It doesn't. Alexia sits in the snow, just drops. Her hands are shaking. The axe falls next to her. She's not crying, not laughing, just breathing, like she forgot how and she's relearning. I sit next to her. The heat in my chest is fading. The memories I burned are gone. Completely. I don't even have fragments anymore, just empty space where they used to be. How much did you lose? She asks. I don't know. A lot. Can you remember my name? I try. The information is there, the shape of it. But when I reach for the specific sound, it's just static. No. I say it quiet. I can't. She nods, like she expected that. Then I'll remind you. Every day. Until it sticks again. You don't have to. I know, but I will anyway. She reaches for my hand, holds it. Her fingers are cold. Mine are still warm from the burning. We sit there until the heat fades completely. Chapter 25. Acts of Echoes. The sprouts may be 3 inches tall. Green. Actual green. Not the gray green of infected tissue. Real chlorophyll. Real photosynthesis. It's growing through a crack in the cabin floor. First living thing we've seen in 6 months that isn't trying to eat us or make us forget ourselves. Alexia's kneeling next to it. Not touching, just looking. Her face is doing that thing where she's processing too many emotions at once and can't decide which one to feel first. It's from the seeds. She says it quiet, like speaking too loud might make it disappear. The ones in the film canister, I planted them before we left, didn't think they'd take. When did you plant them? While you were sleeping. After the tree. After you. She stops. Recalibrates. After you couldn't remember my name. Right. That. The gap in my head where her name should be is still there. She's told me 3 times. Alexia. It's a good name. Strong. 2 syllables with weight. But every time she says it, the information slides off, doesn't stick, like my brain's coated in oil and facts can't find purchase. How long have we been here? I ask. 4 weeks. Maybe 5. That can't be right. Feels like 3 days or 3 years. Time's doing that thing again where it forgets how to be linear. You've been teaching me things. She says it careful, testing if I remember. About myself, the stuff I lost when I cut the root cord. You've been keeping a journal, writing it down so I don't forget again. I look at the journal on the table. My handwriting, her stories, pages and pages of who she used to be before the tree took it, her parents' names, the sound of her crew's voices, the smell of wildfire smoke, the feeling of trusting someone completely and having them prove that trust was stupid. Do you remember any of it? I ask. Pieces. It's like someone else's memories that I inherited. I know the facts, but I don't feel them, like they happened to a different person, and I'm just reading the report. That's how all my memories feel now. She looks at me, really looks. How many do you have left? I don't know, I can count, but the number keeps changing. Sometimes I remember something I forgot yesterday. Sometimes I forget something I remembered this morning. It's like my brain's a circuit with loose wiring, randomly shorting out. But you remember me, even without the name. Yeah. How? I don't know. You're just here. Fact of the world, like gravity. I can't remember how gravity works, but I know if I let go of something, it falls. You're like that. She smiles. Small. The kind of smile that's mostly sad. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me, is it? Yeah, because it means I'm real to you, even when everything else isn't. Outside the window, I can see shapes moving. Distant. Too far to be immediate threat, but close enough to notice. Infected. Maybe hollows. Hard to tell difference anymore. They've been circling for 3 days, getting closer, testing the perimeter. They know we're here. Alexia stands, moves to the window. They can smell the sprout. Fresh growth attracts them. It's like a beacon. So we move. And leave the sprout? What else are we going to do? Defend it. Yes. That's stupid. Probably. But I'm doing it anyway. She's got that look. The one where she's already decided and nothing I say will change the math. The same look she had when she cut the root cord, when she flayed the map, when she dragged me out of the tree while it collapsed. Why? I ask. It's one plant. Doesn't change anything. It changes everything. It means something can still grow, that we didn't just burn the only source of life left. The tree wasn't life. It was parasitic. This is different. I know. That's why it matters. The shapes outside are closer now, 6 of them, moving in formation, not random wandering. Coordinated, which means they're not regular infected. Hollows, the smart kind, the ones who still remember tactics. I check the rifle. 3 rounds left. Alexia's got 5 in her pistol. Not enough, not even close. We need a plan. I say it even though I know we don't have time for a plan. Plans require thinking, and thinking requires information we don't have. I have a plan. Alexia loads her pistol. You take the rifle, cover the north window. I'll take the south. They come through, we drop as many as we can. Whatever's left, we handle close. With what? We don't have melee weapons. We have the axe. The axe that barely survived cutting 1 root cord. That axe. You got a better idea? I don't. The first hollow hits the door, not breaking it down. Just testing. Pushing, learning the structure. They're smarter than they should be. Smarter than the ones in the city. Like they've been eating memories specifically about strategy, about siege. They're not going to rush us. Alexia says it quiet. They're going to wait us out. Starve us. We've got maybe 3 days of food left. 4 if we ration. They've got time. We don't. So we break the siege. How? Fire. Same thing we used on the tree. I've still got heat in me, not much, but enough to ignite something if I focus. You burn anything else and you'll lose more memories. You said yourself you're down to fragments. I know. Then don't. We'll find another way. There isn't another way. You keep saying that like it'll stop being true. It won't. She's quiet. The kind of quiet that means she's doing the calculation, weighing my life against hers, against the sprout, against the abstract concept of hope. If you burn anything else, you might not come back. She says it flat. Not as you. Maybe not as anyone. You'll be a hollow with my face in your head and that's it. Then you'll handle it. Handle it how? However you need to. The door cracks, not broken, just stressed. They're pushing harder now, testing the threshold. 1 good hit, and it'll give. I exhale. The air shimmers, not as bright as before. The heat's weaker, degraded, but it's there. I'm going to ignite the door frame. I say it because saying it makes it real, makes it a decision instead of a hypothetical. Wood's dry, should catch fast, smoke will disorient them. We use the confusion to punch through, get to higher ground, then we figure out the next step. And the sprout? We come back for it. Once the hollows are cleared, if we come back, we'll come back. Promise? Promise. I'm lying again. We both know it. But lying's easier than admitting we're probably about to die defending a plant that'll be dead in a week anyway. I place my hands on the door frame. The heat transfers. Slower this time. Like my body's realizing this is the last reserve and it doesn't want to let go. But it does, because that's what it's been trained to do. Give until there's nothing left. The wood ignites. Small flame at first, then bigger. The smoke's immediate, thick, black. It pours through the cracks in the door, and I can hear the hollows outside reacting. Not retreating, just adjusting. They're smart enough to know fire's temporary. Alexia kicks the door open. It swings wide and the flames spread. 3 hollows in the immediate path. They're burning, but they're not stopping. They're walking through it. Skin blackening, hair igniting. Still coming. She shoots. Center mass. 2 rounds. The first hollow drops. The second one staggers but doesn't fall. I fire. Rifle. Headshot. It drops. 3 more hollows coming from the left. They're flanking. Smart. Too smart. Move. Alexia's pulling me toward the north side, away from the flames, toward the tree line. We can't fight 6. We run. We run. Behind us the cabin's burning. The sprout's still inside, probably dead already from the smoke. We're leaving it, abandoning the one thing we were trying to protect. But we're alive. For now. And survival's its own kind of math. Chapter 26. Burning the cradle. The snow's up to our knees. Each step is a negotiation. Lift. Push. Sink. Repeat. Behind us the cabin's a smudge of orange against gray. The fire's still going, which means the hollows are either dead or occupied. Either way, we bought time. Alexia's breathing hard, not winded, something else. The kind of breathing that happens when you're too angry to stop moving but too tired to keep pace. We need to go back, she says it between breaths. Fact, not suggestion. The cabin's gone, nothing to go back to. The sprout's not gone, it's burned. You don't know that. Fire tends to burn things. That's what it does. Not if the roots are deep enough. Not if... She stops walking. Turns. We're going back. That's stupid. I don't care, we're going back. I look at her face, the set of her jaw, the angle of her shoulders. This isn't negotiable. She's made the decision, and now she's just waiting for me to acknowledge it. Fine, we go back. But if there's nothing left, we keep moving. South, like we planned. Agreed. We turn around, retrace our steps. The snow's already filling in our tracks. By the time we reach the cabin, it'll be like we were never here. The fire's lower now, still burning but contained. The structure's intact, mostly. The door's gone, the north wall's sagging, but the floor's solid. Inside, the smoke's clearing. We crouch low, stay under the worst of it. The sprout's exactly where we left it. Still green, still upright. The heat scorched the edges of the leaves, but the stem's intact. It survived. Alexia says it quiet, like saying it too loud will undo the fact. Yeah, it did. She kneels next to it, touches the leaves, gentle. Her hands are shaking, not from fear, from something else. Relief maybe, or the opposite. The realization that survival means more responsibility, more weight. We need to move it. I say it practical. Can't stay here. The hollows will come back, maybe more of them. Where do we move it to? Somewhere defensible, high ground, south-facing slope so it gets sun, near water if we can find it. That's asking a lot. Yeah, but asking's all we got. She digs around the sprout. Careful. Her hands move like she's defusing a bomb. One wrong pull and the whole thing comes apart. But she's good at this, always has been. The firefighter training. You learn to be gentle with fragile things when everything around you is burning. The roots come free, thin, white, longer than I expected. She wraps them in cloth, wet cloth. Where she got wet cloth, I don't know. Probably melted snow in her canteen while I wasn't looking. Got it. She stands, holds the sprout like it's made of glass. Let's move. We head south. Alexia's navigating by the sun, or where the sun should be. The ash cloud's thinned, but it's not gone. Still blocks most of the light, but she's got an internal compass. Always has. Even without her memories, she knows which way is forward. 3 hours in, we find a ridge. Not high ground, but higher than where we were. The slope faces south-ish. There's a stream at the base, frozen but shallow. It'll thaw when the weather shifts. Here, Alexia says it's certain. This is the spot. How do you know? I don't, but it feels right, and right now feeling is all we have. She digs. The ground's hard, frozen topsoil over clay. Her hands are bleeding by the time she's done, but the hole's deep enough. She plants the sprout, packs the dirt, waters it with the last of her canteen. You think it'll take? I ask. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. But we're giving it a chance. That's more than we gave ourselves. We sit on the ridge, watch the sprout, like watching will help, like our attention is fertilizer. You remember what I told you? She says it without looking at me. About the crew, the burnover. I search my head. The information's there, somewhere, but it's buried under 6 months of other things. Remind me. We were fighting a wildfire, routine containment, but the wind shifted, pushed the fire toward us faster than we could retreat. I called for shelter deployment, but 2 of them hesitated, tried to outrun it instead. They didn't make it. You were the squad lead. Yeah. So you blame yourself. Yeah. Even though the wind shifted, even though it wasn't predictable. Yeah, that's stupid. She looks at me. I know, but knowing doesn't change the feeling. Does anything? No. But sometimes you do things anyway, not because they'll fix it, but because not doing them makes it worse. I think about that now, about the memories I've burned, the choices I've made trying to atone for my sister. The mother was right. Guilt's the only meal that never fills you. You just keep eating until you're empty. The sprout won't bring them back. I say it quiet. Your crew, my sister, the mother's daughter, none of them. I know. So why are we doing this? Because it's not for them, it's for us. We need to prove we can still grow something, even if it's just a plant. The wind picks up, cold, sharper than before. Something's shifting. Weather or season or just the atmosphere remembering how to move. The sprout bends, not breaking, just flexing, adapting. You think it's going to snow? Alexia asks. Probably. Good. The moisture'll help. We sit there until the light fades, not talking, just existing in proximity. It's enough. For now. Chapter 27, The Last Bite. The storm hits on day 2. Not snow, ice, the kind that comes down sideways and sounds like gravel hitting metal. We're sheltered under an overhang, not a cave. Just a rock formation that decided to be generous. The space is maybe 6 feet deep, enough for 2 people if they don't mind being close. Alexia's shivering, has been for an hour, her coat's soaked through. We should have stayed at the cabin, reinforced it, waited out the season, but we didn't, and now we're here. We need heat. She says it through chattering teeth. Statement of fact, not request, I know. Can you still... She trails off, doesn't finish the sentence because finishing means asking, and asking means acknowledging what it costs. I don't know, maybe. Try. I exhale. The air doesn't shimmer, doesn't distort, just comes out gray and cold like everything else. It's not working. I say it because saying it delays the next decision, the one we both know is coming. Then we need fuel, real fuel, infected tissue, something that'll burn. We don't have any. Yes, we do. She points behind me. I turn. There's a body, half frozen, caught in the rocks, been here a while, months maybe. The tissue's preserved by the cold. Infected, definitely. The skin's got that gray-green tint. The eyes are clouded, but still open. I'm not eating that. I say it flat. Then I will. No, you won't. Someone has to. Not you. You're at 0. You've never eaten. You said yourself... I said a lot of things. Things change. This doesn't change. You eat that and you lose something. Could be anything. Could be everything. Or I could lose nothing and we both survive. Or you lose everything and I'm carrying a stranger who looks like you but isn't. She's quiet. The kind of quiet that means she's calculating. Running scenarios. None of them good. How much do you have left? She asks. Memories. How many whole ones? I don't know. 3? 4? That's not enough. If you eat that body, you'll lose what's left. You'll be gone. Maybe, but you'll still be here. That's not a trade I'm willing to make. Then we freeze, both of us, and the sprout dies because there's nobody left to protect it. The sprout doesn't matter. Yes, it does. You said it yourself. It's proof we can still grow something. You eat that body, you become what we've been fighting. You lose your parents, your crew, everything that makes you you. I already lost those things. The root cord took them. You lost the feelings, not the facts. There's a difference. Is there? I don't have an answer, because the truth is I don't know anymore. The line between memory and identity is thinner than I thought. You can lose the details and still be you, or you can keep the details and lose yourself. It's not binary, it's gradient, and we're both sliding down the slope. The ice is getting worse, the temperature's dropping. We've got maybe an hour before hypothermia sets in, maybe less. We flip for it. Alexia says it sudden. Decision made. Coin toss. Loser eats the body. That's stupid. You got a better idea? I don't. She pulls out a coin. Where she got a coin, I don't know. Probably found it in the cabin, or the tree, or somewhere between here and gone. Heads I eat, tails you eat. She flips before I can argue. The coin spins, catches the dim light, lands in the snow between us. Tails. No, Alexia says it immediate. We're flipping again. That's not how coin tosses work. I don't care. We're flipping again. Why? Because I'm not watching you disappear. Not after everything. You might not have a choice. There's always a choice. We flip again. Best 2 out of 3. That's just delaying the inevitable. Then we delay. Better than giving up. She flips again. Heads. Third flip. Heads. 2 out of 3. She says it flat. I eat. That wasn't... And it's done. Now move so I can do this without you staring. I don't move. Can't move. Because moving means accepting, and accepting means watching her become something else. She pushes past me, kneels next to the body. Her hands are shaking worse now, not from cold, from knowing what comes next. Don't watch. She says it quiet. Please. I turn around, face the ice storm. The sound behind me is worse than seeing it. The tearing. The chewing, the small gasp when the first memory leaves. Then silence. I wait. Count to 60. Then 60 again. Then I turn around. She's sitting there, hands in her lap, face blank, not empty, just reset. Like someone rebooted her and she's still loading the operating system. Did it work? I ask. She looks at me. Her eyes are different, not the color, something else, the way they focus. Like she's seeing me for the first time and trying to decide if I'm real. Who are you? She asks. My chest locks. You know who I am. I know I should know, but the information's not there. It's like someone took a photo and cut out the face. I can see the outline, but the details are gone. I'm Neil. We've been traveling together 6 months, maybe more. Neil, she tests the name. That's a good name. Strong, but I don't remember you. What do you remember? Fire. Training. Someone screaming for shelter deployment. Then nothing. Then this. She lost it all. Not pieces. Everything. The root cord took her parents, her crew. Now the infected tissue took me. Us. Whatever we were, we need to get warm. I say it practical because practical is all I have left. Can you exhale? She tries. The air shimmers. Bright. Hotter than mine ever was. The heat rolls off her in waves and the ice around us starts melting. Puddles forming, steam rising. What is this? She's looking at her hands, at the heat coming off them. What did I just eat? Memory. Infected tissue. It converts to heat. You burned what you lost. What did I lose? I don't know, but I can tell you if you want. Would it help? Probably not. Then don't. Not yet. Let me figure out who I am now before you tell me who I was. She stands, the heat still coming. Steady, controlled. She walks to the edge of the overhang, looks out at the storm. Her shoulders are set, posture straight. She's not afraid, not hesitant, just present. There's something behind us. She says it calm. In the rocks, I can smell it. Infected, multiple. I turn. 6 shapes. Moving through the ice, coordinated. Hollows. They found us. Can you fight? I ask. I don't know, but I guess we're finding out. She picks up the axe, the bone blade. It's barely holding together. 1 good swing left. Maybe 2. She weighs it, tests the balance. Then she smiles. Small. The kind of smile that means she's already decided this is going to be stupid but fun. Stay behind me. She says it like an order. I'll handle the close ones. You take anything that gets through. I don't have a weapon. Then use your hands or your teeth. Improvise. The first hollow steps into the overhang. She swings. The axe connects. Skull. Clean. The hollow drops. The blade shatters. Just fragments now. Useless. 5 more coming. She drops the axe, doesn't hesitate, just moves. Fast. Fluid. Like she's done this before. Like muscle memory survived when everything else didn't. The second hollow lunges. She catches its arm. Twists. The joint pops. She uses the momentum to throw it into the third hollow. Both go down. Fourth hollow comes from the left. I tackle it. We're on the ground. Teeth snapping near my face. I grab a rock, bring it down again, until it stops moving. Fifth and sixth are circling, waiting for an opening. They're smarter, more patient. Alexia's breathing steady, not winded, just calculating. She's looking for the pattern, the weak point. On 3, we rush them. She says it quiet. Don't think, just move. 2, 3. We move together, not coordinated, not practiced, just simultaneous. The hollows weren't expecting offense. They scatter. One runs. The other hesitates. She catches the hesitant one, locks her arm around its throat, squeezes. The hollow thrashes, but she holds. Doesn't let go. Not until it stops moving. The last one's gone. Ran into the storm. We're alone again. She's looking at her hands, at the hollow bodies, at me. Did we just do that? Yeah. How did I know how to do that? Training. Firefighter. ROTC, it's still in you, even if you can't remember learning it. That's convenient. Yeah. She sits down. Hard. The adrenaline's fading and the exhaustion's catching up. I don't know who I am, but I know I'm not someone who runs. That's something. It's enough. Is it? For now. The heat's still coming off her. Weaker now, but steady. The ice is melting, the storm's breaking, and through the clouds I can see it. Faint. But there. Sun. Actual sun. We should check on the sprout. She says it's sudden. Make sure it survived. You don't even remember the sprout. No, but you do. And if you think it matters, then it matters. We walk back to the ridge. The storm's cleared enough to see the path. The sprout's exactly where we left it. Bent, covered in ice, but alive, still green under the frost. She kneels next to it, touches the leaves. This is important to us. I can tell. Yeah, it is. Then we protect it, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. She looks at me. Her eyes are still different, still reset, but there's something there. Recognition, maybe. Or just the willingness to try. I don't remember you, she says it quiet, but I trust you. That's weird, right? Yeah, it's weird. Good. I like weird. We sit there until the sun's fully out, watching the ice melt, watching the sprout straighten, watching the world remember how to be alive. Chapter 28, Exit Wound. The snow hits my face and I'm blind for 3 seconds before my eyes adjust. Cold. Actual cold. Haven't felt real cold in months, just damp chill and ash residue numbness. This is different. Clean. Killing you in hours cold. Alexia's weight against my back. Her breathing shallow. We burst out of the tree's burning corpse onto a snowfield that shouldn't exist. Snow in the wasteland. Another impossibility in a world that's run out of rules. Behind us, the tree implodes. Not collapses. Implodes, like something sucking it inward. The sound is wet and organic and wrong. Branches fold into themselves. The trunk compresses. Windows shatter inward, the whole structure eating itself. Then silence. Just wind. Just snow. Just the two of us standing in white nothing. I lower Alexia to the ground. She can't stand on her own. The root severing took more than her childhood memory, took something else, some connection between intention and movement. She's here, but not entirely here. Cold, she says. First word since we escaped. Yeah. Can't feel my legs. That's the snow, or shock, probably both. I look around, snowfield in every direction, no shelter visible, no trees except the dying one behind us, just white and gray and the promise of freezing. My hands are shaking, not from cold, from hunger, from exhaustion, from carrying Alexia's weight plus my own for the last hour while the tree burned around us. We need shelter, I say. Okay. Can you walk? No. Can you crawl? She tries. Gets maybe 2 feet before her arms give out, just lays there in the snow, face down, not moving. I pull her up, get her arm over my shoulder, start walking, pick a direction at random because all directions look the same. Each step sinks 6 inches into snow. My boots are soaked through. Toes already numb. How long before frostbite? Hour? 2 hours? Less? Alexia's mumbling something. Can't make it out over the wind. What? I say. Music box? Did you keep it? I check my pocket. Empty. Must have dropped it during the escape, or the fire, or any of the 100 moments where I should have died but didn't. It's gone, I say. Good. Good means you can stop carrying it, stop carrying her, stop carrying all of us. I'm carrying you right now. That's different. How? She doesn't answer. Just goes heavier against my side. I keep walking. Count steps, lose count. Start over. The numbers don't matter. Just the movement matters. Forward. Always forward. The snow's falling harder. Can barely see 10 feet ahead. Everything's white. Sky. Ground. No horizon. Just white and the sound of wind and Alexia's breathing against my neck. Neil? She says. Yeah. I can't remember their faces. Whose? My parents. I know I had them. No, they died. But their faces are just shapes. Outlines. Like someone erased the details. That's from the root severing, not from the memory trade. Does it matter? Gone is gone. She's right. Gone is gone. Whether you trade it or it gets cut away or you eat infected and lose it piece by piece, the end result's the same. You become less, smaller, until there's nothing left but motion and the vague sense that something's missing. I stop walking. My legs won't move anymore. Can't, I say. Can't what? Can't keep going. Then we die here. Yeah. Alexia slides off my shoulder, sits in the snow, looks up at me. Her eyes are clear for the first time since the tree. Really clear, like the fog's lifted. I'm okay with it, she says. Dying here. Better than dying in there. We're not dying. Neil, look around. We're in a snowfield with no shelter, no food, no supplies. We're both exhausted. I can't walk. You can't carry me anymore. This is where it ends. No. Yes. And that's okay. We made it out. We burned the tree. We stopped the mother. That's enough. It's not enough. Why not? Because I promised. I promised to get you somewhere safe. I promised to keep you alive. You promised a lot of things. Most of them impossible. That's not your fault. That's just reality. I sit next to her, snow soaking through my pants, cold creeping up my spine. She's right. We're done. This is it. I pull off my jacket, put it over her shoulders. What are you doing? She asks. Keeping you warm. You'll freeze. So will you. But you first. Then I freeze first. She doesn't argue, just pulls the jacket tighter. We sit in the snow, watch the gray sky drop more white. Behind us, the tree is still collapsing, the sound like bones breaking underwater. Tell me something, Alexia says. What? Something from before all this. Something good, I think. Try to remember. But most of before is gone. Eaten. Lost. Erased. I used to skateboard, I say. Before, through the city, early morning before traffic. Just me and the empty streets and the sound of wheels on concrete. That's not a memory. That's a fact. It's all I have left. Then tell me the fact. Make it sound like a memory. I close my eyes. Try to reconstruct it. Summer mornings. Pavement still cool from overnight. The city smelled like coffee and exhaust and that specific smell of dew evaporating off hot concrete. I'd push off from my building, glide down the hill, hit the flat section near the park. Ollie over benches, grind the rails, fall, get up, fall again, didn't matter, just kept moving. Why? Because moving meant I was alive, meant I wasn't stuck, meant tomorrow could be different from today. Is that still true? I don't know. Maybe. I'm still moving, or I was. She leans against me, her head on my shoulder. I used to fight fires before. That was my thing, running toward flames while everyone else ran away. Made me feel useful, important, like I mattered. You matter now. Do I? I can't remember my parents' faces, can't walk, can't contribute. What use am I? You stopped me from walking into a hollow's mouth. You severed the mother's root. You're the reason we made it out. That's use. That's mattering. She's quiet for a long time. Then, I'm scared, Neil. Me too. Not of dying, of forgetting, of becoming so empty that even death doesn't mean anything because there's no self left to end. You're not empty. You're here, with me. That's not empty. How do you know? Because empty doesn't argue, empty doesn't fight, empty doesn't sever roots to save someone they barely trust. You're full. Too full, maybe. That's why it hurts. She laughs. Weak sound. You're really bad at inspirational speeches. I know, but thanks for trying. The snow keeps falling, the wind keeps blowing. Behind us, the tree has finally stopped collapsing. Just a pile of organic rubble now. Steaming, dying, dead. I pull out my pocket. Check for the music box one more time, even though I know it's gone. Nothing. Just lint and ash residue. What were you looking for? Alexia asks. Proof I was carrying something. You're carrying me. That's proof. That's different. Is it? Maybe it's not. Maybe carrying her is the same as carrying the music box. Carrying my sister. Carrying Cap. Carrying everyone I've lost or left or failed. Maybe the weight's always there, just changes shape. I stand up, legs shaking but functional. What are you doing? Alexia asks, looking for shelter. Neil, we tried. There's nothing. Then I'll keep looking until there is. I walk in a circle, 30 feet radius, scanning the white, looking for anything. Rock outcropping, fallen tree, depression in the ground. Anything. Nothing. Just snow and more snow. I expand the circle. 50 feet. 75. 100. Still nothing. I'm about to give up when I see it. Small dark shape at the edge of visibility. Could be debris from the tree. Could be shadow. Could be my eyes lying. I walk toward it, each step heavier than the last. It's not debris. It's metal. Corrugated metal, piece of roofing maybe. Blown here from somewhere, half buried in snow. I dig. Hands numb, fingers barely working. Underneath the metal is more metal. A wall. Then a corner. Then a door. Shed. Old utility shed. Probably pre-outbreak maintenance station for the highway that used to run through here. The door's frozen shut. I kick it. Once. Twice. Third time it gives. Inside is dark, small, maybe 8 feet by 8 feet, but dry, sheltered, empty except for some old tools and a tarp. I go back for Alexia. She's exactly where I left her, eyes closed, snow collecting on her shoulders. Alexia. She opens her eyes. Did you find something? Yeah, what? Shelter. It's not much, but it's something. I help her stand. We stumble toward the shed. Every step is agony, but we make it. Inside, I lay her on the tarp, cover her with my jacket again. My hands are blue. Can't feel them anymore. We're gonna be okay, I lie. Don't, she says. Don't what? Don't lie. We both know this just delays it. We have no food, no heat, no way out. This shed just means we die slower. Slower's better than faster. Is it? I don't answer. Just sit against the wall. Listen to the wind outside. Listen to Alexia breathe. Count the rhythm. Make sure it stays steady. She's asleep within minutes. Or unconscious. Hard to tell. I stay awake. Watch the door. Make sure nothing comes through. Nothing does. Just wind. Just cold. Just the slow certainty of freezing. I pull the tarp over myself, try to conserve warmth, but I'm soaked through, boots full of snow melt, jacket gone, body temperature dropping. This is it. This is how it ends. Not in fire, not fighting infected, just cold and slow and quiet. 2 people in a shed waiting for their bodies to stop working. I think about the music box, about the note inside. Don't be sorry, but I am sorry. Sorry I couldn't do more. Sorry I couldn't find better shelter. Sorry I couldn't save her properly instead of just delaying the inevitable. Sorry I dropped my sister's hands 7 years ago and spent every day since trying to make up for it by not dropping anyone else. But I'm tired. So tired, and the cold is everywhere now. Inside me. Part of me. Maybe Alexia's right. Maybe this is enough. We made it out. Burned the tree. Stopped the mother from spreading. That's something. That's more than nothing. I close my eyes just for a second, just to rest. When I open them again, it's dawn. Gray light through the door crack. Alexia's still breathing. So am I. Somehow we made it through the night. Outside, the wind has stopped. The snow has stopped. Everything's quiet. Still. Waiting. I stand. Legs barely respond. Walk to the door, push it open. The snowfield is there. The tree rubble is there. Everything's the same except something green. Small. Breaking through the snow maybe 20 feet from the shed. A sprout. Actual sprout. Green stem, tiny leaves, growing in the ash and snow and cold where nothing should grow. I stare at it. Don't understand. Can't understand. Behind me, Alexia stirs. What is it? I don't know. Come look. She crawls to the door, looks where I'm pointing, goes still. That's not possible, she says. None of this is possible. No, I mean, that's not tree. That's something else, something clean. We sit in the doorway, watch the sprout, watch it exist in a world that should have eliminated it but didn't. Maybe, I say slowly, maybe that's the point. What point? We spent 3 weeks walking toward a tree that promised sanctuary but was really consumption, and now we're sitting in front of something that's actually growing, actually clean, actually new. Maybe that's what we were supposed to find all along. You think the universe has a point? No, but maybe we can make one. Alexia laughs. Real laugh. First one in days. You're such an idiot. Yeah, an optimistic idiot. Guilty. We sit there as the sun rises, gray gold through ash, same as always, but somehow different. The sprout keeps growing, slow, barely visible, but growing, and we keep breathing, keep existing, keep taking up space in a world that keeps trying to erase us. That has to count for something. It has to. Chapter 29. Paper for skin. 3 days in the shed, and the sprouts doubled in size. That's not normal. Plants don't grow that fast, not in cold, not in ash, not without soil that isn't poisoned, but it's growing anyway. Small miracle or new horror? Haven't decided which. Alexia can walk again, sort of, shuffle limp with one hand on the wall. Her memory's still fractured. She'll start sentences and forget midway why she started them, but she's here. Present. That's more than she was 3 days ago. We've been surviving on nothing, literally nothing. No food, no water except melted snow, bodies running on fumes and spite. We need to move, I say on day 4. Where? South, away from the tree, away from winter, toward something. Something specific, or just away? Does it matter? She thinks about that. No, I guess it doesn't. We pack what little we have. My jacket, her rifle with 3 bullets left, the tarp from the shed, that's it. That's everything we own. Before we leave, I walk to the sprout, crouch beside it. It's maybe 6 inches tall now. 2 leaves, stems sturdy, green, real green, not sickly, not mutated, just green. What are you doing? Alexia asks, checking if it's real. It's real. You can see it. Seeing doesn't mean real, not anymore. I touch the stem. It's solid, warm even, warmer than it should be given the temperature, like it's generating heat from somewhere. There's something wrapped around the base. Fabric. I dig it out, unfold it. Paper. Journal page, covered in handwriting. My handwriting? No. Alexia's. Is this yours? I ask. She comes over, looks at the page, frowns. I don't, maybe? The writing looks like mine, but I don't remember writing it. I read it aloud. Day 47. Neil gave me his last ration today. Didn't think I noticed. I noticed he's starving himself to keep me alive. Don't know how to feel about that. Grateful? Angry? Both? He's an idiot. But he's my idiot. Need to remember that when this is over. If this is over. Silence. Just Wind and Alexia's breathing. I wrote that? She asks. Apparently. I don't remember day 47. That was before the tree. Before the root severing. Before everything. She takes the page, reads it herself. I called you an idiot. You call me that a lot. Yeah, but I meant it nicely. She refolds the page, tucks it in her pocket. How did it get here? Don't know. Maybe it fell out of your pack during the fire. Maybe the wind carried it. Maybe it's random. Or maybe it's not random. Maybe I left it for myself. Breadcrumb for later, when I needed to remember who I was. You think you knew you'd forget? I think I knew the tree would take something. Everyone said it did. I just didn't know how much. She touches her pocket where the page is, but past me tried to help. Left notes, left proof that I existed before this. That's something. I stand. Look at the sprout, at the page, at Alexia, at the evidence that people try, that they leave pieces of themselves behind, hoping it'll matter later. We should take it, I say. The sprout? Yeah. Dig it up, carry it, plant it somewhere south where it might actually survive. Neil. It's a plant. It weighs nothing and needs soil and light, and it's growing in ash and snow and cold. It doesn't need normal things. Maybe it just needs to not be here, she considers. That's the dumbest logic I've ever heard. Doesn't make it wrong. No, I guess it doesn't. We dig up the sprout, careful, roots and all, wrap it in the tarp with some ash soil. It's absurd. We're starving and freezing and carrying a plant like it's precious cargo, but it is precious. Only living thing we've seen that isn't trying to hurt us or harvest us or wear our voices. We start walking. South by the sun's position, the snowfield eventually gives way to frozen grass, then dead forest, then something that might have been farmland before. We walk all day. Stop at sunset in the shell of an old barn. The sprout goes in the corner. Still green, still growing. Impossibility made routine. How far south? Alexia asks. Until it's not winter anymore, until we find people who aren't farming memories. What if there are no people like that left? Then it's just us, and the plant, and whatever we can build from that. She pulls out the journal page, reads it again. Past me was worried about you starving yourself. Am I supposed to be worried now? I'm fine. You're lying. You haven't eaten in 4 days. You gave me everything in the shed, even though there wasn't anything to give. Alexia, don't deflect. I lost memories, but I'm not blind. You're doing it again. The thing where you sacrifice yourself piece by piece and pretend it's no big deal. What else am I supposed to do? Let me help. Share the nothing instead of giving me all of it. You need it more. Says who? We're both dying. Might as well die equal. She has a point. But admitting I need help feels like admitting I've failed, that I can't protect her properly, that all this motion and sacrifice hasn't fixed anything. Tomorrow, I say. Tomorrow we find food. Real food. Split it 50-50. How? I don't know, but we will. She doesn't look convinced, but nods anyway. That night I can't sleep, stomach cramping, hands shaking, body cannibalizing itself for energy. I check the sprout, still green, still growing. It's grown another inch since this morning. That's impossible. Plants don't work that way, but nothing works the way it used to. So maybe this is just the new normal. Accelerated growth, impossible survival, rules rewriting themselves because the old rules don't apply anymore. Alexia's asleep against the wall, face peaceful. The memory gaps haven't healed, probably won't ever heal, but she's adapting, learning to function with the holes. I pull out my pockets, check for the music box even though I know it's gone. Force of habit, nothing. Just lint, just absence. But the absence feels different now, less like loss, more like space. Room for something new instead of something old. Tomorrow we'll keep walking. We'll find food or we won't. We'll survive or we won't. But we'll move together. With a sprout wrapped in a tarp and a journal page that says someone once cared enough to write it down. That's the legacy. Not the memories we've lost, but the evidence we tried. The proof we existed. The notes we left for future selves saying, here, this mattered. I fall asleep thinking about skateboarding, about the sound of wheels on concrete, about motion meaning life. When I wake up, someone's standing in the doorway. Man, maybe 40. Ragged clothes, knife visible on his belt. 2 more figures behind him. All armed. Morning, the man says. Nice sprout you got there. I'm on my feet. Knife out. Alexia's awake, rifle up, but we both know she only has 3 bullets. We don't want trouble, I say. Neither do we. Just want the sprout. It's not for trade. Everything's for trade. He steps inside, casual, confident. You 2 look hungry. We have food, real food, canned stuff, pre-outbreak. Trade the sprout you eat for a week. No, Alexia says. No? You sure? Because you look about 2 days from corpses. That sprout's not going to feed you. It's not about feeding. It's about what comes next. What comes next is you dying. That's what comes next without food. He's right. We know he's right. But the sprout, The sprout is the first clean thing we found, the first promise that something can grow without consuming something else. Trading it for food defeats the entire point. We'll find food another way, I say. The man shrugs. Your funeral. Boys? The two figures behind him move. One goes for the sprout, like the other goes for Alexia. I'm moving before thinking. Tackle the one going for the sprout. We hit the ground hard. He's bigger, but I'm desperate. Desperation wins sometimes. I hear Alexia's rifle fire. Once, twice, then silence. The man under me gets a knee in my ribs. Breath gone, vision tunneling. He's reaching for his knife when Alexia appears. Rifle butt to his skull. He drops. I look around. 3 bodies, 1 unconscious, 2 not moving. Alexia standing over them. 3 bullets left, now 0 bullets left. We need to go, she says. Yeah, we grab the sprout, grab our stuff, run. Behind us, the man starts shouting, probably calling for backup, probably promising violence. Doesn't matter. We're already gone. We run until the barn's out of sight, until the voices fade, until we're deep in forest where tracking gets harder. Then we stop, both heaving, both terrified. That was close, I say. Too close. Alexia checks the sprout, still intact, still green. People are going to keep coming for this, aren't they? Yeah. Why? It's just a plant. It's not just a plant. It's proof something can grow clean. In a world where everything's tainted, that's valuable. That's dangerous. So what do? We find somewhere to plant it. Somewhere safe. Somewhere we can defend. Where's that? I don't know, but we keep moving until we find it. She nods, adjusts her pack. For the record, I think this is insane. Yeah, but I'm with you anyway. Why? She thinks about it, because past me wrote that you're my idiot. Present me doesn't remember writing it, but it feels true anyway, so I'm trusting that. Trusting past me's judgment, even if I can't remember making it. That's maybe the saddest and most hopeful thing I've heard. We start walking again, south. Always south. Carrying a sprout and journal pages and the evidence that people try even when trying seems pointless. That's the legacy. That's the inheritance. That's the gift we leave for whatever comes next. It has to be enough. It has to be. Chapter 30. Green in the Ash. 6 months, that's how long it takes. 6 months of walking, of scraping, of fighting for the sprout, and fighting for each other, and fighting for the idea that something clean can survive if you just don't let it die. We found the cabin on day 190. Old hunting lodge, collapsed roof, walls barely standing, but fixable, defendable. 1 exit, 2 windows, and a clear line of sight in every direction. We spent a month repairing it. Used scrap metal from abandoned cars, ash concrete mixed by hand. My fingers bled. Alexia's ankle gave out twice, but we fixed it. Then we planted the sprout just outside the door. In soil we'd carried and mixed and prayed over without believing in prayer. We planted it and waited to see if it would die. It didn't. It grew. Fast. Impossibly fast. Within a week it was 3 feet tall. Within a month, 10 feet. Now, 6 months later, it's 20 feet tall and producing fruit. Actual fruit, small tomatoes. They taste like nothing I remember, but they're food. Real food, clean food. Other things are growing now, too. The seeds we've scavenged, marigolds from a film canister we found in a bunker, 3 tomato variants, something that might be lettuce but could also be mutated cabbage. Small garden, small life. But life. We defend it every day. People come, try to take it, try to steal seeds, try to burn it out of spite when we won't share. We don't share, can't share. Not yet. Not until we have enough that sharing doesn't mean starving. Maybe that makes us selfish. Probably does. But we're alive. That's something. Alexia's memory hasn't come back. Still can't remember her parents' faces. Still can't remember the guitar lesson. But she stopped trying, stopped digging for ghosts, started making new memories instead. She made a skateboard. Took her 3 weeks. Used old deck from a garage, wheels from roller skates, bearings from who knows where. It's ugly and barely functional, but it works. Why? I asked when she showed me. Because you said skateboarding meant you were alive, meant tomorrow could be different. I want that. Want to feel like tomorrow's possible. So we skateboard. On the dirt path behind the cabin, just back and forth. She falls a lot, gets up, falls again. Doesn't matter. Just keeps moving. Today she doesn't fall, manages 10 feet, 20, 30, then bails before hitting the tree line. She's laughing when she picks herself up. Real laugh, joy laugh. First time I've heard that sound in forever. Did you see that? She shouts. I saw. I didn't fall. You bailed before the trees. Still counts. I'll get farther tomorrow. Yeah, you will. She skates back, hands me the board. Your turn. I haven't skated in 7 years. Not since before my sister. Before everything. But I take the board anyway. Push off. Feel wheels on dirt. Feel motion. Feel that thing I'd forgotten about. The sensation of moving without running away. I make it 15 feet before bailing. Alexia whoops like I've won something. Not bad for an old man, she says. I'm 27. Ancient. We sit on the cabin steps, share a tomato from the tree. It's small but enough. Everything's enough when you're not starving. Hey, Alexia says. I wrote something. Another journal page. Want to hear? Sure. She pulls out paper, actual paper from the cabin's old logbook. Reads aloud. Day 230. Found out Neil can't skate worth shit. Made me feel better about my own falling. The tree's producing tomatoes now. They taste like hope might taste if hope were a vegetable. Neil says that's the dumbest sentence I've ever written. He's probably right, but I'm keeping it anyway. Future me can judge. She folds the page. What do you think? I think hope tastes nothing like tomatoes. But I like that you're writing again, leaving breadcrumbs for future you. Yeah, figured even if I forget more, at least there's proof. Proof I existed. Proof we made something here. We sit in silence, watch the tree grow, watch the ash fall lighter than it used to, watch the sky do that gray gold thing at sunset. Do you think it'll last? She asks. The tree? All of it. The garden, the cabin, us. I don't know. Probably not. Eventually, infected will find us, or bandits will come with more people than we can fight off, or the ash will get thicker again and destroy everything. Optimistic. Realistic. So why defend it? If it's all temporary anyway? Because temporary still matters. Because 6 months of clean food and laughter and skateboard bailing is better than 6 months of starving and running. Because I stop. Try to find words. Because even if future us loses this, present us gets to have it. That's worth defending. She thinks about that. Nods. Okay, I can accept that. Movement at the tree line, we both see it simultaneously. Stand. Alexia grabs her rifle, I grab my knife. We've done this dance 50 times. Figure emerges, then 3 more, then a dozen. Too many. Way too many. Infected or human? Alexia whispers. Human. Infected don't walk in formation. The lead figure stops, 20 feet from our cabin, raises empty hands. We're not here to fight, the figure calls. Woman's voice. Older. Then why are you here? I shout back. We saw your tree, heard rumors, came to see if it's real, if clean things can actually grow. It's real. Now leave. We're not leaving, but we're not fighting either. We're asking, can we trade? Seeds for food, labor for shelter, whatever terms you want. I look at Alexia. She looks at me. It's a trap, she says quietly. Maybe. Definitely. Or maybe it's people who need help, like we needed help 6 months ago. We didn't ask for help. We fought for what we had. Yeah, and we almost died, multiple times. Maybe there's another way. She doesn't look convinced, but she lowers her rifle slightly. Your call. I step forward. What do you have to trade? The woman reaches in her pack, pulls out a small bag, tosses it, lands at my feet. I open it. Seeds. Lots of seeds. Labeled, dated. Pre-outbreak agriculture seeds from some government bunker, probably. Where did you get these? I ask. We've been collecting. From ruins, from bunkers, from everywhere, trying to grow, trying to survive, but nothing takes. Everything dies in the ash, except our tree, except your tree. The woman steps closer. We're not asking for the tree. We're asking to learn how you did it. What soil, what process, what miracle made it work? It wasn't a miracle. It was luck and stubbornness and refusing to let it die. Then teach us to be stubborn. Teach us to refuse. We have 50 people. We can work. We can defend. We can build something bigger than one cabin and one tree. Or you can take everything and leave us with nothing. We could, but we won't. Because if we do that, next season there's no one to learn from, no one to trade with, no future except more of the same dying slowly. I look back at Alexia. She's reading the seed labels, counting, calculating. This is a lot of seeds, she says. It's everything we have. And you're just giving them to us? We're trading them for knowledge, for partnership, for the possibility that next year there's more than one green tree in the ash. Alexia walks over, stands next to me. You're really not going to try taking our stuff? No. Why should we believe you? The woman pulls off her pack, opens it, shows us the contents. Survival gear, no weapons, just tools and seeds and empty containers for carrying water. Because we're tired, she says. Tired of fighting over scraps, tired of watching people die over cans of beans, tired of the world being nothing but consumption and survival. Your tree is proof something else is possible. We want to help make that possible, not destroy it. I look at our cabin, at our tree, at the garden we've defended with violence and desperation. Then I look at the seeds in the bag, at the 50 people waiting at the tree line, at the possibility that defending doesn't have to mean alone. Alexia? I ask. I think it's insane, she says, but past me called you my idiot, and past me was right. You're an idiot who keeps trying impossible things, and somehow they keep almost working. She looks at the woman. What's your name? Cap, I laugh. Can't help it. Of course it is. What's funny? Nothing. Inside joke with dead people. Cap nods like that makes sense. Maybe it does. Okay, I say. Deal. You can camp at the tree line, learn what we learned, help us expand, but first sign of trouble, you'll defend, Cap finishes. I know. So would we. That's why we're here. That's why we're asking. The 50 people move forward, set up camp, start working. Within hours, they've cleared another plot, mixed ash soil, begun repairs on our roof. It's loud, crowded, terrifying, and hopeful in equal measure. That night, Alexia and I sit on the cabin steps, watch people work by firelight, watch the tree grow another impossible inch. This is going to fail, she says, probably. We're going to regret letting them stay. Maybe. But we're doing it anyway. Yeah. She leans against me. You know what I remember right now? This exact moment? What? Nothing. I don't remember anything before this. Not parents, not guitar, not even the stuff from 6 months ago. But I know this moment, right now. Sitting here, watching people work, feeling like maybe tomorrow's possible. That's enough. Is it? It has to be. The next morning, infected come, storm on the horizon, black mass of movement, hundreds, maybe thousands, drawn by the noise, by the light, by the clean green smell of growing things. Everyone sees them simultaneously, panic, running, grabbing weapons. We need to leave, someone shouts. No, I say, they'll overrun us. Maybe, but we defend anyway, because this, I point at the tree, at the garden, at the cabin, this is worth defending. For how long? Until it's not, until we're gone or it's gone. But while we're here, we defend. Alexia's next to me, rifle up. 3 bullets miraculously found in someone's pack. You ready? She asks. No. Me neither. The infected hit the tree line. We fire, we fight, we hold ground because holding ground is all we have. I don't know if we'll win. Don't know if tomorrow we'll still be here. But right now, this moment, we're standing. We're fighting. We're refusing to let clean things die without a fight. That's the inheritance. That's the gift. That's what we leave behind. Not victory, not sanctuary, not safety. Just the proof we tried. Just the evidence something grew. Just the belief, stubborn and impossible, that tomorrow could be different from today. The infected keep coming. We keep fighting. And behind us, impossibly, the tree keeps growing. Green in the ash, life in the dying, hope like a tomato. Enough.